$5.
Yeah.
Contractor to crush and stockpile into 2 piles, $5. Price for just crushing, $4.50. Request for cost proposal: crushing blasted ledge 2,000 cubic yards, milling 700 cubic yards to 1,700 cubic yards, and ditchings. This will be mixed before going through the crusher. The product will be crushed to 1 inch minus. Contractor will stockpile into 1 pile, $6.
Okay.
Okay, so this one, they didn't put anything down under the crushing of bank run gravel to 1 1/4, 7,000 cubic yards. There was no line there.
Okay.
So they left that blank. So the contractor to crush and stockpile 2 piles of 3,500 cubic yards is $4.15 per cubic yard. And price for just crushing is $3.90. And contractor will stockpile into crushing blasted ledge. Their price is and stockpiling $6.40 per cubic yard. And this is Basin Brothers.
Okay.
Do you want to?
Yeah, I'd like to just, so, with the bank run gravel, Putney is going to be involved with that also. So the $4.15 per cubic yard is a better price for that. Where we're doing the ledge and Putney isn't, we'll end up paying 40 cents a cubic yard more. So we're gonna say, I would say it will save more with Basin Brothers. Because at $4.15, that would be 85 cents a cubic yard we'll save for our 3,500 yards. And we'll end up only spending 40 cents more.
For the 2,000 yards.
Right, so I would suggest Basin Brothers.
Yeah, that's.
And definitely Putney is, I feel confident that they'll agree once we, I mean, it's a little bit, and they're both reputable companies, so.
And we did warn that we were going to open these and possibly decide tonight.
Right.
Yeah, because on the bid it said no later than the 13th, to let them know.
And that's Friday, yeah.
So I don't know if anyone, whoever wants, if someone's gonna read the motion, if they want the prices or not.
Actually, I'm just looking down here. All we have is open the bids.
Right.
We actually didn't put it down.
Well, it's in the minutes, though, from our last meeting.
And the contractors, well, it says the bids will be reviewed by road foreman, select boards of both towns, town manager of Putney. The project will be awarded no later than September 13th. That's what was sent out for
Right,
the,
because we said if it was something that we really had to
Right.
examine, that we would have a separate thing, but we also meant to put down that, but we didn't, so.
So it is in the minutes that we were gonna,
Oh, it is in the minutes there, okay.
Yeah.
They're over there, so,
Oh,
okay.
yeah, it says the board will open them on 9/11 and possibly award it as well.
Okay. So,
I think we can do that.
does everybody feel comfortable with that?
Mm-hmm.
And would somebody like to make a motion to go with Basin Brothers for the crushing?
I'll make a motion that we award the bid to Basin Brothers for the work to be done, crushing and stockpiling.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. What else you got?
Thank you.
So were you gonna get that to Putney?
Yes,
Can you-
tomorrow morning.
Yeah, you can bring that up to her?
And just confirm it, right? And
Right.
then you want me to get back a hold of you, or just let Basin Brothers?
I just let Raisin Brothers know, unless
Putney changes.
doesn't wanna do that one.
Right.
And is it the town manager, is it Karen that makes that decision? Or does it go?
Right,
to their
the select board is,
Authorized her?
yeah, I think they are talking about the same thing at their meeting tonight also.
I see,
Um,
okay.
But I think as long as Basin knows to put it on the schedule, it's not gonna happen in 2 weeks. We have to get our paving done first and get the millings to be able to mix them in, but. Right. I didn't know if the town clerk's painting was on that. That was the only other thing.
Yeah, we
That
have-
really wasn't.
Yeah, we have it down there,
Oh,
under unfinished business, if there was something that you wanted to bring up on that, or we're just gonna put that out to bid, right?
Right, I don't know if everyone got a chance to look at that, but,
We're getting better.
yeah, Lori, yeah, took the time and got it taken care of today, so, I think it looks good. It's all subject to the extra funds coming at town meeting next year. This way we'll know how much we should actually ask for in the town. And right now, I believe there's $5,000 in that account, so. Nope, that's all I had.
All right.
Did you wanna put that out?
Yeah, well, let's get together, I'll give you a call.
So don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Just-
And then we'll get that out. That's the heat one.
Yeah.
So I'll get with you on that. You're gonna take that with you, take that paperwork?
Yeah, I'll put it in the box and then I'll pick it up in the morning.
Okay, thank you. All right, correspondence for information. Is there anything under there that anybody would like to discuss? Okay, correspondence for discussion and or action. The Department of Health, what was her name? They would like us, would they try, this Pamela Corbett. I don't know if everybody saw this. What it is they want to say if there's a disaster, that somebody would bring the medication here to the town office. We'd have to find a doctor or an RN to distribute it to the first responders. And I just think it's asking quite a bit to, I think it's more than we really need to do, but that's my opinion. I tried to tell her that, but she wanted me to bring it to the select board and have the select board make the final decision. She didn't like the health officer telling her that. So what's everybody's?
I'm in agreement with you.
So is the town office a shelter? Is that why?
No,
No, it doesn't have anything to do with that.
no, it has nothing to do with that. It's just that I guess, I don't know what disaster they're thinking of, but there's a lot of disasters that I guess could happen. We just don't know. But what they're worried about is if something happens so catastrophic that they want our first responders to be able to continue to work. They would come up here, get medication, what they needed, and go back to work, rather than having to go down to the hospital or one of these clinics and to get the medication. The medication wouldn't be here, it would have to be brought up here for us. And I'm thinking if that's the case,
Yeah.
they would still, if we told them, guess what, we got somebody here to hand out the medication, they're still gonna bring it up if it ever came to that. So, I think this is just creating another position that
I
we
think we
don't.
could take no action on this at this time.
Right, and I'll just let her know that that's what we decided.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if they feel strongly enough about it that they wanna come and talk with us and answer our questions in person and give us.
Right,
more-
she said if that's what we wanted, she would do it, and
No, I'm not asking for
Right.
that, but I mean, if they're
right.
they're
she
really
goes-
pushing this and they feel really
Right.
strongly about it, I guess, we would certainly include them on an agenda, but.
Right. Okay. New business, Conservation Commission appointments. We've got 2 openings, and we had 2 people put in for that. So, can we just figure out who's gone? Bill Schmidt's gone, right? We never replaced him. And did Betsy Whitaker, was she the other?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's Bill and Betsy. Am I correct in assuming that?
Right.
So we'd be appointing one of them through to 2020 and the other one through 2021. So, one of them is Dan Cray and the other one would be Rick Mills.
Well, I'll move we appoint Dan Cray to fill out Bill Schmidt's term.
So that would be through 2021.
Okay.
And then
Do you want to do them both at the same time or just one?
And
Rick Mills.
Rick Mills to fill out Betsy Whitaker's.
Till 2020.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Discussion? Again, it's just great to have people filling these
Yep.
positions
Yeah,
as we come.
So you'll give them a call?
I'll get a hold of
Well,
both of
once
those.
we vote, we've got to vote.
But,
Oh, I'm sorry.
any more discussion?
Jumping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes, I will.
Order in the court.
Okay, Carolyn, it's all about you here.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to recess as the select board and convene as the liquor control board.
I'll second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Does anybody want to make a motion for, where is it?
Okay, an event at Campfires for October 5th.
Yes.
I move that we approve that event, or the liquor request for that.
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, I'll make a motion that we adjourn as the liquor control board and reconvene as the select board.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Anything else anybody has? Okay. Motion to adjourn,
I'll
anyone?
make a motion to adjourn.
Second
that.
We adjourn.
shall we call this special meeting to order at 5:18? And this is related to the new wetlands as measured from the Connecticut River boundaries, is that correct?
One of them.
Yeah.
Your planning commission has been hard at work.
I believe it.
There are two proposed changes. Why don't we do them numerically? So the first one is to section 710 of our zoning regs.
Here you go.
We had it on email.
Yeah, here's a hard copy and I can get it on my phone.
We don't.
All kinds of
I've
other
read through it.
are really good there.
Yeah, I read it, but can't say that I,
No, I missed that piece, sorry guys.
no worries.
Follow along.
My most basic question, that it looks to me that like the new area is everything within the high level mark, everything within 500 feet of the high level mark for the Connecticut. So I'm assuming that that means that all the tributaries that come in, that this applies to 500 feet of them. Does that, do you know? Does that make sense?
Where are you getting the 500 feet?
I don't have the whole document in front of me, so I'm not sure, but that's what I
It was,
read.
we're proposing,
Distance of at least 100 feet.
yeah, to create a riparian buffer and to
100 feet.
clarify the dimensions of it.
So
Which
100
which is a tweaking of, yeah, I'm gonna show you what we have, and then you will see sort of the rationale for why it might be easier to define it in a different way.
Yeah.
Okay, so you all have 710 in front of you.
710.
Could you stand?
Here, you,
Can you,
I'm sorry.
That's okay, I just can't see.
Look at our existing regs
Yeah.
here. I
Yeah.
provided you a copy of the
Yeah.
existing regs.
yeah,
Especially focus on that little portion of it there, and, you
Yeah.
know, give yourself a minute to sort of digest that.
yeah. So and that's the existing?
Yeah, these are our
Okay.
existing regs.
So, and you're changing it essentially not to take that slope into account, is that right?
Yeah, so rather than be a variable buffer strip, it's a consistent buffer strip that is, I think, going to be easier to measure in the field and doesn't change depending on slope. I mean, conceptually, this is an interesting idea. I think this language we found in a set of guidelines from Forest Service guidelines that were adopted into Vermont forest cutting regs. This one little section, and I think that's where that was its genesis, and it was just incorporated by whomever worked on this, 25 years ago, and grabbed that. But it doesn't make, it's a little inconsistent if you do the math. The steeper slopes, it isn't a consistent and predictable buffer that is changing linearly with the slope. I think just the math or the printing of it is off.
Something's wrong.
Yeah, something's wrong. So Westminster adopted a 100-foot buffer, just measured from, I think, the high water mark is what we
Yeah,
proposed.
yeah.
So we just thought this is very simple. We then had an opportunity to do some mapping research and could see what the slope is. There's a software program that allowed us to zoom into the Connecticut River shoreline, see what the slope was, and then draw a line,
50
sort
feet away
of,
from
yeah, 50 or 100 or whatever, to just begin to see. Most of it is wooded. I think there are three big exceptions that are agricultural, current agricultural exceptions, where the fields are, there isn't much of a tree buffer between the edge of the field and the river. So we've accommodated that, saying existing agricultural uses can remain. If they aren't in active use,
Right.
then when you pick it back up, try to hit this buffer requirement.
Yeah.
And in that buffer, please leave it alone.
Yeah.
You can cut down trees that are damaged if it's needed. Please leave root systems intact. And all of this is language that we've just borrowed from the recommendations from the state. This is our shoreline, our river corridor regulations don't address the Connecticut River. It's not,
So the
it wasn't-
referral to the Connecticut River, it specifically says Connecticut River, that's just the area, is that, so this would be applicable to any,
this is just for the Connecticut River. And it's
Okay,
under,
it is,
here
that's what it-
it's
okay.
called shoreland. It's under Title 24 enabling legislation that allowed communities to regulate development within shorelands, primarily focused on lakes. However, it's been used in almost all of the Connecticut River towns as the justification for creating this riparian buffer.
Yeah.
So we've had a buffer since the adoption of regs.
Right.
It just, in our review of it, and we needed to review because we're going to peel out a few sections in it that are further on. Section 710.8, setback from streams, because all of that has been addressed by the riparian. If you look at, Josh, look at that binder in front of you.
oh, yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah.
When we, whatever that was last year, when we adopted the
A&R.
yeah, the new recommendations for stream setbacks, we addressed all of those issues, and this was sort of orphaned. It's not needed anymore, and its language is not consistent with our other sections for the setback from streams. So we knew this was going to be part of our housekeeping, and in doing so, we also thought that it's a complicated method for determining this buffer that floats in and out based on the slope of the bank, and like the Westminster model of 100 feet. And so in most places in town, it's not going to change much because it's wooded. And in those three places that we saw, the activity was agricultural activity. It was mowings or, cornfields.
Mostly
So-
down on Great Meadows.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't think it's going to have any impact.
And in theory, that, from what I'm hearing you say, that if you're looking at this as a flat surface, then the buffer remains, for all practical purposes, the same distance, whether it's sloped. I mean, you would assume at a 45-degree angle that if you're 50 feet out, you're actually, whatever. I mean, you're right, it should be a linear equation of some sort, but for
I think if
whatever
you do the
reason,
math, there's something
It does,
wrong.
it's not quite,
There's something
but,
wrong with
but that's what you're saying,
I think
is
it's a
that it just will be a distance from the center line unrelated to slope, regardless of slope, so, or not from center line, but from high water mark. So in that case, on a steep slope, you would have to have significantly more than that number anyway, so.
This Connecticut
Makes sense.
River shoreland, all lands within 500 feet of the normal mean high water mark of the Connecticut River.
That's what I was saying about
That's
500
enabling
feet.
legislation language they're defining it that way. So within that 500-foot zone,
Right.
we're saying we recommend our riparian buffer be 100 feet.
And so presumably that 500 feet applies to 500 feet of the tributaries. But the A&R regs would apply to that anyway, I think, so it's sort of irrelevant.
Yeah, this isn't related the intent of this is to only address the Connecticut River shoreline.
Okay, that's what confused me, was it said 500 feet, but it also made it very specific that it was the high water mark.
That's
River,
existing language that's always been in there.
That's fine.
But it's from the state enabling legislation that
Yeah.
allowed towns to do this.
Yeah.
And so within that zone, if you are proposing development, so if you can go to existing 710.5, and the new 710.5, it's essentially the same. There's been some language change, but within that 500-foot zone, all uses are conditional uses, and the DRB is charged with evaluating the impact to the river from development there. And if that development is proposing access to the river and you need to deal with the cutting in the riparian buffer, you need to have a good reason. Like, can't you do that activity, 101 feet away?
Right.
Yeah, so it's just, it was made it a little more explicit that we really want to try to protect the buffer. But that requirement that all uses are conditional uses within that 500-foot zone, that's something that we've had for a long time. So in spirit, we're not changing anything significantly, we're just making it a fixed number.
Yeah. Sounds good.
So that's that one.
Yeah.
And like I said, the reason we got into it is because we need to pull the stream references out because we've already addressed them with all that work we did with the state. Okay, now we have another one, which is years ago we had a section that addressed wetlands. It didn't make any requirements, but it did say that whenever we had a project, we would notify the state and kind of wait for the state's response before we considered our response. We aren't allowed to do that. It was many years ago, we went through and based on VLCT recommendations, got rid of any conditioning of local permits on state permits, with the exception of those that we've been empowered to do by the enabling legislation, which is water, wastewater permits. We're allowed to link them. We're allowed to say, you show us your water, wastewater permit. But we aren't allowed to say, show us your wetland permit. So it is a confusing requirement and introduces an element of trust that could be abused.
Right.
So many other communities have simply adopted the state wetlands regs, which are in force and all applicants are obligated to follow them. We just, as a local community, will say, okay, don't forget, go talk to your wetlands specialist, and and whatever they say, you got to do, even if we have approved a development plan that shows an encroachment into an area that we were unaware of, and the wetland specialist says, I'm sorry, you can't do that under state law. It gets really confusing. So we simply absorbed all the language of the state law, didn't take on the responsibility to administer it. We just are saying, you need to conform with the state laws, and you have to show it to us.
Right.
So if there's a condition where we would like to have the wetlands response in advance of the DRB consideration, we now can do it. So this is just the workaround that's been done because the state hasn't given us permission to condition our permits on environmental issues, primarily there. It's a separate process and one that's supposed to happen independently, hopefully concurrently and a little bit before ours so we can see it, but we don't have any power to enforce that. So that's the rationale here, and many other communities do this. They just roll them into their own regs. And we're not defining anything or taking any responsibility for that definition. It's all the state wetlands that already exist and are mapped, and they're the ones we're referencing. So it's just only those areas that the state has designated and only as designated by the state. So we're,
Sounds good.
yeah, it's not on us, but it does let the DRB ask applicants to do that process before they come to see us or as part of visiting us.
Sounds good.
Okay? Those were-
So, we need a motion on that?
I move that the select board approve amendments to existing zoning bylaw section 710 and Connecticut River Shoreline regulations and a new section 750 wetlands.
And I second that.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the amendments to the
I don't want to get caught up in the process, but this initially was a public hearing. So I think you want to open and close your public hearing.
Yes.
And then have your motion, and maybe it all just happened simultaneously just now.
Oh, okay.
You know, there wasn't anyone here to give you public comment.
Yes, so it's been moved and seconded. We'll hold on to that while we close the meeting. So unless there are any other further questions or comments, that will be closing of the public hearing. Okay. And then we will pick up the motion to approve the amendments to section 750 on wetlands and 710 Connecticut River Shoreline regulations as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Good. Thank you, folks.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you,
Thank
Pip,
the
for
entire
coming in.
DRB.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, as long as you have it active
Dave.
for
Yes.
Tuesday, 17th, because they use those. Those are online, by the way. Yeah, go ahead, you can borrow that.
Okay.
Tommy, how are you? Good.
So now we will call to order our regular select board meeting. Do we have any adjustments to the agenda?
I have two. I would like to add Halloween, Kimball
Yeah.
Hill. You can slide that underneath fire department.
Yep.
And then I also want to add financing for the highway equipment. And we can slide that under renovation to town garage,
Okay. Sounds good.
please.
All right. And then we have our minutes of August 28th to approve. I would accept that motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the minutes of the August 28th meeting as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And also to accept them, then I would also accept a motion to accept the minutes of the Liquor Commission meeting.
Oh, yeah, so moved.
And second.
Moved and seconded to accept the minutes of the Liquor Commission meeting. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Good, thank you. Okay. This needs David's signature. Okay. Public comment. You're not public, so you're not here to comment. So we don't have any public in the house today. So we will move on to our select board items. And our first item up for discussion is fire department grant update. Tom Goddard. I'm going to grab a glass of water. I'll be right back, but go ahead, Tom.
Okay, I assume everybody got the memo that I provided to Karen. So, fortunately, for all of our benefits, we received notification last week from Senator Sanders' office that we did in fact receive full funding for the AFG grant that we applied for just shy of a year ago. So what, again, just to remind everybody, that's what that's going to fund for us, and what it was proposed was all new breathing apparatus, all new cylinders to go along with those, new face pieces to go along with those, and then in addition to that, replace all of our hydraulic tools. So
And by hydraulic tools, you essentially are talking the cutting tools
That's right.
necessary for rescue.
Yep, that's right.
operations.
Yep, yep. So in total, our grant was in the amount of $194,000. The federal portion of that, which we were awarded, is $181,509.52. The remaining 12,500 was included in this year's budget under a specific line item of the fire departments. So since we've been awarded the grant, the first step that we need to take is to officially accept the grant. And Karen and I have worked together over the first part of this week to get ourselves all online to do that, so on and so forth. So the first part of this request tonight is to in fact accept that grant award. And then the second part is to expend those funds and the funds up to but not to exceed $12,500. Or I'm sorry, actually it is $12,290.48 as necessary moving forward until we close out the award, the grant. And again, that $12,290.48 is already in the budget, in our operating budget. But again, we would need approval to expend those funds.
So do we have specific language for accepting that grant? Yeah, I think just read it directly out there, yeah.
So I move that we give authorization to officially accept the FEMA Assistance to Firefighters Grant Award in the amount of $181,509.52, and that we give authorization to expend budgeted funds for the purpose of equipment as specified and allowed within the approved FEMA Assistance to Firefighters Grant not to exceed $12,290.48 at the necessary times in order to complete the approved equipment purchases.
And I second that.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. I just have one point of clarification. Do we need to authorize Tom to officially accept this? Or
Both of us are on there, but Tom and I are
okay, so
in
just
combination, but he'll be doing the work.
just to make it perfectly clear in the minutes, would you accept a friendly amendment to approve authorization of Tom and Karen to officially accept the FEMA assistance?
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you. So with that friendly amendment, it's been moved and seconded. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And I just want to say thank you to both of you, particularly to Tom.
Tom wrote the grant.
Yeah.
There's a lot of time and effort writing a grant, and congratulations.
Yeah, no, that's impressive. That's
Yeah.
Just as a point of information, I went back through today and looked up quickly, since 2002, the grant awards that we've received, the fire department specifically, including this grant, we're at $796,000.
okay.
So we've been very fortunate over a number of times, so.
Yeah, no, and as Tom and I talked about earlier today, sometimes these things feel, sometimes they're not as significant in monetary value as these, and sometimes they feel cumbersome to do all the paperwork, et cetera, but boy, it brings tremendous value to the town. And also, that money is sitting there and has been designated to be spent by the federal government. And if we don't look for and take those grants, somebody else does. So, it's one of those things where it's just a win-win for us to do this. And it is cumbersome, and there's a lot of paperwork, and there's a lot of hoops to jump through, but ultimately, you end up with, as you said, $700,000.
Right.
It's a chunk of money, and it saves tax. That's taxpayer money saved, but almost more importantly in yours, situation. It's modernization of equipment that we wouldn't otherwise necessarily be able to do if we didn't have that.
And certainly not all at once.
Exactly, yeah,
Yeah.
so,
So
no,
no, it's good.
it's great. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Good night.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Tom, did you have anything to add about Kimmel Hill?
Oh,
No,
Okay.
no, nothing more than what you and I talked about earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
see you, Tom.
He's off to another meeting.
Yeah, it's training night for that, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so next item on our agenda is, equity and inclusion resolution update.
How
So-
about, can we do Halloween on Kimmel Hill?
Oh, sorry, yeah, we inserted
Yeah.
that between, yes, okay.
It was-
So,
I wanted to add that in.
yeah, so I,
So last year,
yes,
we closed Kimmel Hill
right,
up to Putney Terrace.
yeah,
So, the PTO has asked again, and Ruby McAdoo has spoken to Tom. Tom agrees it's a good idea. It keeps the kids safe and kind of corralled in one area. So, they are asking to do the same thing again this year. Halloween's on a Thursday night. So from 5 to 8, they will close from Route 5 up to the top of the hill. There was a few complaints last year about having Sand Hill as a one-way.
yeah,
So Tom doesn't have an issue if it remains
two-way,
two-way.
okay,
And we can try it and see how that
Yeah.
works, if it
Yeah.
accommodates people.
yeah,
But Ruby would like to get the information out there, although she used social media last year and iPutney, and you can't capture everybody, but if we start early, maybe the word will get out there.
So we put something out on the front.
Yes, we
Yeah.
can do that, yeah.
put something, sorry.
On the front,
The board, the sandwich
Oh,
board,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, the other thing I would say about that Sand Hill issue is just, I was one of the people who lobbied to make it one way last year. And my concern is that if we're adding to traffic coming out of Sand Hill onto Route 5, is that a liability for us? So I guess I would defer to Tom on this, but I
Okay.
would recommend that, I'm not suggesting I think making it two-way is fine. My question would be, should we at a minimum have some cones out by the entrance just to slow the traffic,
Right.
or do something out there to mark that it's different than usual? And or should there be somebody, I know we post people all over, should there be somebody? I think we need a presence on the Route 5 end of Sand Hill if we're gonna be sending more cars. Otherwise, I think we're opening ourselves up to a
Maybe
I
a
agree with
smaller
that.
fire vehicle.
Yeah,
Or
something.
something just to slow people down.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
okay.
Or maybe a Wyndham County Sheriff if they're
Yeah.
available, or
That might be,
Yeah.
I mean, we're
You know,
contracted
That
with
would be
them,
the
that's
best
what they
thing,
do.
yeah, traffic.
Yeah.
Some
Just
sort.
something
It
to
was
slow
one
people
way
down,
that way, it was
yeah.
one way.
it was
west.
one way
Right.
so that we weren't dumping traffic onto Route 5.
Right.
Exactly, in
'Cause-
that hard corner.
Exactly.
It's so hard to swing that
Yeah.
without crossing the line.
So traffic control, Sheriff's Department. I'll speak to Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And perhaps even just some cones on the double yellow lines.
Yeah.
I don't know whether we need approval from the state to do that or something. But just so that anybody coming through there is saying, oh, something's going on.
Yeah, we may have to talk to V-Trans.
And I believe I know the person that had the accessibility issue, and I checked in with them, and it's no longer an issue.
Oh,
They're
good.
making different choices, so.
Can I speak to that? It was so fun last year, thank you.
It's a great event.
Yeah,
My kids were so happy.
yeah.
It really, and as a parent, it took all the worry out of
Yeah.
trick-or-treating.
Yeah,
It changed everything, yeah.
I just saw someone this morning almost get hit crossing Kimmel Hill. A Prius coming down the hill. Of course, it is an electric mode, makes no engine noise, still making tire noise, but the person parked their car, shut the door, started across the road. And it was like, the car swerved and missed them, and it was like, they weren't going fast, they were like
Yeah.
25. And it's like, so, tricky there. Good spot, so.
Yeah, definitely. No, it's crowded on Halloween night.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people.
Right.
Yeah,
Mini
I
Mardi
really
Gras.
think we're reducing liability by taking, not that the liability would be on us, but we're reducing the chances of something happening
Yeah.
by doing this.
Yeah, no, and you know, again, my point about Sand Hill is that liability-wise,
In
if
that
we're
case, it would
shifting
be
it
on
to
us.
where we're, exactly, to
Yep.
where we're increasing liability.
Right.
Yep,
The other thing I would say, and I don't know who's responsible for organizing this, but it was my impression last year that the people who were volunteers who were manning the Sand Hill end of things were not quite as well informed as they could have been. So I don't
Right,
know,
right.
you know, if that's part of it, just to make sure people sort of have a line that says, this is why you're doing this and so
Right.
on, so.
well, if the sheriff's department does it, that mitigates it.
Right.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I
Do we
think
need
people
a
just
motion
found it
for this?
confusing. I don't think so. I mean, we're all in agreement that
Okay.
this is doable.
No, I think you should, just to have it on record. And
Okay, go for it.
Okay, I move that we support the fire department in shutting down Kimball Hill to traffic from 5 PM to 8 PM for a Halloween night event.
On Thursday, the 31st.
On Thursday, the
presumably.
31st
Uh,
of 2019.
I second that.
Moved and seconded to approve the closure of Kimball Hill Road on Halloween evening from 5 to 8. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Hi.
Aye.
thank you.
You want me to jump into an update on this?
Sure.
Okay.
So equity and inclusion resolution update.
So you should all have a letter from Larry in your packet.
Did we have that email to us?
I don't
I
believe
just
so.
got it
Oh, you
today.
did? Okay. So-
I'll give you time to review that.
Today. He's a busy man.
I'll read it out loud real quick for
Go ahead.
folks. So, good afternoon, Karen. Thank you for forwarding a copy of the resolution regarding creation of a Putney Equity and Inclusion Committee. The resolution is relatively straightforward regarding its purpose as an official select board committee to identify potential inequities and advise the select board regarding inclusive practices within the Putney community. I agree that the select board has authority to create such a committee pursuant to 24 VSA 872. Conversely, the select board also has authority to dissolve the committee at any time. I would recommend that the duration of the committee be specified as 1 year to coincide with the terms of the committee members. I spoke with Carl Andier at VLCT and he was consulted by select board member Chapman regarding the proposed resolution. Carl is in agreement that the select board can choose to create an official committee of the select board subject to all laws and procedures governing the select board meetings. Alternatively, the select board could encourage creation of an ad hoc advisory committee comprised of volunteer members not appointed by the select board and not under the supervision of the select board. The ad hoc advisory committee would have more legal flexibility and could make presentations to the select board at appropriate times when added to the select board agenda. Select boards are faced with a number of legal responsibilities and duties in connection with their general supervision of the affairs of the town. If the select board officially creates this committee and interview and appoint members to the committee, then the select board will have taken on legal responsibility for the workings of that committee. A committee of the select board will be subject to the open meeting law, 1 VSA 310, and the Access to Public Records Act of 1 VSA 315. Neither of those laws is particularly burdensome, but the committee members should be made aware of the legal requirements. If the select board has any further questions or concerns of a specific nature, I would be happy to address them. Regards, Larry. And then I'll give you a second to digest that. And then in conversation with Carl, or in email with Carl, he suggested that we change a bit of language.
He's legal counsel at
He's legal counsel at
VLCT.
VLCT. This is all. He suggested that we change a bit of language on the resolution, which is really fairly benign. I went ahead and did so and then highlighted the changes here. So he suggested that we did not use language that said up to 9 members. He suggested that we put in 9 members, more for quorum issues and voting issues.
Yeah.
And then he also suggested that in number 5, we add the committee will decide upon its regular day and time, and that we add 5 more lines. So those are the changes that he suggested. I have thought about charges, and they actually fall right in line with what Larry is talking about in here. I think that the first charge that we give this committee should be training on how to be a committee. So the Secretary of State or VLCT could support that kind of work. I think a crash course in just how to operate as a committee would be appropriate. And then I think the second charge that I would ask for is that they set meeting norms that and then bring them to us and we agree to them, that's a good way to operate their meetings within committee, within the regulations of a committee. And then I think that following that, we should do a forum, and they should look into whether or not, over time, whether or not they do want to become an ad hoc committee.
Yeah,
So,
that would definitely be one of my recommendations to, I mean, I think that Larry's point, I haven't spoken specifically with Larry this, but Karen and I have spoken about it, and to Larry's point, you know, we don't want to burden ourselves with extra legal and or time responsibility, and not, you know, all due respect to the committee and the concept of this committee, we have to do the work that we have to do as the select board. And so creating this committee in a way that will be as advantageous to the town as possible, but not burden the select board with any additional work that isn't necessary would be great. So whether, I think that's a good charge question is, should this be an ad hoc committee or an appointed committee of the select board? And or to Mr. Fairman's point from last week, should it be a community, should it be a civic organization? And I would just pose that as a question in a charge, is what's the best way for this committee to serve the purpose that it's intended to serve?
okay.
So I'm, something along those lines for charges, I think makes sense.
Okay, so we've received many letters of interest already to serve on this committee. I want to say 5 at this point.
Yeah.
I've seen some, at least 3.
so.
I have 1, 2, 3.
I have this one from Anne. Jamie's
I have
came
like
in
4 letters.
I submitted one today.
Carouse. I sent one.
You did?
Just to be official.
What time?
Right, which
Not to me, I
I,
sent it to.
Oh, okay.
But still, I wanted to
yeah.
dot all the i's and cross all the t's. So this one is the one.
Okay.
So that brings us to 6.
Yeah, so
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Because it would include Laura and
Oh, Jonathan.
Jonathan's
Jonathan.
interested, yes.
Ann Beekman, Christopher Iron,
Irian,
Arian, yes, and he named 2 people as well.
Who?
That may,
Paula Vassar and who?
Seth, no.
Okay.
Um,
But he's just named that may be interested.
Right.
I mean, I think,
There's quite a few people, and whether or not they want to serve, I haven't approached them.
Yeah.
I would,
yeah, I think you as the select board point person on this should be thoughtful about, because unlike many of our committees, it appears that we're going to have more people who would like to be on the committee than we do committee slots. If that's the case, and I don't know whether we want to put a time period or you want to put a time period on it and then make a decision, but you're going to need to, if you get 15 people wanting to be on there, you're going to have to be thoughtful about how you want to make that decision. And essentially, I would see that as a recommendation from you to us as people to appoint for this committee. But
so may I ask a question?
Yeah.
So if you have 15 people that really want to be on the committee, wouldn't it be beneficial to do the ad hoc?
I think that we should look at applicable experience. I think we should stick with what we're doing and then go from there. And if we have 15 people that really want to serve, they can join in at meetings, see how it goes, and we can go from there.
Right, so you could potentially grow this committee
Yeah.
into a.
Well,
Potentially.
the other, yeah, I mean, you know, we've been clear about that all along, that just because it's X number of committee members, that doesn't, I mean, there could be 50 people at the meeting every single time,
Right.
if people want to be at the meeting every single time, and that's fine.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
That would be great, yeah. But I think that you know, that might be having an open sort of express your interest period, because I think if you start selecting people now, and then, you know, over the next 2 weeks, you get 20 more interested people, you're gonna start saying, oh boy, should I have?
Yeah,
So-
no, I
so I'm not
absolutely
sure how you
agree.
wanna
I think
do
we
that.
should put out public notice
Yeah.
to let folks know that this is happening and invite them in.
Now, you know, one, and this, I'm just sort of brainstorming out loud, but, you know, one possible way to approach it would be to have the forum, some sort of forum, before you appoint committee members. And I don't know whether that's putting the cart before the horse, but it sort of is, but at the same time, you might be able to gauge interest, and you might also draw in people that you otherwise wouldn't have thought of who, so sort of how one might do that, I don't know. You know, part of the forum could be, you know, discussion of possible interest in being a committee member and what's included, so on and so forth. So that would be one way to think about it. But anybody in the public have some input on any of this?
Yeah, a suggestion, my name is Angela Brookfield, and a suggestion would be to have a rubric, an equitable rubric to, you know, because sometimes when you're just looking at resumes or life experience without having a sense of, especially if you're looking at 9 people with a bunch of letters of interest, to say how many youth do we want on this committee, how many people of color, how many women, LGBTQ identified folks, so that the makeup of the committee is equitable from identity perspective too, which may not show up on a resume.
I'm not sure. I would wonder if there are legal implications to that.
That's
I
my
don't-
only question.
I don't know.
Yeah. I've worked with that kind of thing before. And yes, there are legal things. I'd be happy to consult on that and see if I can figure out something that works when you're, you know, to make sure that it's legal. Yeah.
The piece that you said, I'm Jamie Comtois in Putney, and the piece that you had talked about, the forum, you were talking about not putting additional work on the select board, and so I think because of my experience running forums, it would potentially could be the work of the committee to do the forum, and that would be hard to, maybe that would be put on Laura to do solo if it was done before the committee was appointed. So just putting that out there that due to time and that it would be nice to see the committee form, because these things, especially if there's training on how to be a committee and understanding Robert's rules or other kinds of core pieces of understanding town government, all of that will take a good chunk of change.
Yeah, I guess I would just, again, for Laura, and I, you know, if I were you and I were trying to do this, I would think about whether having a forum to inform who your committee would be more helpful than forming a committee and then having a forum. And I'm not convinced that one or the other is necessarily better. It's just a way I would think about it. And tapping into people like Jamie and Angela for their expertise in how to present a forum, and then from that forum, use that as an information gathering event in order to A, create charge, and B, think about the committee members. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, Jamie. I mean, it's sort of a tricky equation as to, but if you appoint a committee and then have a forum and find out a whole lot of stuff you didn't know before, then you may have appointed not quite the committee you were hoping for. I don't, you know, and I mean, these are, again, it's all sort of horse before the cart stuff, but just something to think about.
Okay, so I'm comfortable doing a forum first. I would like for us to sign this tonight, since we do have legal approval and we discussed this at the last meeting. But I'm comfortable doing a forum first, and doing it in a very soon, so that we can get this work underway.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure I can set a date for that tonight, but
Well, and maybe you talk with the people you
Yeah.
want to include in
Yes.
in that concept. I mean, I know, there's you could just start with the 6
The
people,
list.
and I
Yeah.
don't need to tell you how to do this,
Yeah,
obviously.
no.
But, you start with the 6 people who have expressed an interest and say, hey, can the 6 of us get together and talk about what a forum would look like and where we might have it? And then how does that form the future of the committee?
And
Possibly.
we can publicly warn that forum, because that would technically, I would be a representative of the select board.
It would be a public information forum probably, so I'm not sure we would legally be required to
Okay.
warn it, but
Right.
we certainly, you could advertise
Yeah.
it, certainly.
Okay. All right.
And I
Would
think,
you be there?
well, that would be the question, is whether we wanted that to be a select board function per
Right.
se, particularly to Jamie's point. I mean, in some ways, I would rather have it be an open forum that
Right.
isn't a select board
Right.
function. And,
Yeah.
if David, we could warn it, and then if David and/or I choose to
Then-
be there,
then
that's
you're
fine.
okay, yes.
But we'd warn that separately from,
Yeah.
not
Yes.
as a meeting, but as an event that we might be present at, kind of thing. Angela?
Clarifying question.
Yeah.
What is the forum? What's the idea of the forum?
So in my mind, the forum would be to inform the community of the decision to form this committee, to discuss what this committee means for the community, and to gauge interest in community members, or community members' interest in this. So,
And I think sort of inherent in point number 2 that you made, but to talk about what a committee would do in, in this situation.
So is it a chance for the public to give feedback and ideas and hopes and dreams and all that stuff? Is that part of it?
I think so.
Yeah, and I think that we need to be very cognizant of Larry's point about select board responsibility. And I mean that in no way to reflect any disagreement with the concept of having a committee, et cetera. I just know we're busy as it is. Karen's very busy as it is. To do this in a way that is absolutely meaningful and as little work for the select board as possible and for the town manager as possible would be great. I mean, I understand that there, by having a committee, there would be responsibilities that we would be accepting, but to keep those to, really depend on a committee to be responsible for those responsibilities as opposed to having it come back on the select board, I think would be.
I agree, I think it should look like every one of our other committees that
Yep,
reports back
basically
to
report,
us. And
yeah.
Makes
know,
recommendations, meets
Yeah.
once a month.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So,
So we already approved the resolution we had, so.
there were a couple of minor changes.
So this would be a motion to approve amendments to the resolution, including.
Striking the language of up to in section 1 for 9 members, adding the language of the committee will decide upon its regular day and time in section 5, and adding 5.
Sorry, say that again.
So, striking the language of up to in
Yes,
section
yeah,
1,
yeah.
adding the language of the committee will decide upon its regular day and time in section 5, and then adding 5 lines so that there actually can be 9 members that sign on. And I have a amended copy here that
Go ahead, sorry.
that we can sign today for.
I would say that this is separate from the resolution that we're doing right now. I think that we're resolving to have up to 9 committee members, but we are not resolving to
No, we're not.
name those people
Right,
and
no,
name their
right.
term at this time. So
Right.
I would not have the following individuals are appointed in
Okay.
this, because otherwise that we're basically revisiting
Right.
this whole resolution every
Okay,
time you want to appoint
so
somebody.
this is how
So I
I'm
would
going
just
to,
strike that.
I will make a motion to approve the changes in the resolution of the select board of the town of Putney to strike the language of up to add the language of the committee will decide upon its regular day and time, and to add lines for future committee members.
I would say this does not belong in this resolution. Because when we appoint committee members, I mean, our resolutions that we have for any committee
Right.
is a resolution that creates the committee. It doesn't name the people or the
Okay.
term or anything else. So I don't think you need any of this section here.
For our purposes. today.
Exactly.
Okay,
Because
so,
once we have created a committee, then we just have a list of appointees elsewhere. It doesn't have to be contained in this document.
The select board will appoint those members.
do we actually need to sign this today, or is
No.
the motion enough to
We're-
change it and we'll sign it when we appoint?
No, I don't think we should, I don't think that the names on here, the names are irrelevant to this resolution. So
I
this
understand what you're
resolution
saying.
should be one thing, and the list of appointees should be
Okay,
just a list of appointees. I mean,
So this
we have
should-
ongoing lists of appointees all the time.
okay.
And we,
So
and we
is
don't,
that, are you comfortable with that?
just going away.
Yes.
It shouldn't be there. It doesn't belong in this document.
Okay.
It's good to have it somewhere.
Yeah,
But we don't resolve that as part of this resolution.
okay.
They're two
I
separate
see what you're
things.
saying now.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm holding on to the motion that we change the language.
Yeah,
And that we sign this resolution today.
and that we
With
eliminate,
the elimination
with the
of-
elimination of the paragraph starting
Yes.
be it further resolved.
Yes.
Okay. Is that clear?
It's
For you to second?
clear enough. I second that.
So it's been moved and seconded to amend the resolution of the Select Board of the Town of Putney to create a committee for equity and inclusion with two corrections as presented by Laura and with the elimination of the list of the members of the committee on the resolution. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good, thank you.
There you go.
Any other comments, questions? Now that we're done?
Thank you.
I have a ton of questions, but I think they're going to be answered by the forum.
Yeah.
So, and I also have, I know I've sent this information out in the past, but to Karen, and I believe we've discussed it here, but if anybody's interested, this is Peter's work, Peter Elwell from Brattleboro. This is Hartford's work, this is Burlington's work. And Angela shared with me that Montpelier also has one, and this is their work, so.
So maybe we should create a file here of some sort
Right.
that starting from sort of day one would contain everything related.
Yeah, and that
This
was
committee.
another charge that I thought was important, that the work that's
More
been done around the
documentation.
state is
Yep.
reviewed.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
One
because-
question, what are other towns doing and how are they doing it? What issues are they
Yeah.
dealing with? How are they dealing with these
Yeah.
issues? How will that reflect on us?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
It
Perfect.
sounds like a lot
Thank
of
you.
that is answered there.
Absolutely.
That's, yeah.
Or there and or somewhere, I mean, you
Yeah.
know, a lot of this doesn't need to be reinvented, but it may need to be
Yeah.
thoroughly tailored to
Yeah.
our individual situation, which is sometimes the trickier part.
Yes.
I appreciate all of Laura Chapman's research on all these other towns. It's a huge asset to our community to have you doing that research, Laura, and I really appreciate it. And I'm really excited for the expertise that sits amongst us. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Before you guys leave, can sign. Okay, sounds good.
Okay, Simon's Operations Contract Renewal. So this is for both, two separate contracts for
Right.
water and sewer.
Yep, one's
And-
for labor, and then the other one's the wastewater. And it's a 3-year contract on both.
And it's a
in
3%.
July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2022. 2022, sorry. I'm like, you're gonna have to forgive me, because yeah. So 3% increase, that's been normal across,
It's been the
Every
norm,
year.
for us, it's been since
Yes.
day one. That was
Yep.
something we agreed to when we initially
yes,
contracted with them.
yeah.
And it stayed steady. And it's stayed. You know, the one thing that I questioned in there, and I think it's probably a value worth doing, is the vehicle provided.
I agree with you, Josh, and I think we should have a discussion about that.
Yeah,
Because that cost also goes up 3%.
right. So as it is now, I think in this contract, it said it was $424 a year,
Yes.
is that right? That's something we did roughly were you here when we did that? Roughly 2 years ago?
Yeah,
We decided-
2017, because I had just come on in October, and it had,
We had just done it.
the truck had been stolen that summer.
Right.
So what happened is that as a result of our truck having been stolen and totaled, which, we had bought a used vehicle for the purpose of doing this. When it was no longer available to us, Simon's essentially lent us a vehicle with a cost to it, which we then negotiated that cost down fairly significantly to roughly what it is now, altered
I think
for
it
it by
started at
3%.
400
I
maybe?
think it was 6 something.
Uh,
And it was negotiated down, and then it's come back up because of the 3%, but not to the total same amount. So,
So
but
they own the car, pay for the insurance,
They-
and we pay
Correct.
them $400 for Joey to use the truck.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that
Yes.
better for us than buying a truck?
That's the question. So, the value, the value of it is that we don't have to do maintenance.
Right.
Right.
That's good.
If Joe has problems with it, they're not our problems.
Right.
It's one of those, I think the question is, for me, there's a couple questions. One, whether the vehicle, I can't even remember what he's driving right now. It's a small pickup, right?
Yeah, Toyota,
Right. It was a Dodge pickup. that's
Exactly,
stolen.
last one, yeah.
Yeah.
For $424, we could probably practically lease a vehicle, brand new. I guess I would say, Karen, that would be up to you to research whether you think that's,
feasible.
well, whether it's a good is that a good use of our money
Yeah.
to pay $424 for that? Or do we buy a vehicle and I don't want to disparage anybody,
Right.
but the ability of whoever is in that role to maintain a vehicle plays a significant
Yeah,
role in
sure
how
does.
long a vehicle lasts.
Correct.
And not only that one loss, but how many times it gets serviced and maintenance and repairs and how much headache is that?
And
Right.
then
What does he
that
drive when
starts to
it's down?
cost, exactly.
Right.
So I think that warrants some research. I think that Simons would happily have us sign this contract and say, but we're still exploring
Right.
the vehicle issue, because we
Yeah.
went through it mid-year last time. I don't think they really care one way or the other.
No, I don't think
So it's
either,
just whether
but
it's a good value for us or
I
not.
think we should look at both scenarios.
Yeah,
But you're right, it depends, they're all over the place, there's big equipment in those trucks, and, it's
And the
how
fact
long.
that it's a fixed amount that you can count on and you're
Right.
not gonna have to deal with it.
Right.
It's actually worth something.
which is, with
It's
the-
worth a lot.
and that was when we first bought that, we bought that Dakota for roughly 12 grand, I think. But then, 2 years after that, it needed a whole brake job and it needed a whole bunch of stuff, and, so it's the question of the predictability of it versus saving a little bit of money.
Right,
If we were gonna save a lot of money,
right,
then it may well be worth it. If it's gonna save us $22 a year, it's probably not worth it.
In my experience, it's probably not gonna save us much of anything. It's probably gonna cost us and time.
It
And
could be.
That's the
over
discussion I
time.
have with so many customers, you know.
Yeah.
You can buy a brand new car and make payments and end up spending the same amount of money with a used car, only you're down and you don't have a car to drive.
Right.
And over the long term, everybody spends almost the same amount of money,
Yeah.
really, whether it's new or used. And the
Yeah.
fact that you don't have to deal with it, we don't have to deal with it, and it's fixed, it's
Right.
probably pretty valuable, but I still think we ought to look. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, exactly.
Yep.
No, I mean, just in the interest of being,
Is there anything different in the contract besides, with that, if it's basically the same contract?
It is the same.
Yeah.
Exactly. the
Yes,
same.
Yeah.
you know, I mean, the cost is up a little bit, but we already had that in the budget anyway,
Okay.
so that has.
and that cost increase has been constant.
Yes,
I mean, there aren't additional increases.
no.
Laura.
Are there other providers of this service?
Limited.
I'm just wondering when the last time it was.
It
put out to
hasn't
bid.
gone out to bid. We could consider doing that. I mean, we haven't done it for a long time. I mean,
Has
you know,
Simon's always been the contractor?
since we had a contractor, yes. We used to do it in-house, and then I would have to say it was probably 10 years ago, we contracted. We used to use Simon's as an outside contractor to come in and do stuff, but we had employees who, part of their job was wastewater. But it got to the point where having the training levels, et cetera.
Yeah,
And
certifications.
I can't even remember sort of how long that went on.
Is that
but-
Archie? Did Archie?
Archie did that
Archie did that?
initially, and then Joe and, I think Shannon was part of that
That's
at one
right,
point
that's
too.
right.
And maybe Robbie? No, Robbie was he was up in Rockingham doing it up there. But, you know, it got to the point where it made sense to contract it
Yeah.
out. So, but we could my personal opinion would be it probably would not be worth looking at reinventing our own department to do it.
Right.
But it might well be worth putting it out to bid. I think the question would be, how many people do it and what the cost is, but that's what we find out by putting it out to bid.
Is there any motivation besides finances? Do we have any problem with Simons? Do we have
No.
any issues at all?
Chris is really upfront and, you know, if there's anything going on, he'll come and meet with me. But I sat down with this contract with him, discussed things, because, you know, there's certain things like flushing the hydrants, you know, and in common it's more often, but once a year, Chris is like, it's sufficient for the size of our, you know, system. And he goes, and you don't want to be blowing a bunch of water out, you know, just to flush your hydrants, you know, twice a year. So, you know, we had that conversation. And, you know, maintenance is another thing. And, you know, so there's certain things that I touched base with him on, because I wasn't sure if they were getting done.
Right.
So,
Isn't there a concern around mapping?
oh, the as-bills, yeah, I asked him about that too. And on private lines, we don't have mapping. So I have to refer to the state.
That's part of it. Well, I mean, it's sort of unrelated, but it's related
Right.
to that issue that Pip was bringing.
Yeah.
You know, we're not responsible for enforcement of that, so the state is. If you do sewer and water, it's a state issue, so they, you know, to get permitted for that, you know, for example, right now they're having a problem at somebody who's piped in up above Kimball Hill, and we don't have a copy of a map. I
Right.
don't believe, showing
Really?
what
So
the
I
state
have-
should
yeah.
have it on
Like
file.
Putney
when they
Commons?
do.
So a designer actually put all the water and the sewer lines on his site plan. And I'm like, how come I don't have these plans, you know?
Right.
So it's private line, like up to the school too, that's all private. I have no as-bills for that. So I'm gonna work with Chris though, because I think it's important that we have them, whether they're private or public.
Yeah.
Um,
No, and that should be a requirement. I mean, for example, we did the one recently where Zeiters and Fane
Yes.
Myers
Yeah.
tapped in.
See, and
And
I don't have that.
we should have that. I mean, that should be a requirement
Right.
of anybody who's applying for a permit to attach to our system, is that our requirement is that we have the as-bills.
Right, because
So
Joe
that
has to
goes.
inspect it too, so it's.
Yeah.
it
Is the
should
school
be,
the limit that way?
Yes.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this way it's the winter.
All of the Putney gateways, i.e. the empty, where the community garden is,
Yeah.
has sewer and water to it allocated, but it's not.
It's not in.
It's attached.
The co-op's the last.
Co-op's the last one, and then we did an add-on.
Landmark is the last
last
one that way.
one going that way. And
Yeah, there's hookups in Dummerston.
that's true.
The
Sandry,
Sunoco,
yeah,
the Sunoco station and then
And
down
then
by the
down,
boat
yeah.
landing.
yeah,
Got it.
So, and they're on a different, fee basis too,
right,
so,
Higher?
yes.
yeah. But,
Fairly significant.
yeah.
I can't remember what the number.
So I'm working with Chris also to, so we have a assessment report of, all our pump stations and what we should be doing to upgrade and improve. So I'm working with him and trying to work out a budget. I'm like, listen, we're gonna be doing our budget. I need to know what we should, plan on. And, although there's money out there too for grants that we can obtain. But anything major, the users pay the fee, and any upgrades or repairs comes out of those budgets, whether it's water or sewer. So he is really good about, like, if I call him, he'll respond.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big values of staying with Simons is that they're very familiar with the system.
Right.
They've been involved for a long, long time.
Yeah.
I wonder if doing a comparison, just to make sure that we're in line with other communities that have similar,
Maintenance,
Yeah.
yeah, no,
not
I
to
mean,
put more work on you, but
No, but,
I'm just curious.
yeah, we'd have to look at,
reasonable comparables would be
yeah,
sort of
how
hard to
many,
come by.
same
but-
amount of users, size.
Talk to the town, see what their experience with the people
Yeah.
providing the services to.
And Simons does, they do a lot of work up this way. I mean, they're,
They're all over the state.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
They're also all over, I mean, I believe they have Landmark's contract, I'm pretty sure. Well, let's see, I guess
don't know
maybe,
about that.
maybe Landmark doesn't have a
No.
separate contract.
she's shaking her
But-
head.
No,
Now, they're-
They don't have something, so I guess they just do in-house up to where they attach to us, and then Simons does it. Putney School is all done by Simons,
Right,
so.
which is on a private line, which is, even better. And they take care of our pool too, Laura.
Oh.
So they deal with that, which is in the contract too.
Mhm.
So I was just trying to get a number for the month here. It was 424.
But I would think,
I mean, we could.
I would say, especially considering we're 2+ months into it now, I would suggest we sign this contract, and then in a timely fashion for the next cycle, this is a 3-year commitment.
Right,
A year and a half from now,
we
we'll look at putting
research,
it out to
yes.
bid and see who's available and
Yeah.
what's going on.
That makes sense.
So right now, we're paying out $10,016 a month.
For both sewer and water.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's 120,192.
She doesn't agree.
What? How much?
I took 7,931 plus 424 plus $1,661.
That's a month.
That's what I said.
Oh,
$10,000.
10,000.
yes, yes.
10,012.
She said 1,000. That's a good deal.
That's what I
Let's do
thought.
the
That's why I
Times
was like,
12 is $120,192
I'm like,
for the
wait.
year. That's not right for the
We
year.
we gotta quicken up this meeting, I think we're
It's
gonna lose
okay.
her.
Yeah, you might look at it. Oh my goodness. It's okay, I do the same thing, Alyssa, so.
We need a motion to
Yes.
Yeah.
approve. I move that we approve the labor-only agreement for professional services with Simon Operation Services effective July 1st. And this is a 3-year contract, correct?
And we have.
Yes. And the wastewater treatment facilities and operation and maintenance contract, effective also July 1st for 3 years.
And I second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve both the labor-only agreement and the Town of Putney wastewater treatment facilities operation and maintenance. The one thing I would add is in the amount of 100.
It was 120,000 was total.
$100,000.
$120,192 for the year.
Like she said.
In the amount of $120,000, $120,192 per year. Okay.
Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good, thank you. Hunting on town land. So this is a request that was in our
Yes.
packet from a budding neighbor who has hunted on a piece of land that was donated to the town by Nathaniel Hendricks
Yes.
a handful of years ago. And he has hunted on that land in the past apparently and would like to continue to do so.
When did we get the
I know, you can't see
About
it
3
right
years
here.
ago.
Got it.
There's one,
Maybe
and
4.
right there's the other one.
Does that make us liable in some way if anything happens?
So
Yes and
here's
no. Particularly probably if we grant
Here.
permission.
Right, I'm wondering, can we?
So this is 50 acres,
Right.
50-acre parcel. On your maps, I don't know if you guys can see them, they're right here to the left.
Sure.
Those little trees, and there's like call outs for them. So that's where the 2 tree stands are gonna go.
Yeah.
You got it, Josh?
Okay. Well, David's question, and the same question I had is, if we grant somebody permission to hunt on that property, are we accepting any sort of liability if something happens? I can't remember this having ever come up for us before, a request to hunt. A lot of the town, school-owned property is all school forest, and none of that. I
It's
don't know.
posted now, it never was,
Which?
the town forest.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, this 50 acres is not posted,
Right.
so,
But
I'm not sure about being a liability.
that would certainly be a question for the insurance company.
I did try to look into that. We don't
Yeah.
have a policy about hunting on town land, town-owned land.
Isn't it that if it's not posted and not listed, you
You
can
can,
hunt on it?
yeah.
Yes.
The
I believe
deer,
it's-
the
yeah,
property
he's
of the
right.
state, if you got
Yeah.
a license, you can hunt there.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
That is the law,
I've
and I
hunted
do
on that
appreciate
land.
and respect that he's asking, but
Yeah, I think that.
Why would we give him permission if it's something he
I
can't
was
do?
just gonna say, if we
Yeah.
don't do any, if we
Yeah, I
don't make
understand,
any movement on this, if we choose to just set it aside, it's his right to hunt there, and
he's also
What
put
does
2
that
tree
say?
stands up.
I would tend to agree. I would definitely defer to the insurance company and/or, I don't know whether, I would check with VLCT. I wouldn't run it by Larry because you don't need to, but VLCT and insurance company.
I
Well,
think I'd be
VLCT.
really uncomfortable giving him permission, but I wouldn't, but not arguing it, I would be comfortable with. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
No, and I sort of agree, although by not arguing it, we are for, especially since we're discussing it in a public
Right,
meeting.
right.
Right,
Yeah.
We're allowing it,
I think
but
approving it
your
goes a
point
little-
your point that it is allowed
Right,
means
that we're not granting anybody anything.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I would check
All right.
how we feel about hunting on town lands because, well, the further question then is, for example, with the Wilson wetlands. I mean, if we get the same request for Wilson wetlands, how do we feel about that? you know, it's much more in the village setting. You know, one of the nice things about
There-
this.
It's really
for-
close to the school. Is it in the school perimeter, the Wilson
No.
Wetlands?
Oh,
In the school forest?
Well, the Wilson
Oh, south of
Wetlands,
it.
Oh.
when you're so close to a school, there's,
I'm not
Right.
sure what
There's
that,
some
what that
protection around
distance is. I don't
Yeah.
know.
yeah.
I mean, I would feel differently about Wilson Wetlands, but I'm just posing it as a, you know,
Yeah.
if we're thinking, I think we need to know from, I think we need to know from, we need to have a legal opinion from VLCT as well as a liability question from
before. and-
passive.
Yeah,
And then, you know, I mean, if VLCT says, yeah, towns all over the place do it,
right.
fine. If they say, you really want to stay from it, stay away from it, then we probably want to stay away from it.
Okay.
And we
So
probably
my
also want to
experience as a
discuss
hunter-
posting it.
I only ever
Don't
asked
ask.
for permission on the properties that were actually posted and posted legally, and then got written permission and then hunted there.
Right,
So, maybe if we don't want to do this, we ought to post it. And if we post it, then you have to ask permission, or not do anything like what
Right,
Ron was saying, and
right.
let the law that's in place take care of it.
And if we're gonna post it, we better like tap one of our committees, because that's a lot of work.
Yeah, it is.
It is a lot of work.
And it's an
It's
annual
and it's
job.
expensive.
Yeah, 'cause you
Yeah.
have
It's
to build a
expensive to
certain plan.
maintain, yeah.
I know that the school used volunteers to
Right.
do the forest.
Yeah.
That committee used volunteers, and made a big day of it.
Well, the other thing, and you know, we had lengthy discussions about this several years ago, particularly at the time we inherited this piece of land. But we, as a select board, should also, I mean, you know, this piece of land was given to us, like I said, roughly 4 years ago, probably. And essentially it was on very short notice, and there were, you know, there appeared to have been a financial motivation to do it, which we weren't 100% clear on, but basically, Mr. Hendricks's lawyer came to us in, I don't know, November-ish and said he wants to give this piece of land to the town, but he needs to do it before January 1st. And so we had about 6 weeks to decide yes or no. And we decided yes, partly because there were absolutely no conditions on it. So, but that's a further select board discussion. And in fact, Karen recently asked me, we also own a piece of land,
it's on that map as
a
well.
large amount of which is in Brookline, off of, on the bigger map. Oh,
That's Bear.
Bear Hill.
Yeah.
No, but then there's the one in
Yes,
Brookline as well.
48 acres.
Right.
Yes.
Just
So-
above Danny Road and over the top.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes, yeah.
And that's a chunk, and we pay taxes
I know
to
it.
Brookline on that,
Yeah.
and we, you know, we get payment back in lieu of taxes for work that we do on the roads and so on and so forth, so, you know, but we're paying, the big question is, why do we have these lands?
Yeah,
And should we be hanging on to them? And I don't have a clear opinion about that right now. You know, I think that having some land is a good idea, but if we're not, if it's, you know, one of the reasons for accepting this was its proximity to the other town and school forest land and trails, etc. There's a beautiful viewpoint from the top of it, which is no longer apparently very visible, but historically has been, exactly.
I used to walk that.
May I add too that I spoke to Chris Hayes, Simon's Operations,
Yeah,
and if we ever need to look for a new location
for
for
a
a
water
well,
tower.
that piece right there would
Comes up.
be acceptable because Landmark is below and our other well is
Interesting.
there, so everything will go downhill.
You know, the other thing, we talked about it and whether there's, you know, we obviously can't make money off these things, but it also came up in the context of recently having had to go through a long process of approval of a cell tower up off of Shag Park Road. And this would seemingly
Right.
be a great place for a cell tower. You know, I mean, there are compelling reasons to hang on to
Right.
pieces of land, but it shouldn't be forgotten that that these are town-held pieces of property, which means A, they don't bring in any tax income,
Right.
and B, they are a liability potentially for us. To my knowledge, that's never been a problem. But it's just something that any given select board could consider why.
Plus this road frontage on Route 5, which is really nice.
Yeah.
That's if you
What is,
wanna
is
use
it
for
about
something.
25 acres?
50,
It's 50?
52, I
Wow.
would say.
Yes.
I think it'd make a great ball field.
Scale on this is funny.
Yeah, true.
So a lot of it is, oh,
I know.
again, I've
I
been
bet
up in
it's all
there.
scrub pine pasture.
This one
and
right
it's
here is
just like a
20.
ledge. Yeah, exactly.
So this also could be something that down the road we could think of working with a land trust to maybe create more affordable housing or.
We talked
Not
about
on
that,
our part,
actually,
but-
well, and one of the things that came up in our, I suggested that perhaps because Red House is right here and they have access through here, I wondered whether a portion of it couldn't be donated to Habitat, for example. It's probably not practical for affordable housing because of its distance from village, it's by no definition village infill. So, it doesn't have any town, doesn't have water, doesn't have sewer,
Right.
doesn't have any of those things. So probably not a logical choice for that. Maybe at some point in the future, you're right, but something like Habitat, maybe. Other things that we talked about were maybe, firewood lots for townspeople to use, lumber lots for people to, there are any number of different things that a town could use parcels of property, but for us, for right now, all they're doing is sitting. And, it's not a huge amount of tax income, so it's not a big deal. It's not developed, it's not.
And we don't know if it can be developed, so.
There was
Since
a
it's
house on
town
that piece
owned,
of
do
land.
we,
A cabin.
It was a cabin running
Yeah.
right down when I was a little kid, I was
All
in
the
third grade.
do we, have we ever allowed people to remove wood from this land?
No.
We've only had
We
it for
haven't had
5
it for,
years.
we haven't
Yeah.
had it for that long.
I'm curious, when we lived in Montana, in the state parks, you could take anything
lots,
that
yeah,
was
falling,
dying,
yeah.
falling, yeah.
Yeah, no, and
And
they
it was
do
a great
assignments of
advantage,
things
so.
like that. Again, the potential problem with that is what are the liability, if somebody goes up there and does that
There's
tree
no
on
such thing as
themselves.
liability in Montana.
Yeah, exactly, you're on your own.
You think it's dangerous having a guy who's really careful hunting with a bow and a tree stand, give people chainsaws?
Chainsaws.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't, that's, liability doesn't exist in that land.
Well, I hope we don't decide to post it. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, no, I
I
would
would
agree.
prefer not, but
Decide not to.
yeah,
Not
I
to
think it
what?
would depend on
Oh, yeah,
what legal
I
comes
think it'd be
back to us
crazy.
with.
Posting things for.
Right.
No,
I mean, if it's a huge liability
Already
for the
so much
town.
posted, we can't hunt it anywhere.
No, I mean, we had council
I
when we
can't tell you
accepted
that
it,
land
I mean.
No, I meant as far as the hunting goes.
Right, no, I know, no, yeah, I mean, just sort of overall liability, it's sort of, the town owns it, so it's covered by our liability,
Yeah.
but hunting may be an exception to,
So I'll get a legal opinion
that'd be good.
and
Thank
check
you.
with the insurance.
Does that sound reasonable to
Okay.
everybody?
And I think it's really wonderful that he came to us and asked
Yes.
us.
That's
Yeah.
really good. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
probably the biggest sign is probably it's in the
Wonderful.
Oh, good hunter, yeah.
Probably pretty conscientious.
September 25th. So I'll bring more information.
Which there shouldn't be, he shouldn't, if he's looking at deer season, then that's fine.
Right.
It's just one of those.
Well, I
October
think
1st, right?
archery starts sooner, right?
October
The
1st.
seventh over, yeah.
So,
I think.
October 7th?
I think so.
Archery?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, next on the list, renovation to town garage. There was a bid submitted by Ames Carpentry.
back in April.
Yeah.
So I've been holding on for it.
Was there more than one bid? Did you put it out?
No, we did not put this out to bid.
Okay.
So it's totally up to you. If we want two more,
Did you look at this, John? Did you look
Yeah,
at the garage?
this is-
Did you look
I
at
have
it?
not looked.
I have not.
Nobody
looked at
asked
it.
me.
Did you
No.
go over there?
Does, I haven't seen it. Does
Okay.
this look reasonable to you, Josh?
I
would
have-
not.
I don't, other than knowing that Brian is a very upstanding guy and does good work, Brian Ames. No, I haven't looked at it. Brian Harlow did not ask me about it, not that he should have. It's just up to us whether, and he's also, this isn't, that last sentence, this is an estimate and all work will be done on a time plus material basis.
Right.
Which is more and more people, and that's what I'm doing these days, because things are so flexible. You know, you can tell somebody something and you wait 2 months and the price of everything's gone up 20%.
Yeah.
You know, so I do the same thing, I don't do anything on a hard.
And this was from April, so.
So, I wouldn't guess that would have changed much since then, but it's just, you know.
But it might
But it
change.
could have.
It might have changed significantly over that, depending on what he has to deal with, is what you're saying.
But, well, right, I mean, if they get into this and discover that there's, you know, no concrete under the floor that looks like a concrete floor, then
Right.
suddenly this becomes potentially 30 grand or something else. You know?
Yes.
So, you know, I mean, typically on something this size, we would probably want more than one bid. Again, I you know, I'm not worried about Brian, but it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to get at least.
I've never been
See
into
what
the
they-
town garage, what are they dealing with?
It's pretty
Well,
open.
mostly trucks and wood shops.
1940s block building
Yes.
with a flat
Yeah,
roof.
it's,
Built by a bunch of guys that had about $5,000 to work with.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, it's a small garage,
Yeah.
it's got a small office. in
It's a
there.
little, yeah, it's a little office. I mean,
Yeah.
there's really, you should go check it out, but it's
Yeah,
there's not much to see
There's a
there.
filing cabinet and a desk and.
And there used to be a wood stove, but we're not allowed to do that.
Yeah,
Actually,
I remember that.
My client,
Yeah.
my current client said to me, I don't understand, I had all this firewood that the town, I thought the town was gonna take and they dumped it over the edge here. And I was like, well, they can't burn in the town.
Right.
My labor
Why
card.
can't
Yeah.
you do it?
Liability, insurance.
You're kidding.
No,
Yeah,
they have a propane
so
unit
we have
down there.
propane in there now, which costs more than the wood.
Well,
Of course.
The words keep coming on in the truck.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a liability, basically, you gotta get rid of the
Fire
wood
line.
stove.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
In the, you know, the particular problem was that it was in the truck base, you know.
Right.
So what if we have a boiler?
We
outside?
talked about that, but the cost of doing that.
So the setup is
it could
what,
be
20,
Yeah, it
25?
would be bigger, yeah.
Yeah, and you need
Pay
more
for
wood.
itself pretty quickly,
So
I would think.
Westminster has a wood boiler,
Yeah.
and they're feeding it all the time, they're always having to get wood. Like,
Right.
that's taken a lot of time away from
To keep
other
up with
jobs,
it.
yeah.
I think the beauty of the stove was that, you know, you go in, it's cold, you light the stove,
Right.
it's warm.
Instead of
Right.
keeping it going all the time.
Exactly.
Right, exactly.
And especially in a building, you know, as you know all too well, in a building of that nature with big
Right.
doors, et cetera,
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, my shop burns 3 times the oil my house does, and
Yeah.
it's a quarter of the size.
Right.
yeah,
You open the door and
And
the
woof,
heat's gone.
It's gone,
Yeah.
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 So, you know,
I can get 2 more bids and have
I think it wouldn't be a
Ames,
bad idea.
um,
Just double check there.
refresh
Yeah.
this to see if it's changed.
Yeah.
Right.
All right,
You know, the other question, and I don't know what the answer for this or for Brian or for anybody else, Brian Ames, is what the time frame is, and does it have a time
Schedule.
frame that we need to adhere to?
yeah.
I mean, if Brian Harlow feels like this better be done before the ground freezes, then.
He hasn't been pushing me
I
on
don't,
this.
yeah, I didn't get,
You know,
He
he brought it to
has
me
or
in
has
April.
not? I
He
didn't-
hasn't.
Has it, I'm sorry.
When he brought it in April, he was pushing me, and I'm like, there were things going on, and we're coming to the end of the year, we didn't know where we stood. I says, I think you probably should wait and just.
yeah, I
And
mean.
he was
the-
okay with that.
So the bathroom works.
That's
It's
the,
not-
that's the bathroom works
Yeah.
and or again, as far as that question of freezing, you know, does this need to be dealt with?
Right.
Right.
Just a question for
Before,
Brian.
yeah, see, and he has a heat pump in that office area too. Remember, we put that in,
He does?
yeah.
Oh.
And is this, I know they have a bit of a surplus in their budget.
They do.
Is
and it's
this covered in that, or would this go into next year's budget?
No, we would probably put this in next year's
Okay,
budget as a direct capital expense,
okay.
so.
Yeah. Do a little more homework.
Yeah.
All right, so financing for highway equipment.
In your packets, you have 3 quotes for the new highway truck that Brian has on order. So we have People's United Bank
This is for financing of that.
financing,
Yes.
yes, 5-year loan. Here you go. Yep. So People's United Bank,
Don't you wish you could do that? 2.55 fixed for 5 years?
I'm actually trying to borrow some money, and it's a lot more
You
than that.
won't get that.
so People's United is at 2.55% fixed. And on the high side is Muskoma Bank at 3.3%. And Community Bank
2.85.
is 2.85. So People's Bank being the lowest interest for 5 years. Total interest paid at the end of the loan, $13,043.25. We would be borrowing $170,500. We were approved to borrow $175,000.
So,
And the first payment would not
so the
happen.
payback would be 183,500.
Correct.
And we don't have anything in our capital plan to, we have, well, we just be repaying the loan. Like that.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct. The first payment wouldn't be due until September 20th, 2020, which would be in the next budget.
Oh, interest, I see, those are all. Yeah. Seems to me it makes sense to go with People's.
So People's seems to be the lowest since I've been here for financing. You know, these are big banks, and Laura, I did take into consideration your comment about local banks. So I think with our next big purchase, I would look
At River Valley as well.
River Valley,
Yeah, Brattleboro Savings.
Bradford Savings and Loan.
Yeah,
And do credit unions do any of this?
municipality. Well, the River Valley.
The SEC,
Oh, I don't
Vermont
know.
State Employees Credit Union?
That's a good question, I don't know.
I'm not really sure, and I'm gonna ask that question, because I think it's important, and maybe talk to other treasurers and see where they borrow from, or if they borrow. Some towns have a reserve fund, you know, for equipment,
Right.
and we're gonna talk about surplus monies in a
Yeah.
minute. But,
Yeah, I mean, my, strictly anecdotal, my guess is that on a, you know, just based on the fixed rate for 5 years, this is likely to be as competitive as anybody could be. But if we, you know, then it would be up to whoever's making the decision to decide whether, for example, if River Valley came in at 2.75, is it worth paying that extra amount in order to be with a local bank? And that would just be, that would be a decision at the time. I mean, you know, and People's is tricky because they're right here, so it's about as convenient
Yeah.
as it gets, but
yeah.
you're not dealing with them. I mean, this is not somebody in that office anyway.
No, they're up in
But
Burlington.
support services are
Yes.
here, so.
Yeah, but for commercial purposes. you know.
Right, you're not talking about.
Yeah, right.
Right.
So my recommendation is People's United Bank for 5-year financing on the new truck for the highway department.
So moved.
So moved.
And seconded.
Been moved and seconded to approve using People's United Bank for the borrowing of $170,500 for the new highway truck. Total amount to be repaid, $183,543.25 over 5 years. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
All right, is that it for us? Yeah. Oh, financial update?
So in your packet, there's a balance sheet for the general fund and a balance sheet for the highway fund for fiscal year 2019, which is the one we just closed in June. June 30th, 2019. So what I wanted to point out on the second page, so the fund balance at the end of the year, we were at, so we were in a negative for quite a while. We collected some delinquent taxes. We had the tax sale, which brought us out of the negative to $44,408.73 to the good.
Well, that's good.
That is good, because we had a conversation at one point, I thought we were like negative 25,000.
Yeah.
Ended up being
And
negative
that's not so
18.
good.
No, well, the year
It's
before.
what it is.
The year
It
before, it
happens.
was a negative 20,000, but we didn't do a tax sale. And we would have come out of that.
Okay.
So we did really well collecting money. As far as the highway department, they usually carry a surplus at the end of the year. They ended up with $65,925.63. So just below that, you see the total fund balance. So they're carrying that much money right now.
Total highway department fund balance. No. Wait, this is liquid general,
This is, yeah, you've got two.
general fund.
Do you have a highway fund?
You should have a highlight fund.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Boy, the numbers are almost.
They're really close.
Yes.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
like, well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What's that? Huh.
And the same for the general fund too. I mean, we're carrying a surplus there.
Right.
So, at some point too, you may want to think about creating reserves,
I would love to start building reserves.
whether it be an equipment fund or, bridge fund or whatever.
Yeah, and we have some.
Some,
Yeah,
We have sewer, we have water, but neither of them are huge.
right,
And we have roof and sidewalk,
correct.
neither of which are huge either. But yeah, no, we certainly, I mean,
I'm gonna throw something mind-boggling out there to, because that's what I do, right? I think that we should start seriously thinking about creating a reserve for the effects of climate change in our community. We're seeing, I know that there's a count going on with the ash trees right now, and the possibility of ash trees falling down is a big deal and likely going to happen. I mean, I'm not a future seer, but science shows us that it's
yeah,
coming.
no, and the ash trees, I mean, yeah, sorry. go
no.
ahead.
So, and I realize that, the state steps in when things like this happen, when catastrophes happen, and they help, but I think it would be really prudent for us to have some savings to deal with changes as they're coming. So just a thought, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, so like town hall renovations.
That too. Stuff like that, yes.
The other thing too, sometimes.
Energy efficiency, we've done,
Right.
Yeah.
Pretty regularly over the years.
But it could be, it's up to the select board, but you can also, some towns will give back to taxpayers, I don't know how that works exactly.
Yeah, I think that climate change, I mean, I wouldn't disagree with you that that's a smart thing to be thinking about. I think that we would want to be cautious about earmarking money and not having flexibility to use it on things that
yeah,
we, for example, one could argue that the emerald ash borer was going to come regardless
Yeah.
of what the climate is doing. So, can you take money, if it's a climate change account, can you take money for that purpose?
Yeah.
Right.
How about a catastrophe?
Something like
Yeah.
that might not, I mean, however you label it, just a rainy day account,
Yeah.
or whatever it would be.
Yeah,
I don't know.
undesignated funds.
Exactly, that's the main
That's
thing, is
where
it
you
doesn't
would
want to be
put,
designated.
yeah, you put, like $10,000 in there, and then you can decide, because you know it's there.
And you do
Yes.
that every year
Right.
and, forget about
Yeah.
it for a while. But, the other thing that we've talked about many times over the years and have never done is a capital is a, you know, an equipment fund. I mean,
Right.
we always borrow for equipment.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, when it's 2.55%, it's hard
It's
to argue
working.
with doing that.
It's
you know.
working, you know.
But, you know,
But
but
it's
15 years ago, it wasn't
Right.
2.55.
The thing too with equipment, so Brian, you know, it's like 171,000 for this truck, but you know, you might have a number in your head, and then when you go to outfit the whole thing, it ends
It's
up
different.
being 190,000,
Right.
and then you're like, so where am I getting that extra money from, you
Right.
know? So you have to be cautious about playing that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think having reserve funds is great, and whether we sort of have, designating them is the question.
Critical,
You
yeah,
just be
yeah.
careful to not tie your own hands.
Right.
But conceptually, no, I think it's a great idea, I think we should do it.
It's a great idea too. You come from a world where if you don't have the cash, you can't afford it. You know,
Right.
we all end up
Yeah.
spending.
Right.
And I think we're really careful here, but still, it's really nice
Yeah,
No,
So-
and again, the interest rates are so favorable right now.
right now.
right.
So, I mean, I would suggest that we leave it up to the finance director to do some thinking about what her recommendations would be for that. And if you wanted any outside input into that, I would encourage you to get it if you,
Okay.
you know, whoever that might be. But otherwise, you know, if you want to think about, you know, I think having a running surplus is not a bad thing, you
It's
know.
not.
So, but it does, but these are pretty sizable surpluses at this point.
We're
So
building.
exactly.
Yes.
So, you know, we've had a running surplus semi. I mean, this is as good a number as I've seen in quite a while. But we typically have a surplus just about every year.
Right.
Usually more in sort of the 20 to 25,000 range, I would say. You know, just because we're getting up to where we are,
Yeah.
thinking about putting some of that in a reserve fund of some sort, I think is a good idea, so.
You know, the other thing too is, so until the audit's official.
Right. Don't do anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Time to
I'm just
gather
letting you
information.
know, as of today, this is where we're at.
Well,
But,
and-
you know, and it may change a little bit, but it may not.
And the other thing is, when it goes over as a running surplus, it just sits there.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't, we're not required to
Right.
do anything with it within X time period.
Right.
It just remains as surplus through the year, and as we've seen, it builds year to year. So, you know, I mean, I think being thoughtful about it and making some decisions about what we might want to do with it. The other question, and I don't know whether we are able to do this, could it be in an interest-bearing
Yeah.
Right.
situation of
Yeah.
some sort?
And I also recall too, I think you can only carry,
A certain amount, a certain percentage, I think,
yes,
isn't it?
year to year.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be thinking about that
Yeah.
too. So I'll get some more answers and more definitive direction on.
And we could set up more than one reserve, like we have
Absolutely.
a sidewalk
Yeah, yeah.
reserve
Yeah,
right now.
definitely.
We,
Yeah.
so we could
Yeah.
do a small reserve for
Yep.
something that is maybe not as tangible.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
A larger reserve for something like trucks.
Yeah.
Right, right.
No, and you know, it's always a debate, you know, every time, not every time, but almost every time we have a discussion about borrowing money for trucks at town meeting, somebody says, you know, why are we borrowing money? And when you can say, well, it's because it's 2.5%, that's sort of hard to argue with. But, you know, I'm sure there have been times in the past when it's been 10, maybe even teens
Right.
percentages, and in that case, that's crazy.
And we could be back.
And we could be back there, absolutely. So, you know, at least being able to make a substantial down payment on something. I don't think we want to look at trying to be able to float a big enough fund to purchase a $170,000 truck outright, but being able to, you know, pay down 40,000 of it or something up front, and that puts us in a better position.
I think it also
that's worth it.
shows goodwill to our community.
Absolutely,
That
yeah.
we're thinking
Yeah, definitely.
in a fiscally conservative way.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
sidewalk update. So we had the final walkthrough on Monday. The state, V-Trans was there, the contractor, myself, and the resident,
nice.
and, yeah, resident engineer. So we put together a punch list. As you notice, the split rail fence is not in yet. So we're hoping later this week, most likely next week. So Steve still has some things that need to be buttoned up before, but he's substantially complete at this point.
Are the lights working?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Yeah,
It
I
looks
haven't been by it.
so good.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
great.
It really does.
Yeah. I've had comments, if you're driving, they're
The
bright.
lights are bright, yeah. and
Coming
that's-
down the hill, they're really bright.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
They're really bright.
Yeah.
In a distracting way,
Yeah,
or?
well, you can,
It's
I've
new.
been looking at it dark for 59
Yeah.
years, you know,
Right.
so you gotta get used to it, but
Yeah.
it is bright, there's no question.
Um,
And Mike, I don't know if there's any way to adjust the amperage of the light or not.
We're looking into that,
Yeah.
yeah.
It
Also,
also,
is that,
But we gotta be careful, because if we lighten it, it's gonna be too late, and,
Yeah. I get it.
Somebody
I mean-
walked on that at night, and they said it was really nice. They could see where they were going, they had
Go
no
walk on it at night,
problems.
just to check it out. It looks great.
I did
Yes.
walk on it the other night, it was really, it was nice.
Yeah,
You did a good job, I liked it.
yeah.
It's
Nice.
such a relief as somebody that drives that road regularly and has watched young people walking in a really precarious
Yeah.
way
Mhm.
along it. Now I don't
Yeah.
have to worry about them or the drivers.
and it just, in my opinion, it just looks so
I
much
agree.
better. I mean, that whole row of houses, curbing and curb
Right.
stops, and it's like, well, it looks like part of the village, which
Yeah.
it
Which enhances that, it brings them
totally,
into the
I
village.
think so.
Yeah.
I think it's great, but.
How did the Robinson's driveway thing go?
Oh,
Are
they-
they happy with that? Is
Yes,
that good?
they are
Is that
happy
nice?
with it, so
good.
we got it to a grade where, they can come up,
Yeah,
stop,
don't bottom out.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then going in. I've seen them go in, quite a few times
Nice.
now, and, yeah, they're
Yeah,
very
and-
happy. They love the trees
They
that were
do,
planted,
good, okay,
yes,
great,
so.
good, because that's the one thing, I mean, the one thing I thought about when I was seeing it done, those trees will obviously grow, but, their yard is much more exposed than it
Right.
used to be, but it's also much more sort of organized along that. I mean,
Cultivated.
that was
Yeah.
pretty,
They can plant
They
on
can
that
do-
bank too.
anywhere they want, I would
Yes,
assume.
so
Yeah, I would assume
The
that
state
they
has
had more.
25 feet, but,
Yeah.
so below
Yeah.
the trees they can do
They
anything.
can do whatever they want.
Yes,
Yeah.
yep.
No, that's good.
Good.
So all in all, it's,
Yeah, I've heard a lot of positive feedback. I did have one person that was concerned that water would gather on the road now because of the curbing. But I
Great.
pointed out that it's been engineered by the state.
very good answer, Laura.
So, that there's a
Plenty-
lot of
plenty of
engineering that went
Very
into
good.
it, and,
Yeah, we'll see though.
yeah.
Because there's problems on the other side anyway,
Mhm.
and we'll see how it follows. So there's a catch basin in front of Robinson's. It's a
Right.
hurricane, great.
Right.
And then just past Anita's, they have that catch basin there,
Mhm.
so.
And there's a downspout on the curve as
Yeah.
well. I mean, there's quite a bit of drainage,
Yeah, there's a
but,
lot.
I mean, climate change wise with these downpours that we
Yeah.
get,
I think they were concerned about black ice, and frankly, that spot has always been a kind of difficult spot.
It
So
is.
it may be improved through the engineering.
It has more sun exposure, that's for sure, and black ice isn't usually a problem with too much water, it's a very small amount of water to
Right.
that temperature. And that's only can be dealt with salt.
Yeah,
Yeah, so, and that will be a matter of our road crew gauging it this year and
well, it's
learning
not
to.
our.
Oh, it's the
for
state
sidewalk
road
it
crew,
is, but
yes,
it's
for the state road crew to
Yeah.
gauge it,
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I mean, the one big change for us as far as the road crew is concerned is maintaining that much more sidewalk, but I think that's worth it. One thing I don't know, how,
there is a concern about that, so Brian, I spoke to Brian today. He is concerned about the sidewalk and the fence, so if that sidewalk plow, it's 51 inches with the blower on it, And if they lose the tractor, he's afraid it may end up going through the fence and over the bank.
Right.
So that is a concern. The fence is not in yet. We have time to make an adjustment, but I don't think we have that much time.
I've never seen a picture of what the fence is gonna look like.
It's just a split rail.
So they just,
It's supposed to,
you know, nice stuff.
yeah, and it's
Yeah.
supposed to be connected together. It's not like the regular split
It
rail.
isn't?
No.
Has some sort of reinforcement.
It all locks together, and they're round wood
Yeah,
posts,
yeah.
not the, the flat ones.
Yeah,
Hmm.
so it's not split rail.
But it is just being put into dirt, the fill that's there. There weren't receivers cast in with cement.
No.
Yeah, there was,
No.
okay, all right.
And there's no anchors either,
Yeah, I don't know.
so I'm not sure.
Hmm.
Oh, no.
The other thing too is, this is gonna, it could be an issue down the road. So maintenance of that fence.
Right.
And 5 years down the road, we may say, this fence isn't working, we need to replace it.
Yeah.
And at that point, you can decide. But any changes now
Right.
is gonna be costly.
Change the, yeah. No, I mean, the
It's
other,
gonna delay getting the fence in.
the other thing I would say about that is that, if the whole sidewalk is a success, but we have a fence problem, you go to the bicycle and pedestrian grant money, finding money for that probably would not be that hard for
Right.
something small like that. So, I definitely hear Brian's concern. I think that, at least in the first year, we're gonna have to be really cautious about it.
Yeah, because we don't know how the melt's gonna
Right.
act, or any water's gonna come over the sidewalk.
Mhm.
Plowing, the state plowing
They're
is gonna
go right in.
put snow. And I thought about a chain link fence, and Mark Pickering with V-Trans said, we're coming up plowing, and that wing is throwing
Yeah.
it over the guardrail.
Just tear it right out.
It's going onto the sidewalk, and he says, you want that snow to go
As
through.
far as you can.
Yeah.
So if you have a chain link fence, it's gonna catch, and
And
it's
freeze
just,
and
yeah,
create a wall.
yeah. And he said you're gonna have a worse problem with the sidewalk.
Right.
Is Vinegar Lane going to be plowed by one of our trucks or?
Yes, I'm wondering that too.
That is a town right away now.
Okay.
Brian's,
So, but would we, I think the question being, would we do it with a truck or would we do it with the sidewalk rig?
no, it's gonna be a
It
one
needs to be
ton.
drivable.
It has to be a 1 ton. You can't get the big dump truck in
Right.
there. But Brian talked about, having the same person plow that section. Alice hires,
Oh,
Frank.
subcontracting it.
yes, subcontractor. So I'm not sure, we haven't got that far yet.
Okay.
We have a sidewalk though.
It's
It looks
complete.
good. I
It's
think it's
complete.
great.
It looks great.
Um,
Are we gonna have a sidewalk party?
A ribbon cutting of some sort.
If anybody brings up a new one. You gotta wait a year. Oh, no, the process went fairly
Takes,
smooth,
yeah, but it takes forever.
It started slow, we had issues, on the schedule, the change order.
Yeah, no, I think overall, considering we're, a week after the initial proposed completion date, we're,
Right.
I'm happy with
Yeah.
how it
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah,
And as a person that drives that route regularly, it had relatively little interference with my
Very little.
day-to-day
Yeah.
travel. They did a
Yeah.
really good job
Yeah.
good.
of letting.
No, and
traffic
as you
through.
commented, Karen, Steve Zaluzny himself was out there a lot.
Yeah.
What, you want to move things along? David
Have-
wants
I get sick.
We're having a little
I'm
side
just
thing
smiling.
over there.
That's all I'm doing is smiling.
Yammer.
I wanna talk about the gravel pit.
I did. I did.
So, the bid went out for crushing,
Uh-huh.
and bids were received in Dummerston. Fuzzy Brothers was $5 per cubic yard.
That's a cute name.
Which is what they're the ones who, they've been doing most of
Right.
it for years.
And
Is that what
Bays
we
and-
assumed it was?
Did I hear that right? F-U-Z-Z-Y? Fuzzy?
Yes.
Fuzzy.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
Fuzzy Brothers.
There are two.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Bateman Brothers came in at $4.15. So Basin Brother does have the lower bid. So it appears they will be awarded
Phases.
the contract.
And did we have an anticipated cost per yard on that?
We
Does
did
that-
not.
Okay. I know we talked about
Is
it.
there a way to find out if it's typical?
I think that is in the.
Yeah.
Any idea?
Yeah, so we, Zaluzny was solicited with the bid. Fuzzy Brothers, Basin Brothers, and some excavating company up in Londonderry. Chavez,
Yeah, that
Chaves.
sounds right, yeah.
So their schedule didn't allow them to bid,
Yeah.
so.
Well, yeah. I'm certain. So do you need any motion on that? No.
No.
Okay.
No.
So who makes that decision?
Well, it's both, honestly.
So
Yeah.
highway department, that's just a highway department. We just, I mean,
Well, it's a select board decision, too.
Right.
I mean, because we're doing it combined with Dummerston.
Right.
But Dummerston's recommendation is to go with Basin.
sounds like a reasonable, I
Do you
mean,
all agree?
for almost $1 difference per yard.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a big
Yes.
difference.
Yep,
What was
Yeah.
Fuzzy Brothers, $5?
$5.
Oh, $5.
Yeah.
And how many yards are we intending to do?
I forgot, I don't even have it in front of me either. Was it 7,000? I think it was 7,000, Josh, 35 and 35.
Something like that.
And then,
So that'll be 3 years worth.
and then Dummerston was gonna mix
Right. Blend.
millings.
Yeah.
So they were gonna do that on their own.
Okay. And we don't want to do any of that?
Brian did not want to, he doesn't feel that it's a good supplement for the roads.
Doesn't
you know.
mind, no.
Yeah, he didn't,
It'll stretch it, but
well,
that's okay.
and all the millings from Westminster Road, by the way,
Mhm.
they're taking, we're not bringing them down to the pit.
Oh, okay.
So Brian.
Was that part of the agreement? That, I mean, that was included in the price?
Yeah,
Because
It must
those
have
millings
been.
had some value, I think, don't they?
they're taking them.
Yeah.
So, but the next paving grant, we'll take a
Look
look
at
at,
that.
you know, the next paving project.
Yeah.
So Westminster Road did start today apparently, so it'll be 7 days
Oh, is that
that
right?
some people will be inconvenienced. It's on our website, it's on iPutney, and Laura's put it out there.
One of the questions that came back, and I don't know if anybody called you, is if they would be working during the school rush, and I assumed that they would, but I did not want to answer that question
Yes.
without
Yeah,
conversation.
yeah.
Yeah,
On a good day, typically they start early and work late.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, and I can understand why we wouldn't want them taking 45
Right.
minutes off
No.
on
Yeah.
each end to,
And it's unfortunate that school's back in session,
yeah.
because this would have been nice for like, but we couldn't start the project anyway until after July 1st,
Okay.
so.
But it's also, I'm sure you explained, it's 7 days, exactly.
Right,
yeah.
Leave the house 10 minutes early.
Yeah,
Yep, and we went through it with the
Yeah,
sidewalk,
it
and it
happens.
was
Right.
a minimal inconvenience, so
Right.
hopefully it is on that end too.
Yeah. No, I agree with, I've been working out on Cemetery Road and I've been going by regularly and it was very little inconvenient to do the search up.
Couple minute wait sometimes.
Yeah, exactly, but, all right.
Class 4 legal trail inventory, so I met with Jeff Nugent, Wyndham Regional Commission, we're doing the pilot program in Putney. So we're looking at certain class 4 legal trails, like Joy Road.
Mhm.
So from Putney Mountain all the way up and around to Holland Hill. So they're doing an assessment on the trails to see if there's any connectivity for recreational purposes or commuting from Putney to other towns. So I think this is more for the people with mountain bikes and, you know, the new bikes that they have out there, so.
Electric supplemented bikes,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I forget what he had a certain name for these lightweight and Jim Schweitzer is also on that.
E-bikes.
Yeah. So, they're gonna do an inventory, and they're gonna, come back, and we're gonna take a look at and see if there's any in Putney that would be good to upgrade. So they are public ways, public right of way, so anyone can go on them. But it's kinda interesting, actually. So I don't know how far that's gonna go, but I'll keep you guys posted.
It's exciting. We have a whole world of trails that like,
Right.
if I were a biker, I would know, but my
Yeah.
kid knows.
Yeah. And Joy Road also goes from Putney Mountain, it'll connect to Parkman Wood Road. So, but you have to be careful because like that section's private. So you have to get landowners' permission. But,
Faraway Road or whatever they call it.
yes, yep,
It used to
yep.
be Jones Road.
Yeah,
We used to seek out those trails. It used to be
In Jeeps.
yeah,
in Ford
Anything
LTVs
you
or anything that could make it run.
Exactly.
yeah.
Our school has an amazing mountain biking program, and they take the
Yeah,
kids on
yeah.
all of these trails. In
Yeah.
fact, Pip, when he came to us, was just coming from having done that with the kids.
Yeah, no, he's done that for a while. It's great.
Yeah.
And that's a good adjunct discussion with Easttown Farm Road.
There's no update to that, it's been fairly quiet.
You met with,
He never called me, so,
well, Karen was gonna meet with
attorney,
Rich Bowen,
yeah.
because there's still discussion on that's Turner Trail, isn't it?
No, it's East Town Farm Road.
But once it goes into the trail,
This is
isn't it a
because of
different
the
name
this
there?
is the
This is the
logging.
logging.
Yeah,
Yes, yeah,
I
yeah.
think it has a different name when it transfers from there, but it's not Turner, I don't know,
No.
what do you call it? It just-
We always called it
The
East
extension,
Town Farm. Town Farm
all the
Road,
way
yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, there and it comes off of McKinnon, but it was always
Right.
Town Farm Road.
Yeah.
And that's what we always called it. but-
So I didn't have a conversation with, but I had exchanges through voicemail with Garrett Baxter up at the LCT. And I basically was asking, you said that per statute, we are required to maintain culverts on,
Bridges,
on,
Class
on
four.
class fours.
Did he confirm that?
I didn't specifically ask that. I asked him what our responsibility was if there was a forester who was potentially doing damage to, and he said, you know, basically, I haven't followed through because I wasn't sure exactly what questions further we might want to ask, but,
Right.
you know, he essentially said, we can, as a municipality, decide to govern the forestry activity, but we're not required to. So it's sort of an answer, but basically what that said to me was that if we have a problem with the forester not doing what they're supposed to do, we have the authority to, you know, I mean, enforcement, of course, as we know,
Right.
is always the problem with this kind of thing.
Yeah.
But that we can enforce whatever the agreement was or should have been, that isn't there. But
Right.
Garrett also said we are not required to do that. So how that ties into the requirement to maintain culverts and bridges, I don't know. But
Right.
if you wanted to follow up with the LCT, Garrett would be the
Yeah.
guy to talk to.
Yeah, and that was key, so any logging company, especially on class 4 like this where it's not maintained,
Needs to have an agreement.
there should have been an agreement.
And there wasn't
No,
with the abutters.
right,
Yeah.
you know, and even with the town, I would think we should have an agreement. Not, you know, you don't want to restrict logging because they're managing like, you know, hundreds of acres, you know, and they have to thin it, they have a forest plan.
That's good.
And it's
Means that.
required,
Right.
you know, and any storm damage trees, those all come out too, so it keeps it healthier. But, this is a lesson right here, it's like,
Yeah, I don't know whether we want to get involved in those agreements. I mean, I just think that potentially is opening up a lot of
Yeah.
work for you.
but yeah, and I don't really, I'm not asking for more work,
Yeah.
but I think, you know, on a municipal level, you know, we have to protect what we have. But I also did talk to the logger and said, you know, you should have first contacted all the people up there.
Yes.
And there should have been some sort of agreement, is what I told Mr. Hayes, so.
Well, what I don't know in this, I don't know whether there's an answer. It also depends on who's managing it. I mean, whether the logger is also, because oftentimes there's a forester who's technically responsible for managing it.
Yeah.
And there's a logger.
Correct.
And they are not necessarily, they might be the same person, but they are not necessarily the same person.
Not in this case,
So,
not in this
right.
case.
So it would be, from my perspective, it would probably be the managing forester that would be
Correct.
responsible for looking into
Yeah.
that stuff, so.
Yeah, and I'm in communication with him anyway,
Yeah,
so, like I said, it's been very quiet,
yeah, okay.
so. I probably just jinxed myself too.
Yeah. Until tomorrow.
Yeah, all right.
All right, warrants.
I move that we accept and execute the warrants upon completion of review.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve and execute the warrants. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Payroll warrant dated September 6th in the amount of $9,937.35. So this has the library on it. The pool is closed.
Good.
So they're all- yeah,
Summer's over.
yeah.
And I, this probably goes without saying, but we're gonna try and do our best to make sure that we don't have that freezing problem again.
Yeah, I want them to open the ground back up and fix what actually needs to be fixed and not wait until spring to do it because, and Joe just kind of
So
looked
that
at me.
so that it can be drained properly.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because when I saw those pipes
We don't
going in,
wanna
they
do
were
that again.
that far under
Right.
the dirt. I mean,
Yes.
that's just,
yeah.
Which they apparently need to be for whatever
but
reason.
you need to get the water out.
Yeah.
They had a
Yeah.
fiber, like insulating board, all, the blue board
Yeah.
was on top of
That-
those.
That doesn't do much.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly that I think it was a rodent issue, wasn't it? They had,
Yeah, there was.
anyway, we should try and remedy
Yeah,
that. So we're
rats
not
were in
taking
there,
that.
yeah. No, it definitely needs attention and like, the pool I'm gonna add to the capital plan. Because it needs money.
Yeah.
Payroll warrant dated September 13th in the amount of $5,847.43. How's that? Really small.
I think I'd rather pay somebody.
Me?
As long as it was you.
It's not you, you're
It's not
right.
me,
I forgot to mention, I should have.
Oh, it was me, that's right, it was me, I forgot to pay.
Silence for now.
Oh.
We can do it at the end. Just while we're on the pool slide, I almost hate to say the word now.
Well, we had one in mind, but it's just not up to standard for,
Municipal.
yeah, we need like a commercial.
So
It has to be
before
rated.
next, so
It's a
before
difference
next
of-
season.
Yeah,
It's a $20,000 difference in the
Ah.
slide,
yeah.
What?
just because it isn't commercial, you know?
Well, the replacement one would have been 12,000. It was 8,000, there's another like 4 or 5 to ship it. So I think we just need to find a local company.
Yeah, where is that? I'd take a road trip for 4,000 or 5,000.
He's got the van for it too.
Put it right
I
in.
should put anything in a
Are you gonna
super.
put it up too, Josh?
I'll put it up for 4.
I'll supervise.
There you go.
Oh, man.
For a nominal fee.
For a nominal
You
fee,
gotta do
yeah.
what you're good at, right?
So, accounts payable, August 31st through September 13th, 2019, in the amount of $1,216,381.51. And there is a payment
School.
to Wyndham Southeast School District in the amount of $1,160,000. So that's the first payment. second payment will be about the same come November. And then the last payment should be not quite 1,059,000.
So expensive, but what an investment.
So if we took that one payment off, our accounts payable would have been about $56,000, which is reasonable. And there's invoices in here if anyone needs to see anything.
It's all the money I collected last week.
So it includes though our elementary school, our
Right.
middle school, our high
Payment to the
school,
high school.
yes,
Yeah.
the
Right.
vocational school.
The funny thing is, I haven't received the preliminary cash flow from the state yet.
It's so light for that.
What's the
Here, let
preliminary
me,
cash flow? There's your backup.
Yeah, right?
Yep.
Tell me about the preliminary cash flow, what does that mean?
So the state sends these, once they get numbers, you know, from tax rates and stuff, and they'll send us like a spreadsheet of what our payments should look like. And then at the end of the year, come like March, then we get a final cash flow. So that last payment, we can, you know, not overpay or underpay. So it just breaks out your payments.
Is this Sunoco for the gas account for the fire department and the
Highway department.
highway
yeah.
department? Okay.
The other thing too, the cash flows, David, is, so as homestead exemptions still are applied, that can change that cash flow number. So it waivers throughout the year, so you just gotta keep an eye on it.
What is Ron's Husk?
Husqvarna, it's a
Chainsaw.
chainsaw.
Oh,
Equipment, small equipment.
okay.
Hustle.
Do you want
Take it.
backup?
Thank you. WorkSafe traffic control, is that part of our match?
Signs.
Signs
Oh,
for
So,
Tom, right? Was it
I
Tom?
think it was the,
Oh, Taylor Road and Beam Road?
oh,
I heard.
I saw the
I
sign
heard
for
Tone
Beaver
Road.
Road, yeah.
Yeah, didn't do bad. 9 months.
Wait,
it
how
is.
many signs did we get?
2. What
Did
do you
they
have?
there's
install
more,
them?
I think there's more.
Were they plated with something rare?
Well, posts and stuff like that
That
too.
is, so it's all, and they install them or we install them?
No, we install them. There's a-
Saying I should go into the sign messenger for this.
Man.
Yeah. It's just that.
What did you say, it was WorkSafe?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Are these in order?
They were.
Yeah. Sunoco, right? Yeah, I don't see it in order.
Like it's stuck to the back of that. Yeah. It's pretty bad, I know what the invoices look like.
That's your job.
Tom ended up getting signs too. Must be a different kind.
Why did we get 25? Oh, so we bought a bunch of posts, is
Right.
what, essentially what that mostly.
Yeah, because those
Because to
snap
replace,
off.
those are to replace other ones.
Right.
That makes sense. Yeah, the actual signs
Flapping.
were $107. I
Yeah.
just, that's why I wondered. I mean, 1,750 seemed like a lot of sign,
Yeah.
but. All right. Do we have, excuse me, do we have any other business?
No,
And we don't need an executive session.
not tonight.
Can I do a moment?
Yes.
Take a moment. In executive session?
No, for 9/11, just.
Oh, yes, oh, yeah. Yes, Karen was, suggesting appropriately that we
Other business.
just recognize that today is September 11th, and it's the 18th anniversary of the World Trade Centers and their falling, and the long outcome of that. I certainly know I remember clearly where I was that day.
I do too.
So I do too.
Mhm.
And our thoughts go out to all of those affected.
Still.
Yeah. All right, and a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you.
And seconded.
All in favor? Aye.
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 So call the meeting to order, 9:05. And there's not, if anybody's parked out front, you know that that's not a good idea. You need to move. Other than that, I think that's about all the announcements. And the meeting is yours, Jen, to run. Put us through our paces. And thank you for this. I know I appreciate you being here and all the work you put in. And I think everyone, I speak for everyone in saying thank you. This is a valuable tool for us.
You bet. I'm glad to be invited. I have high hopes for the day. This is fun for me. I enjoy doing this work. So we all have our things, right? So before we start, I want to introduce Liz Francis. Elizabeth is my new part-time admin assistant. I have to say, having an admin assistant is fantastic. Having Liz is like beyond the moon. So she's going to be a great asset to us today. Peter's taking our official minutes for the board, but what Liz is doing today is she's going to help us with our products and our outcomes for the meeting. So I'll talk a little bit about that. So just to give an overview of the day, through facilitated conversation activities, our real outcome for the board today is for you to have a plan of action of the work you want to do this year and the topics about what those are. So that's our big outcome. And then I'll call them products. From today, we'll have 4 products coming out of today. 1 will be your norms. 2 will be your values. 3 will be your committees. And 4 will be that action plan that's actually on the calendar. So my hope is today, by the time we leave, we have those. Liz and I will put those together electronically and send them out to the board once they're all finished. So that's why there's 2 sets of minute takers. All right. So one thing before we jump into our first activity, I do plan on having you move around a little bit. There'll be different things for you to do. You'll just you'll sit, you'll get to do some chart paper like we love. You can't go to an educational like PD day without chart paper. It's just part of our life. So there's a parking lot. If that's an unfamiliar term to you, the parking lot are ideas that come up, concepts, topics, burning things that you're like, we must talk about this, and it may not be on the agenda, or it may not be what we're talking about right now. So at any point you feel like, well, you have a topic that isn't being addressed today and you want to make sure that happens, we're going to put it on the parking lot. Okay? And I'll routinely, regularly come through and check to make sure, like, oh, have we covered these topics or not? And it may be that we don't get to them today, but it's good information for you as a board to say, okay, this is still something we have to tackle. Fair? And at any time, if you feel like you need to get up, write something on the parking lot, if you need to use the restrooms that are downstairs, if you need to take care of personal business, I operate under adults, take care of adults, and take care of your kids. So, love that. If you all leave at once, it's a very strong signal to me. So. All right, so the first activity, we're going to do a couple little group activities today. This is a activity for you to get to know each other a little bit better. I use this with teams that know each other, but maybe don't know each other as well, or only know each other in certain roles. So it's called Paper Mingle. I'm going to have a volunteer.
Yes.
Oh, good. Thanks, Bill. Come on up. So we'll only do this it takes about 10 minutes. It is. We're going to lift you up.
Yeah, I'm hoping not to.
No climbing? So this is called Paper Mingle. So Bill and I will each take one of these cards. And on each of these cards is a question or a starter statement. And what will happen is randomly find a partner. Hey Bill, what's up?
Hi Jen, how are you today?
Fantastic, thank you so much.
Awesome.
Love your time.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so I would read my statement to Bill, and Bill would tell me, he would respond. And then Bill would do the same. Some of these are pretty deep. Some of them are more lighthearted. Bill.
Jen.
Would you please describe one of your passions?
One of my passions. One of my passions.
And it's okay, we can allow.
One of my passions. One of my passions is to help other people succeed.
Great. And I can ask follow up.
Jen, describe one of the best days of your life.
Okay, Bill's got it. Best days of my life. You know, that's an easy one for me. Outside of my wedding, which was fantastic. I got to be in the delivery room with my sister when my nephew was born, and he's a big part of my life.
And what is his name?
His name happens to be Miles, and do you know what his birthday is?
It is on July 29th.
Don't you have a son named Miles?
I do, and his birthday is July 29th.
There you go. Okay. So here, keep your card.
Oh,
So now, Bill and I switch cards. We put our hand up, and we go find someone else. So now you have a new question, you ask the questions, and every time you switch, if you end up, the signal to get a new card is if someone asks you that question. You've heard that question, you've been asked that already, and then you just walk out. And there's no time for how long it takes to talk to a partner, but we'll probably do this for about 10 minutes or until people get tired of it. I'll leave the room. Cool?
Michael, come on over.
Everybody stand on up. We're all going to do it. Come grab a card. Come on over. Find yourself a space.
Do I keep this card?
Everybody takes their first card. And find a partner. Take it over. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate everyone participating. I know it was fun to get to play as well. I hope you got to learn something about one of your colleagues or connect with them in a different way. Oftentimes in organizations, especially boards, you have to make really hard decisions. Sometimes that's challenging. So to know each other in a different way can help move you forward, like that you have these connections. Okay, so our next piece, you were all, I think, given a handout for norms. If you haven't read it already, we're going to spend some time building norms. It is in the left-hand side of your packet. And I think, Joe, you may have sent this out beforehand. I'm not sure if you've seen it or not, but you'll have time to read it anyway. So one of the things that effective organizations do is they have norms. They have norms about how they communicate, about how they make decisions, about, they have ways to communicate, how they make decisions, how they talk to one another, how they are presenting in public. All of these pieces make it so you have a healthy organization that can move forward. And sometimes norms can feel different for individuals. Like, I'm an introvert. I prefer quiet time, and I need that sometimes in order to be the most effective. Other people need that interaction all the time. Some people like to hash it out, and they need to do that. They need to process that loudly. Not loudly. They just need to process that out loud. So I think there's just different things that come from us personally. And then as a board, you have real objectives you need to accomplish. So, and there's rules for how you run those meetings. But the norms all play into that. So we're going to spend some time creating norms as a group, but first I'm going to give you a little time to read. You have a one-page handout that I put together about why we establish norms, the purpose of them, and then keeping each other accountable. So I'm going to give you about 5 minutes to read quietly, and I'll know you're finished when you get to my contact with me, and I'll move on. So the purpose of norms are really to make sure everyone gets to contribute and that all voices are heard, and that you're effective as a board, and that you accomplish what you set out to do. And I know you have big ideas of what you want to accomplish, so norms help you get there. On the page there are some sample norms that I collected these from, Google. It really is great. So lots of different places. Part of my background before education, I was in education. That's my bachelor's. My master's is actually in public policy and administration. So in addition to this facilitation and coaching work, I also geek out on organizational theory, which I know, Well, so much fun at parties, so much fun at parties. And then my doctorate is in educational leadership, so I feel like this is a great marriage of those two things. So when we do norms together, sometimes it's things like starting in on time. Sometimes it's, I hear 3 before me, and that's a teacher thing that we say that, or when we're sharing, and saying like this, you've spoken once, and you mentally make yourself wait for 3 other people to talk before you share again. Yeah, so it's just those kind of little tips that you can do. Assuming good intentions, things like this are all part of being part of a healthy board. So, our activity, this is pretty resilient, right? Like this is pretty good, like a creative poster board over here. Like I took the stuff off the stairwell, so this is gonna be my whiteboard today. You have yellow Post-it notes and a black Sharpie in front of you. And the activity how we're going to start this is quietly. You're going to write a norm that you want to have this group establish. Always move forward. Don't hash ideas. Assume with good intentions. Whatever that thing is that you want, I want you to brainstorm as many norms of the things that you want to see happen in this board that you need. So Trish, you might have 8, but Drew, you might only have 3. But you're just going to write 1 on each sticky note and do as many as you like. And when we're finished, when I see you starting to slow down, we're all going to put our norms up here on the sticky notes, and then we're going to start organizing them and come to some agreement. Okay? Any questions about what you're doing right now? Great, okay, so sticky note, norm away. You're still writing, and that's fine. You'll have plenty. You can still keep writing and adding. At this point, if you are ready to put your norms up on the board, what I'd ask is that when you come up, put a menu on the board. If you see one that's kind of similar, you can move your Post-it note next to the other norm. Try not to knock over our whiteboard, if you would please. But once you're up here, if you want to stay up here, because we're going to look at the board together, and we'll just do a quick activity up here while standing. So, when you're ready. So I'm happy to stand up here a little bit so you can see what everyone else wrote before you sit down, because it might inspire something else for you too that you went.
You want us to read them right now?
No, we're going to just take a seat. Once you get a chance to read them all. So I'm going to read aloud each of the norms. If I need clarification, or anyone needs clarification on what do you mean by that, then we'll provide that. So, and then we'll work together. I have my glasses on this part. We'll work together to put those into categories and establish probably 5 or 6 norms, maybe more or less, but that's probably top, so 6. Be nice. Emulate what we expect of our children. Be the model. Be prepared, ready before meetings. Be prepared and do your homework. Be prepared and read documents prior to the meetings. Show up, be present. So you did some grouping, thank you for that. Remember why we're here, the livelihood of children. Our mission is top of mind. Can someone clarify for me what that meant? Our mission is top of mind.
So we have a mission statement, vision statement, so always keep that in mind. You know, whatever our statement is, keep that as the focus.
Active listening. Be present. Show up and be present. Be present and participate. Listen rather than refute. Value others' opinions, agree or disagree. Start on time. Listen to the public. Wait until called upon to speak. Respect each other and the public at meetings. Stay on topic. Stay focused on the goals. How we get there can be controversial, but goals should be clear. I think that, am I saying that okay?
Yeah, the goal shouldn't be controversial. What we're trying to achieve should not be controversial. How we get there and how we achieve that goal is probably going to be very controversial amongst everybody, right? That's in the public. But what we're trying to do should not be controversial.
Wonderful. Thank you for clarifying. Listen respectfully. Responsible to express different opinions.
Move forward. Be respectful of other views. Express disagreement with ideas, not individuals. Express your viewpoint. Always frame comments and questions positively and respectfully. Treat each other with respect and dignity. Attending meetings as regularly as possible. No cherry picking by topic. Listen respectfully. Be respectful, don't talk over others. Give others a chance to speak. Working hard, we need to work harder to allow all voices to be heard. Everyone should speak up and share their thoughts. Once a decision is made by the board, respect and honor that decision. Once a decision has been made, agree to support it in public and move forward. Publicly supporting decisions made by the board regardless of personal beliefs or feelings. Accepting that this is one board and we each represent all towns, not only the one we reside in. Do your homework. Be prepared. Up down here. Start and end on time. Stick to agenda. Start and end on time. End on time when possible. Put those together. Anything burning after listening to those that you want to get a norm up there that you might have forgotten about or it hadn't occurred to you? What themes are you seeing here? I'm seeing a few.
Listening.
Okay. Respect. Listening. Respect. I'll wait till it drops.
Preparation, participation.
Preparation and which can be different things.
Which are separate, but preparation and participation are both also two separate.
I'm hearing the importance of hearing all voices.
Being goal oriented. Focusing on mission and goals. Yes.
And there's also the in addition to the working together piece. There's the once we've made a decision to move forward that we act as a board rather than as individuals. There was 3 or 4 that were support the decision publicly regardless of your own opinion. The board takes a position as a board member, then that's the position of the board. The debate happened, now it's the board's position kind of thing.
It kind of sounds like if I can marry those two,
Please.
if you're allowed time and respectful conversation and dialogue around something and the board does that productively, then you'll have a decision and then your voice was heard, so now you move forward as a board. It's kind of what I heard those two better. Mike.
So is now the time to talk about a norm that comes up, like the one that was just mentioned? Or are we going to get through this first and then have a dialogue?
Ask me again, please.
Is now the time to talk about the norms as they come up, like the one that was just mentioned? Or do you want to get through that first and then have the dialogue?
Thank you for clarifying, or responding. So what we're going to do to clarify is we're going to put these by groups and come up with statements around each of the groups, and then we're going to decide whether we agree on those norms or not. So my answer is not yet. Say it. Okay. So I heard a lot about goals and children and the mission. I'll just go over here. I'll find it. Here we go. No, it's not. Right? Yeah, same focus on the goals. What might we say would be a header or a statement? So I might write this, here's my example. I might write this to capture these 3 norms, be something like stay focused on the goals of the board, or stay focused on our mission, or put children first, something like that. And let me tell you, I'm going to go after this meeting wordsmith and come up with better things than what I'm saying off the top of my head right now. But think about this, what might that sound like? Am I capturing it if I say stay focused on the mission, the goals, children?
The mission does capture it.
Yeah. One more time.
The mission does capture it.
Be mindful of our mission.
Because if you reference the mission, then it will capture children at the forefront of decision making.
Yeah. So I put mission and children here, and again, I'm going to come up with language. Just want to make sure we capture that. All right, so then down here, your homework, show up, be respectful, be present. What does it look like when you're present at a board meeting? If I'm watching you and I know you're present at the board meeting, what's
You're
it look
engaged,
Okay.
eye contact.
Listening.
Participate in the conversation.
Participate, follow along, right? Do you have a rule about cell phones at your meetings or anything like that? Is that an issue for you guys?
I don't think it's been an issue.
Okay. It just all depends on the careers. I read one that was, I don't know what this organization was doing, but it said, do not attend to personal care habits during the meeting. And it had examples, brushing hair, flossing, and I was like, what happened to that meeting, right?
Clearly it's not on camera.
You're all right, yeah, right, yeah, hope not, hope not.
I promise you'll never catch me brushing my hair.
It's shocking. Is that a fair capture? Be prepared, and those might be two different norms, but be prepared and present during meetings.
Well, but they flow into each other. If you're prepared, you can be present.
Yeah, and also, I think present is during and at, because sometimes, you know, we don't have people at meetings, they don't show up.
Physically.
We're missing a few people today. And I understand that we can't always be, but we should do our best to as I spoke to Michelle last night.
So a sample norm might be,
But I did let you know.
Yes.
be present at meetings, and under that would be some bullet points about being prepared for meetings, are you first, attend as regularly as possible, and then be active listeners or something like that would be under that heading of your norm. And again, we're going to come back and discuss all this, so this is just going to go going.
This one's tough definition.
I'm going to jump over here because I heard a lot about decision making and respect, and I want to tease that out a little bit because that came out in a couple different ways. So, be respectful and allow others a chance to speak. Don't talk over others. Tell me a little bit more about what that looks like when it's going well. It sounds like that might be something that can be a challenge for boards.
I think when it's going well, you sort of look around and you see people, and there's a lot of nodding and a lot of eye contact and everything. It feels like you're making a decision as a group. It doesn't always happen that way, but when it does, that feels good, and it feels like we're moving forward.
I'd also just add that we've been through some pretty challenging topics and timeline and all of that recently, which lends, I think some of what you're seeing there is a reflection of the challenging topics that we've taken on and the big decisions we've been making over, you know, it feels like a really long period of time, but in the real reality of things, it hasn't been all that long, lots of big changes. And so I think that it's hard to remember to keep emotions inside, and you know, it's very understandable why all of us get very passionate about what we're doing. So I think maybe some of this is a reflection of the challenges.
Good insight.
Yeah, I would just say I enjoy when there's conflicting opinions, but when people are calm and expressing that. I think that there are times when you feel like you're in the minority or you're in the majority, but when you just are expressing your opinion in a respectful manner, it continues the flow of the conversation instead of ends it. And I've seen the board participate in that, and it feels really good. And the reaction of the public feels really good. And so anything that we can do to encourage honest dissent. I think that Lindsay had a really interesting point. I don't remember when, but it was like something about let's have really vigorous debate, but do it in a very respectful manner. Because we don't want to stop the discussion, but there's a way to have that discussion that keeps the flow of respect going.
I read up here too, someone said, finding it.
to the essence of disagree with the topic, but not the individual. That's not personal. But you can have dissent in that way. So it's fine. I'm going to come up with something better. A communication maybe? So this might have a few subsets underneath it of what that specifically will look like. And again, I'll create a draft for you to decide what goes in there. And you use rules when you're debating, right? Or when you're discussing a topic, it's before you move to vote. Joe usually facilitates this, right?
Right, yeah, we use Robert's.
Right? Okay. I was going to say Robert's Rules of Order, but I wasn't
For
sure.
small boards, yes.
Okay, well, so part of that takes that away, but it's really important for, and this is going to be one of my things I'm going to pound into you about norms. Joe's the facilitator, but all of you are responsible for the norms. So if Joe it doesn't see somebody with her hand raised or is caught up in a passionate debate with that, you have to help him remember, and all of you remember, that this is your norm. So all of you, not just your facilitator, has to be able to say, like, I want to refer to our norm, like about respectful conversation. And I think, and it might be Al saying, I think Trish has a thought that she wants to share that she hasn't had a chance to. Like, you do that together. And the more that becomes the responsibility of every person on the board, the stronger your team's going to be. And it takes that pressure off of standing in front of the public and having this and trying to figure out how to do this debate and not have it be heated and have it look like you guys are a mess. Because you're not. You're trying to get to the goal together. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. I do want to come back to listening because I feel like that's came up a lot. Even though respectful conversation and communication is in there. And there's two parts to this, and I'm going to separate this from listening to one another, I heard, but then listening to the public came out as well. Fair? And they might group together. What's going on? I heard the public a couple times in here. What would that look like if we were actively listening to the public? How does that work on your board?
It starts with our communication with the public, in fact, to get them to engage. Okay? I think that's the beginning stage. Finding a way, an effective way to engage the public in a conversation so that we have an opportunity to listen to their feedback.
Not just in the meetings themselves, but outside of that.
Right. Okay. I think that a lot of what we get at public meetings, in my time on multiple boards, it tends to be centered around one thing, and it's a fairly small representation of the entire public with a viewpoint.
Sure.
And the people that tend to agree with the decision don't show up to support the decision. It's only the people that disagree with the topic. So you sort of. It's hard because you have 50 people in front of you saying something, but you know that there's a lot more people out there that aren't engaged, or that you don't know. I'm not going to come to the meeting. You're doing the right thing. So it makes it's hard to say that if you don't do what the people that come to the meeting say, that you're not listening to the public. So there's that. It's like listening to the public needs to be a much broader experience than just what shows up at a meeting. Not to discount the people that show up at a meeting. I mean, I'm glad they come and express a viewpoint, but that isn't necessarily the overarching view, I guess.
And to tag onto that, I think we've all talked to our friends and relations and neighbors, whether you agree or disagree with what they're saying. It's hard to bring those conversations to a meeting because you don't want to you can't really call the individual out and say, well, I spoke to this person and here's what they said, because you can't do that. But also, because you can't do that, what you're saying doesn't often feel valid, or it doesn't feel like you're really properly able to represent kind of what you've heard. It feels like, well, I spoke to some guys and this is what they said. It doesn't, sometimes it's difficult to bring validity to what you're hearing in the community if they aren't showing up at the meetings. I have found that to be difficult at times.
It's not always friends and neighbors, just so you know. It's also people that you can run into on the street or next door or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
We do get a lot, I'm sure everybody else experiences the same thing that I do. We get a lot of feedback, anecdotally.
Yes.
Which is hard to, we can process it ourselves, but it's hard to share.
And I also, sorry, Mike, I also felt like I'm not properly expressing what they've expressed to me. You sort of get the gist, but, I'm not quoting this person, but this is what I think they said, kind of, I don't know.
In the context of the conversation.
Yeah.
So, we had an interesting thing happen last year, right, with a couple of petitions. So there was a large amount of public who didn't feel like the board was listening to them. So I think that's why this is particularly on point. And, what can we do as a board to come, to minimize that, right? We had, 196 or 8 voters feel like they weren't heard. And, then there's ramifications from that potentially down the road with other votes that we have or whatnot, So what can we do to make sure we're not giving that impression going forward?
Can I clarify something? As it will inform me for how we do our committee work later? Is it that they weren't heard or they didn't like your decision?
Well, what I heard back was they felt like they weren't heard because on a technicality, the board, on the first petition, the board did technically address it, but everybody felt like that wasn't sincere. And then the second time, the board just flat out denied, the 198 voters or whatever. So, that's, we need to win the public's hearts and minds and to have them supporting us in what we're trying to do. So, how can we be better in handling those in the future?
So I appreciate that because it's going to inform when we talk about these a little bit, both what Trish, Emily, and Joe also said, Mike, about the purpose of one of our committees around communication. But what I also heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the board made a decision, and then part of one of the norms is that I heard of here is once we make a decision, we move forward. We don't rehash. So I'm not sure if that plays in or not. But
That's what Mike brought up earlier about discussing.
Okay, got it. That might be something that you want to talk about. Okay, got it. Okay, so I'm going to say listening, and I'm going to kind of put these together, but then I'm going to say communication and responsiveness to the community, to our stakeholders. Not sure if it's technically a norm, but we're going to figure out how to make that work, because it sounds like that's a big value, if not a norm, but value up here. So I don't want to lose that. Okay. All right, so since I poked the bear, what about decision making and moving forward? I saw this a few times. So once a decision has been made, agree to support it in public. Once a decision is made, respect and honor that decision. Publicly supporting discussions made by the board regardless of personal beliefs or feelings. Might be kind of in here. Accepting that this is one board and we represent all the towns, not only our own. So is a norm, I saw moving forward in here too. So a norm that this might represent is once a decision is made, move forward, and we'll still discuss it. But once a decision is made by the board, we support it. And that's assuming that there's been active discussion and people have been able to weigh in.
One, it depends on the decision, because if it's just a decision like a budget, it's a done deal. But if it's a decision that will impact the students, whether positive or negative in the future, it has to be rehashed and revisited.
Only through process, though. Through process.
So I'm going to say that that's part of our discussion. So how about I propose the norm, and then we're going to hash out, because I think there's some ideas about what that looks like, because it may be that we just need to tease out what that looks like. What decisions come back up? Do they go back on a topic to come later on our agenda? Or do we say we need to table this, give us some time to think and come back? But I think what I heard, and again, recasting it to you, is that once you vote and the discussion has happened and we spent valuable time on that topic, the decision is made that you need to honor that decision as a board, both publicly and privately. But you're always publicly a board member, right? Is that right, Mary? Is that what the intention of this was? Again, we have time to discuss it.
Again, okay, this is a real hard one for me, okay, because I'm a firm believer in democracy, and even though you're in the minority, when it comes to something, if I have no problem whatever the board decides as a whole to say, well, that was the board's decision, but if somebody asks me my opinion of the decision, I will give them my answer, whether it is with the majority or against the majority.
So we'll come to that. We'll come to that. So I'm going to say that until last. I should have started with stay on time. That one was a lot easier, right? All right.
I'm going to start and stay on time. Stick to agenda. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then I just put decision right here so we don't come back to it. Did I miss anything? Speaking of, give yourself a second. All right, so I'm going to start with what I'm going to easy ones. So start and stay on time, stick to agenda. So the process that we're going to do now is I'm going to take each group of norms and then we're going to discuss those. And then you have something in your sheets that says FIS 2.5. And this is how, when I feel like the discussion maybe is done, I'll ask you to give me a FIS 2.5. So 5, I'll champion. I love this norm. I've never seen a better norm than this. Wow. Like, I will be the reminder. Fist means absolutely not. I will fight you every day. This is not what I agreed to do. If you give a fist or a 1, discussion opens back up. So 2, it's really good to say, like, you have reservations, but you're on board. 3, good norm. 4, yeah, good. I'm with you. Okay. So 5, yeah. Fist, hells to the no. 1, I need more information. 2, I'll live with it. Okay? And then everything in between. So, starting and end on time. Can you see that? You all get to see my printing live. Starting and end on time and sticking to the agenda. Discussion. Ken?
I think that's great, except for there are times where we'll have like an informational meeting, and we've actually done it, is ask for more time, even though it was supposed to end after 45 minutes, because that particular group of people had a lot of questions and a lot at stake. So if they ask for more time, you give them more time.
People agree with that, is that acceptable?
So it's not a commandment, you know what I mean, but it's a good habit to finish. It's always a good habit to finish on time.
So what happens, Ken, if we're the only one who wants to spend more time on it?
Well, no, it's not up to me to spend more time on it. It's the public.
Got it. Thank you. I just, by the way, my job is to tease this out.
I was just going to say, this has been an issue over many, many years for us, where when folks aren't happy with the feedback, the comments get repetitive, and I'm speaking now from the public, and they're sort of like reframing the same thing over and over again. And you know, we've always been very respectful and had meetings go till 10 o'clock or later because we have allowed that to continue. A challenge, I think, is how do we end the debate when it becomes repetitive, when we value what the public has to say, and we do value it, and we have always been respectful of it and have not cut people off. So that's a challenge that I think we've had a long time, and I speak now from not just the West River Board, but from the previous Leland Gray Board as well.
Okay.
So for years.
So there's realities of it as well. I'm just reading the room to be able to say, like, yeah, we need, like, our norm of being responsive to the community is going to trump you stay on task and end on time. And when you have that committee work, I made some guesses about what the committees might be based on the feedback of the surveys you did, that I think one of those will be about communication. So maybe there is this space where you go, okay, we have to end because it's 10 o'clock at night or what have you, but the committee has created a way to keep gathering that feedback, whether it's a survey or an online source or a web block, an IRL or something. So like those are some good things to think about. So what I hear is we start and end on time and stick to the agenda, but we know we have to be flexible and responsive to the community. Any other discussion about this one? Yeah.
I'd also have to say that we have in the past, and I assume we'll continue to do it, have an item on the agenda that says we can change the agenda at a specific time in the meeting. So I have no problem with sticking to the agenda, especially because we can modify the agenda if something happens. We have to be very careful about modifying the agenda, because we haven't notified the public.
And you might have the intention is we'll have a work plan for a year.
Yeah.
As things come up.
But that's the
And
flexibility.
you don't know who's going to walk in, exactly what might happen. All right, let's do a fist of five on this norm with the pieces underneath it. Norm will be flexible, so I'm going to put flexibility here too. How are you feeling on fist of five? Fist to five. Having one of your norms be sticking to the agenda, starting and ending on time. So you can just give me a hand. All right, fives and fours, awesome. Okay. I'm going to write flexible just so we make sure we have. We have our first norm. We're going to wait on that one. Okay. Focusing on the mission and our children as our goals. Thoughts about this?
I wouldn't mind if you added the taxpayer to it too.
It's in the mission.
It is in
Right,
the
well, that's,
So children.
Yeah.
Okay, as stakeholders. Okay.
yeah.
I think for me, this is the most important thing. And I think I probably have two of those up there about mission and children. And I think it's one of those things that we forget from time to time during meetings is why we're here. And it's those little kids running around the halls that we're trying to give the best education possible. So it's my passion.
Yep.
I feel like I've actually found it interesting when, whether it's, I don't think any, oh no, some of us have done it, or members of the public bring their kids for, just whatever reason. That helps me remember why we're there. There are definitely times where you're sitting there and you're like, if you could just stop making that noise, but it helps. It makes you remember, well, this is why we're all here. This is whether they're too young to be in the school or they're of age or whatever it is, and it's interesting to watch the different ages that come. It sort of helps me focus at times on just what we're all doing in that room at that time.
Do you have your mission posted at the beginning of your meetings, like on the screen, or do you read it aloud as you start? Might be something to think about.
We don't have it.
We should have our mission on the agenda.
I would also say that we're, as a group, keeping our.
I can stop and say, I have one person talking right now, so I'm going to make sure we're listening to Lindsay right now.
Keeping our focus on the mission, sort of similar to what I said about goal-oriented, is how we get there is going to be different, but we all have to understand we're working towards a good thing here. And as long as we can all agree that this end product that we're trying to achieve is really what's best, then we can hash out how to get there. And we won't necessarily agree all the time, but knowing that we're trying to do the same thing, we're all in the same boat, we're all doing this together, that's our goal. I feel like will help with all of those other things.
Awesome. Let's go fist to five, and I'll see how we're doing here. Fist to five on focusing on the mission of children and our stakeholders of what we're doing. If you give me 5, 5, 5, 5, 3. I'm sorry, 5, 5, 5. Great. Okay. You'll keep this here. You'll think about how that looks. Sounds like I'll be champion good for us. Be prepared and present during meetings. Any further discussion or ideas about this one? Do your homework. Busy, busy lives, and that's challenging.
See, to me, that would be too, like, you need lead time, you get your work before, more than 48 hours before, if there's something you have to do that.
I think something that I've definitely struggled with in meetings as far as being prepared is I definitely read all of the, literature and everything that we're given. One of the things that I've struggled with though is the history. There definitely are times where we'll come into a meeting and something's being discussed and I'm like, I have no context other than this meeting and this document or whatever. And sometimes I'm hesitant to bring it up in a meeting because I'm like, I don't want to be that person that drags up 5 years worth of, or whatever it is. Sometimes I definitely have struggled with that. I can't come up with a specific instance right now, but there are definitely times that I moved to this area 5 years ago. So there's also that piece of it that I'm like, I didn't go to school here. I don't know exactly. I don't have the perspective of somebody who graduated from one of these schools to be able to say, oh, but how we used to do it was this way. And I think in some ways that's good, but there have definitely been just some historical instances that have come up, and I'm like, everybody clearly knows some type of history that I don't, so this sounds like an okay thing to go on.
No, I think that's a really interesting point. So it would be helpful if issues that come up that you might anticipate, knowing some background, that could be some pre-work that could be prepared. Just some bullet point things.
And I know I have a big mouth.
No, but like
I make the conscious decision
we're
not to open it.
we're going to have on the agenda financially supporting during the budget Journey East, right? So that could be the time to say, hey, it would be really helpful to have what is Journey East?
Right.
When did it start? Can you just give us a little debrief? That your point is really helpful for me. Just as when Joe and I get together as the chair and superintendent to make an agenda, that's a great just agenda building thing for me to think about as the new board comes together. Would it be valuable to have some?
And also, not just for us as board members, but there's plenty of the public who's
Exactly.
watching the video or at the meetings who don't necessarily have the background.
That's really
And they won't know one way or another. They'll be like, well, that's a what's the money? But if they have known, then it might be great.
Yeah. So part of having this norm, of being prepared for customary meetings, is a subset of that is that background, who's ever preparing that topic, gives you the background information and the history, the oral history of, right? Like the schools we're all guilty of this, but like we have the oral history of how we've always done things. And it's really good information for you to have because it allows you all to make a better decision as a board.
Bring up another good point that may not fall in here, but being comfortable. I think everybody should be comfortable to bring up things, and that might be part of the listening or respect. Or if it's kind of saddens me that if somebody doesn't feel comfortable to bring something up, it might be important to the rest of the group.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that point is incredibly important.
Within this would also be attendance, regularly attending meetings. I don't know how you do that. That's how you get to do that. Make our meetings really interesting. I know. Are we prepared to go to a fist to five about this norm? Which will be about being present, getting background information, attending, being present and engaged, but then also getting background information. And then being present and engaged might be in the other as well. Fist to five? Oh, we got you. Hey, awesome. You're almost all trained. I like how some people are like, I don't know. So I'm hearing a lot about effective communication. That's kind of what I just came up with the title, effective communication, being respectful, being comfortable to share and ask questions, respecting others' opinions, making sure that we keep this from being about topics, not personal. Being part of a board that represents many towns, not just our own. following Robert's rules.
And part of being comfortable is that if you do bring up something, that it's receptive. You know, it's not, oh God. And that's all of our work, you know. As we begin our work together, it'll be important to be patient, you know.
And that body language is a big thing.
I'm gonna kind of put these together a little bit, but because I'm gonna put this in community praise. Sorry, not touching that one yet. Okay. How are we feeling about this? Bill?
Just a clarifying question. I saw a couple stickers up there about hearing all voices. And so, I don't know if it would fit there. And I don't want people to feel like they have to talk if they don't want to talk.
Right.
But we need to make it comfortable for people to talk. I don't know how that fits. We have 11 members of the board. They're all elected officials. They all have important viewpoints and context that are going to allow our system to grow. And I just want to make sure that we are creating a culture where those voices are encouraged and celebrated and respectfully listened to. So I don't know exactly what that means. It's just, I think that's extremely important.
So you're not going because all of these tags right here talking about respectful and listening and making sure your participation. So I think this is going to be much better than a huge norm for you. And again, I'm going to stomp on this point. It's everyone's responsibility on the team, on the board, to reinforce those norms and to help everyone remember how to be respectful and how to listen well. And make sure that we are, again, being productive and effective as a board, accomplishing your goals, and working well together, which is the purpose. Yes? Can I just follow up briefly on what Bill was just saying? So I wrote something, I can't remember what I wrote, but I wrote something about how people should speak. And the last thing I want any board member to feel is forced to share when they're not comfortable sharing, right? So that I don't want that. I've experienced that many times in my life where being forced to share something that I don't want to share when I prefer to do it on my own time and when I'm ready. And I want our board to feel comfortable with that. On the other hand, we're elected officials and we have a responsibility to share our opinion and to question what's going on. So there's that dynamic between the two sides of that where I don't want to infringe on someone's personal feelings but I also think that we as elected officials have to contribute to meetings. So I was going to temper what I said, which was, a lengthier one, with if they're comfortable, they should feel free. But I actually think that we can't always wait until we're comfortable. Mm-hmm. That we actually have to share and question things, even when we're a little uncomfortable. And this is not at all reflective of what you were saying. I actually, when I was writing what I wrote there, it was more thinking about, we hear from people like me a lot more often at a meeting than some other people, and I really want to hear from others at a meeting. So I'm not sure how to address that dynamic between the two ends of that, but I do think that we should recognize, or I hope that the board will recognize, that we all have the responsibility to contribute.
I agree with what you said, but I think you shouldn't feel discomfort as a result of the board dynamic. I think that's, so yes, whether you're willing to share or not, totally up to you. But having that comfort level not be as a result of any feelings about the board, like they're going to shut me down or something like that.
That's great. Thank you. So that's where I was going to piece those two apart. And so when we move into decisioning, and what this norm is really talking about is that the actions of the board members make it safe for everyone to have a way to contribute and to share in the discussion. And they don't feel overrun, they feel like they've had time to voice their opinion, whether it's different or the same.
And then when we talk about decision making, is what I hear Emily saying is you have responsibilities as part of your charge as a board member to bring up the things, and it's your responsibility also to give dissent if you need to give dissent. Mike, any thought?
Just to go on to what these guys are saying, I think that would also, if more people were comfortable saying their opinions, it could also help our deliberative process, and I actually put that into my questionnaire response, because that's one of the criticisms I've heard, is especially like the contentious issues, people feel, some people have vocalized to me that they feel like some issues were predetermined before the meeting, right? And when you see consistent 7-4 votes, so there's, one view has more support on the board than the other, but that's why if everybody felt like they could weigh in on things, even just give an indication of how you're leaning, then people would be able to work with that. More people from the public or other board members might be able to spring off of that and, find common ground.
So, I'm going to recast what you said. So what I think I hear you saying is if this is effective, and I think I'm seeing this, if this is effective and respectful communication amongst your board members, when you get to decision making, you will at least feel like your voice was heard and that you represented what you needed to before that decision was made. Not necessarily overdoing it. Is that what I'm hearing you say, Mike?
Well, I was really just saying just strengthen our deliberative process.
All right, so before we jump into decisions, go ahead. Just to add to that, one other thing that everybody should kind of keep in the front of their mind, that we're listening, we should be listening to each other to actually understand what the other one's feeling and trying to get across, instead of listening just enough to have a good rebuttal. Because there's definitely some of that goes on. And anyway, so putting that there.
I love that point. And, Tom Peters, business guru, before every presentation, he writes one word on his end. It's listen, because he's a bad listener. So I think, and the way he describes active listening is if you actively listen and have a discourse with somebody, you are exhausted at the end of it because you've spent so much time and focus on engaging and back and forth. So.
All right, so I'm going to do a fist of 5 about effective communication, listening, and respectful communication within the board. Fist to 5. Awesome. Okay, the next one, public communication and responsiveness. I think this is, we listened to our, what I heard was you're listening to the public, you're making sure that there's an opportunity, that might be committee work, figure out exactly what that looks like, but that while you're also keeping this mission in mind, this is part of it too, making sure you're responsive to the public. Is there more thoughts about this? Any more thoughts about this, I should say? And that may fit into the norms, or may not, or maybe.
What are the two last things?
Listen to the public, always bring comments and questions respectfully and positively. And then there was one more about the public up here that I had next in there, which was about voices being heard.
Well, we work for the public. So if we work for the public and the public has an opinion, regardless of what we think is best, what's best is what the public wants because they're the ones who put you here.
Other thoughts on that? Sure.
I think it depends on the topic. When we talk about respecting the opinion of the public, there's a lot of members of the public that, like Joe said, are not present at the meetings. There's a lot of members of the public that have not had the opportunity to review the documentation, the history. So respecting the public is, in a lot of ways, respecting the position you were put here to do, which is to do your homework, understand the topic, do the research, hear the history, and make an informed decision that meets our mission. That's respecting the public. It's not necessarily walking out, polling 10 people that are unengaged and coming up with the majority. I think there's a difference in respecting the public from just a quantity perspective versus respecting the public by being engaged as a board member and making decisions that are thoughtful.
Other thoughts? To go with that, and the communication piece, because we are the ones that have the information, if the public, if the people with the information have a vastly different opinion than the people without the information, then we're doing a really crappy job of getting the information out. Because if the idea is that everybody has the information and can make a better choice, or at least a more informed choice, then maybe we need to additionally focus on that to
I would second that.
round that out.
So adding on that, I would think I would go back to what Mike talked about earlier, is learning from our first year of working together and communicating with the public and moving forward and enhancing that communication so that when decisions are made, we can feel confident that we have done an improved job of communicating with the public, no matter what that decision is, but getting farther down that path of communicating with the public. And then additionally, I just want to say, we're in a time of great change. And so achieving the mission, I and my colleagues will be presenting opportunities and options for you guys that are going to look different than what has been currently done. And that may be received in multiple ways by the public. So you should be prepared that not everything that you're going to be deliberating is going to be seen as 100% for or 100% against. And so that's just going to be part of the process.
Yeah, and I was just going to follow up on that, saying that it doesn't matter how hard or well or engaged with the public you are, how hard you listen to them, or well you listen to them, how engaged with the public you are, you will never make everybody in the public happy. And we have to come to an understanding that we have been, I think it would be helpful if we came to an understanding that we have been elected to do what was described over here as doing our research and, you know, following our mission and our goals and our values and making the hard decisions that sometimes people are going to be unhappy about. And because we do know that no matter how many people show up, there are always people out there with a different opinion about it. And it's a really hard thing to do, represent the public. And we should really come to an understanding of that as a board, because otherwise, how do we operate? You know, it's really tough.
Incredibly challenging. Gosh, it's a volunteer role with so much responsibility.
Because you want to make everyone happy, and you can't. No. Nope.
So what I think I'm going to do, with your permission, is I'm actually going to see this as a value rather than a norm. And I'm going to place that inside one of your committees to really figure out how you the practicality of how you are going to procedurally deal with giving that feedback, making sure you're respectful. And it might be that if the connection of listening respectfully is also to the members who come in front of you, which I'm assuming you do. But the responsibilities and both the goods and the bads of being a board member sounds like that's also part of one of the work you have to do. It's not necessarily a norm, but I understand. Is that fair?
It is. I just want to say one more
Tweet.
thing about
Go
this.
ahead.
We actually have a policy on, someone needs to help me, maybe Ken, on engaging the public.
Oh, great.
Right. Pretty sure we do have a policy on engaging the public. And
I don't think we've got through that one because it's not mandatory.
I think it's right.
Okay. So if you have a policy, or if you do or do not.
Well, it's at least at board meetings.
Great. Great. So that can be part of policy committee to review that, but part of committee education.
And the reason I bring it up is not because that this is valuable, but I'm wondering how policy fits into this and all of that. So policy procedures, what are norms? See what I'm saying? We operate by policy.
Got it. So
I wanted to bring it up.
Clarify the norms are for your communication amongst your team. It's how you are operating as a board, as a team. And then your policies and procedures are what you do with the public and how you make that work. But this is ensuring that you are focused, you're prepared when you get there, you're present, you're listening and respectfully making decisions together. You're doing your best to stay on time. I also know I'm off schedule right now, but we will make up for it. I'm built in. And then these are the norms that you're acting to be the most effective board you can be. And the policies and the procedures and the budget and everything else is going to be your work, but this is your core of what you believe you need to do to communicate well and be effective. So let's jump into decisions.
So, decision making. If, as a norm, everyone is listened to, there's effective debate. I don't know if you have places within your meetings that you are allowed to say, I would like to table this agenda item until next meeting because I need time to think, or I want to gather more information, or I don't know if that's part of your procedures. I thought so. Okay. What's that?
The motion might fail, but you can make it.
Yeah, and to say, I want to come back to it. I mean, that's sometimes we need that think time. So if you were doing this well, if you were establishing your norms, you're communicating well, and you go to make decisions, what's happening here? Because I hear some debate. I've heard some sticky notes up here say, once we make a decision, move forward. I've heard, I'll just read it to you, I don't have to hear. Move forward. Once a decision is made by the board, respect and honor that decision. Once the decision has been agreed upon, support it in public and move forward. Accepting that this is one board and we all represent all towns and are only one of us, not just one we reside in. So I apologize, Ken, I put the personal thing in there, that wasn't up there. That was my own editorial, I don't know why that happened. So please, discussion. I could say fist to 5 and we could find out pretty quickly where we're at.
So I think, so I'll relate this to our work as a leadership team. I think the challenge is when you debate and you come to a decision, but fundamentally you disagree with the decision. You know, you debated against the majority that won. Where's your place? Where's your place as an individual? Where's your place as a member of the board? Where's your place going forward as a team? And I think it's an incredibly valuable conversation to have because it's important to know that, you know, and I think everybody here needs to understand what that feels like. But I think that is the fundamental point, that how do I remain, I completely argued for a decision that went the opposite way, but I want to be a member of the team and I want to move forward. What does that look like?
I would also say, following that, well, someone mentioned 7-4 or whatever votes consistently. Those votes, when you see them that way, you're interpreting just the vote itself, but no one realizes the effort someone may have gone through to get to yes or no. You see what I'm saying? So there's very different degrees of what those votes are, and there's an awful lot behind each one of those votes as individuals here. And so regardless of whether the votes are consistent or not, you can't make a judgment about. Someone said something about, I think it was you, Mike, mentioned about predetermined.
Yeah.
That the public assumes, you know, sometimes that these votes are predetermined. But I've never talked out, you know, I've never made a decision outside of a board meeting on something. I've certainly done a lot of review outside of a board meeting, even with items and documents. But it's really important for us to recognize that we all have different degrees of yes and no. Really fall into this perspective. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. That's mine.
All right, let's just jump into this. I actually find this quite offensive. And the reason I find it quite offensive is, like Emily said, we are elected public officials, so we are not employees of the school district. And as elected public officials, we retain our First Amendment rights to free speech. This is very settled case law, starting in 1966 with Bond versus Floyd, which specifically retains board or governing bodies from penalizing members for exercising their right of free speech on local or national political matters. So we really, in my view, the board really can't or shouldn't have a norm or a policy that circumvents First Amendment protections given to all citizens. They even, you know, in that Bond decision, they even say how, you know, the state basically argued that they were justified in asking for higher standard of loyalties from its members than from citizens, you know, and they were rejected on that, and they said that the board or government can't have policies that limit the members' capacity to discuss their views in public, you know. So I mean, that's the first part.
So I'm going to interject real quick, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Because I think I'm hearing something that maybe is about wording right now.
Right.
So I said personal. That's on me. I apologize. I should have said personal. It's public. But is the intention of this
because this may change how we do this. Is the intention that once you've made a decision as a board, like the next agenda, it doesn't get brought up again in public, and it doesn't get brought up again in public? It's not that is that the intention of this? Or is the intention that you have to comply?
It seems like it's to quench dissent, is what it seems like.
So maybe we need to present it a little bit differently, because if I'm correct in its wording that the spirit of this is, man, we made a vote, we did all this work, we did our background knowledge, we listened respectfully, everyone had a discussion. In April, we made this decision that everyone has to eat corn on Tuesdays, like, whatever it is. Don't bring it up next month again, because we don't want to talk about it. We don't need to talk about it again. We don't need to keep slowing down the work of the board. Is that, I don't know why corn came up.
I don't think that's happening. I don't think that's happening.
Okay.
Once the decision's made, it's made. Unless, of course, the public comes in with a petition,
And then it's a different public responsibility.
then it's brought up by the public, not by the board members.
Okay. So I'm making sure that I'm not editorializing this like I already did, and apparently I want to eat corn a lot. I don't know where that came from. But like, what is the spirit of this? What, for those who wrote this about decision making and moving forward, is the spirit we've made a decision and we need to be more productive about our time and not have this come up once we've had that? Is this the spirit of it, that we had this discussion but my voice wasn't heard respectfully? Or is this, the decision was made and I don't like it, so I'm going to bring it up every time?
Well, I'll give you a perfect example, okay? I got a standard. Bill knows this standard, he's dealt with it for years, which is if you come to me with a budget that's higher than last year's COLA,
okay,
I'm against it.
Okay.
Period. I don't care what you're offering, I'm against it.
Okay.
Because that's my norm.
Okay, so let me kind of use you as an example with permission. So this is how you feel. You get a budget in front of you, and you're probably on the budget committee, you've seen it, but like it comes and you say absolutely not. Then the board has a respectful dialogue, they discuss everything, every voice is heard, they take the time, the community feedback, and then they vote that budget that you didn't want. Is that okay?
Then if somebody says to me,
Yeah?
why did you guys pass this ridiculous budget? Or, oh, that was a great budget. I said, well, the board felt it was the best budget.
And you're allowed to have that public opinion, a different opinion, aren't you?
I'm allowed to have, and I am allowed to have a different opinion.
But you're not going to bring it up again and bring that budget up every month
No,
for eternity, right?
nope.
Is that the scenario?
That is a very true scenario.
Nor do you then come to a meeting,
Very true thing.
nor do you then come to a meeting and as a board member on a voted budget, encourage the public then to go vote that budget down because you didn't support
That's a
it.
settled issue.
You know,
That's a
the
very
board
good
has made its decision, the board is supporting the budget. Personally, you don't support the budget, go back to what you learned when you were a kid about if you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all, maybe. You know, it's like, that's the board's decision. I didn't support it, but that's as far as you need to go. You don't need to then actively campaign against the board decision once the board has made a decision.
Okay, so let's talk more about that because that's a new spin on this theme. Seems like a big concern for someone. Mike, I just want to go back to Mike because I feel like I may have cut you off from what you were saying. I didn't mean to do that.
That's a double-edged sword, though.
Right, well, and I was also going to point out that it's not in the VSBA board member ethic policy. It's not in the NEA or Vermont NEA board member policy. It's not in the statutes of board powers to take away, First Amendment rights. And there, in this document on municipal life from the Vermont Secretary of State, there's 4 pages of ethics for board members, and this does not show up there. So it's not even really a standard.
What doesn't show up there? Can you?
The part about once a decision has been made that everybody must move forward and support it publicly and privately.
And let me clarify again. Like I cast that the wrong way. It was not public. It wasn't privately. I'm hearing that First Amendment. I gotcha. I misspoke. But publicly, I hear it's not necessarily about how you speak in public. It's about when you bring it back. The board needs to be productive and effective. In order to do that, once a decision is made, like making sure like you're respectful of the agenda, your voice has been heard. Am I correct? Because I hear what you're saying, but I think that we started off on the wrong interpretation of it.
I think it may also help to say that goes for board members and for the public. Similarly, if the public wants to show up and say, we want to rehash this 78 times, then I think it's fair for us to say, we voted, we made a decision, we're not going to revisit this until we have additional information that changes things. Maybe we'll have an evaluation time or whatever it is, but nothing has changed in 1 month that's going to change all of the background research that everyone's done and the discussions that everybody's had and how everyone got to where they got. It isn't changed. So whether it's a board member or the public or whatever, if a decision is made, there's a lot that was behind that. Let's not revisit it over and over unless we have an actual reason to, like something changed, or we have more information now than we ever had before.
No, that's fine, but the board still doesn't have the right to take away somebody's First Amendment right.
I don't think. I think I agree with you. I agree that privately we all are our own humans. We can all say anything we want to say when we want to say it. I hope we can be nice, but you're not required to be. That's on you. I think if people hate you as a board member, they won't re-elect you.
Right, that's who you're responsible for.
And similarly, I think I don't think we can mandate everyone being nice, but I mean, hey, let's all be nice. You know, like I wrote that. You should be nice.
So part of what I hear too, Joe saying is like, that's what the productivity of the board and the effectiveness of the board. Drew, go ahead.
I think as we make decisions, maybe as part of the decision, we should set ourselves a timeline to revisit the decision.
Mm-hmm.
So, use a real example. We decided to have a change our school lunch program. Mm-hmm. And maybe we should have at the time said, we are going to implement this new lunch program and we are going to evaluate this program 12 months from now. Mm-hmm. And by saying that, we all agree that we are not going to revisit this or evaluate it until that period of time. Because evaluating the school lunch program on week 1 at our next board meeting is pointless. There's nothing to evaluate. So that's really, I think, what we're trying to get at. Is we've made a decision, and absolutely, as board members, we're responsible for evaluating those decisions, but there's a time period. We must let the decision be implemented. We must give the administration and the schools and the staff time to do the task that we assigned them, or gave them, before we can evaluate it. So maybe with our decisions is a thoughtful timeline for evaluating that decision, and we agree that we're not going to bring this up to another board meeting until.
We actually started that discussion. No, I was just going to say, it was one of the things we brought up at one of our last regular meetings, that talking about one of the decisions we had made and when we're going to review. So this is even more deliberative, and because the decision is made when you make the decision on the timeline of that.
So I'm wondering if paired with that, if it would be acceptable to respect First Amendment rights, where this norm would address not only part of an evaluation, but that it's simply that the board deliberated, the board decided we're evaluating it on X. I personally voted against the decision. Would that feel like you could retain your freedom of your First Amendment rights to be able to be public? I disagree, but the board voted and we're going to be evaluating in 12 months and I look forward to that evaluation. Something like that. Does that feel, going back to our original one of listening, respectful, and creating it comfortable, does that feel comfortable, or is that not going far enough?
I mean, that's a good start, you know, but maybe we amend the norm to say something like the board norms or policies can't violate the law or constitutional protections afforded to its members. Something along those lines, just because the board, you know, we're responsible to our constituents, and I actually am all for having better, smoother running meetings, friendlier meetings. That's great, you know, but at the end of the day, that's something that's very important.
Yeah,
so that needs to be respected.
Yeah, not at the cost of that.
Right.
Can I chime in for a second? Because I like where this is going. Which is, first off, I think the revisiting thing, like you say, the lunch program, the 6th grade, whatever it is, I don't care what you're talking about. If we implement something, if we're going to be responsible board members, we should revisit it.
We should.
At a certain period down the line to see if it's actually working. Because if we implement things and they don't work and we keep doing the wrong thing,
yeah,
we're not helping the kids that we're here to help. And that's what we need to do. We should be and and the thing is, we can't say everything that we put into play 12 months down the line we need to revisit, because once we do that, then you're setting yourself up for a liability. It should be the responsibility of the board members to say, Joe, you're the chair. A couple of months, can you make sure we review this? And make that your little pet peeve of how to pester Joe on his, off time. Hey, Joe, this year's, that year for the lunch program's coming up. Can we review that in the next couple of months? Can you keep that, open for a little time to review that?
I'm kind of wondering if, rather than have this as a separate norm, that this really falls into this piece, that agenda items come back to reevaluate or revisit decisions, not reevaluate. Maybe that's votes. Is that part of it, or is that too procedural? Go ahead, Emily. I can see your faces.
I can answer that in a minute, but I just want to say, I guess it takes me back a little bit that this feels like an infringement on our First Amendment rights, because that is far from what I believe than you could possibly imagine. My belief, though, is that there is a time for that expression of support or question or dissent. And then we, as a board, because we need to operate as a board and function, once we've gone through that whole thing, then we have to make a decision, however difficult that is or however split that is, and then we need to find a way to move on. The conversation around the way to move on is what I'm talking about, and in no place in moving on is that, in my mind, a reflection that we should stifle dissent. So, I mean, that's the last thing I want to do, is stifle dissent or stifle even opinion of any way. But as a board, we need to function and operate and move, and we haven't always done that really well so far. And so I guess that's where I'm struggling with even sticking it into the agenda sort of thing, because I think this is something that we need to flesh out a little bit more, so that we're all comfortable with the last thing we want to do is stifle opinion or dissent, but that we also need to function and agree to function effectively for our public that we represent. And we don't do it effectively if we're always having that disagreement about what happens after we make a decision. So I love the idea of having a timeline for revisiting. In fact, I don't think we've ever had a decision that we haven't had a process for timeline in some way, but it hasn't been quite as specific as Drew had mentioned. Like, when we make the decision, we will revisit it at such and such a date. I love that idea. I think that helps to help us move on and know that we're going to revisit it, but I still think there's some maybe disagreement around what happens once a decision has been made, and I don't want anyone to feel like they haven't been heard. And how do you address it when you go to the public? Joe mentioned something about going out to the public and saying, vote no on our budget. I think that's something we should discuss, because if a board has made a decision to support a budget and put it out there for the public to decide how to vote, and if we actually had a divided board actually advocating when we're another, and I don't mean just no, I mean yes too. I don't think we should actually go out and advocate yes either. I think we should go out and advocate for the decision that we have made to put this budget in front of you, and here's all the information that we want you to have so you can decide whether this works for you. And so yes or no, either way, I think we've got a problem if we're individually going out and advocating for a vote one way or another. We do have to support what we voted for. So I'm not going to go out and tell someone when I have supported the budget or our board has supported the budget, I'm not going to go out and say, I want you to vote yes on this. But I am going to go out and say, I supported this because. So how do we get to the place where I didn't support this because? And what does that look like? That's all I'm saying. I think that we still got.
Has that been an issue about people going? I haven't.
I don't know. I'm just repeating what
I'm not aware of it being an issue. So.
I used it as an example.
Right, it's a good, yeah, it's a great
but there could be
example.
any.
Yeah, you're right, there could be any decision.
I just used that one.
No, yeah, well, we did have a board member on camera publicly state, vote no for this budget. I encourage you to go out and vote this budget down with our last budget. That happened. You know, but yeah, I think any time you, as a board member, you know, I don't think you should advocate against the decision of the board, even if it wasn't a decision that you supported. The larger body has decided, and now, as a board member, part of your work is to move that board's work forward, even if it wasn't necessarily work you agreed with.
But that's a very debatable position, right? And you're totally in your right to have that opinion, but people can have other opinions.
I don't think you necessarily have to speak for the, you know, you don't ever have to say, I now agree with this decision. You can hold your personal opinion, but I don't think you should try and hamper that decision either, you know, because then if once the board has decided to do something that as a board, we're not sort of unified as a board, and we have pockets of, well, I didn't support that, so I'm not gonna, you know, help with this, or I'm not gonna, you know, I think it makes us not, you know, it makes us weaker as a board if we're not gonna move forward as a group.
The word advocate is something that I think we need to think about, because when we're talking about advocating, that's different than we're talking about explaining a decision that was made, right? There's two different levels of it, and so advocating for or against is different than just saying, here's my opinion, I didn't support this decision, and here's why, but the board did support this decision, and here's why. That's not advocating one way or another, that's explaining.
Yeah, just one quick example that I can think of. The board made the decision that we're going to change all of our school colors to purple, just for whatever reason, and the building committee is now tasked with working with the administration to get RFPs out to paint all of our buildings purple. I chaired the building committee, and I was not for that particular project, but now it's been tasked to the building committee to work with the administration to put out the RFP. You can't then undermine that decision, because that was the board's decision as a whole, even though maybe the committee or maybe those people that have been tasked with it, that wasn't really the way they voted. And that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about agreeing with it, we're talking about agreeing to move forward with the work of the board. So we have made a decision, as silly as it is to paint the buildings purple, that was the decision we made, and now we all must work to get the work of the board done. And if that work is, again, changing our class structure, or educational procedures, or a food program, we have agreed to that decision in the work of the board. Now, all of our work is to make it successful. It's not to undermine that work. And that's really what we're getting at. We don't have to agree with it, but we have to do the work of the board and whatever tasks are associated with that once we've made that decision.
It's our job.
That's our job.
Well, and I would say, taking it full circle, a perfect example of that is Ken's example of voting against like a WCSU budget that's above the COLA. He will stay firm to that decision, but he will support the work after that budget is passed to make sure that he is supporting efficient operations to work within the budget that was supported. And if a director of operations is part of that budget, Ken is looking for ways to support that position that was part of that budget. So I mean, I think that's a perfect example for that. And then if I could, just one 30-second thing, I just wanted to point out that Mike was a perfect example of 3 of your norms, because he was focused on the mission of the children and the stakeholders. He did all of his homework, right? He came prepared in a very thoughtful way. He didn't hijack your agenda. He clarified when it was going to be appropriate to talk about it, and then he laid out in a very succinct way, very respectfully, his point that allowed us to have a respectful conversation. So I feel awesome, and we're only 90 minutes in.
I agree. And I think everyone has been very active in listening and participating and respectful and enjoying the conversation. I think the moving forward piece, there's way more clarity than when we started about decision making. It's really about moving forward. If we're going to paint everything purple and Drew wanted blue, he's not going to destroy the RFPs and make sure that process gets slowed down. Or do that, he's going to, maybe he will say this color's terrible, but he's going to
support the board by not getting in the way of that once that decision is made. It's not going to bring its color palette to every board meeting and talk about how green makes you feel better. Kind of that's in the mood.
But he's also not restricted from saying, you know what, I didn't like the purple, but my job as the building chair is to make the same.
Right. And my amendment of when you say you don't have anything nice to say is that you're not trying hard enough. So, may I add some information around moving forward, being productive and moving forward as a board once decisions are made, moving forward. And that could be, it shows up on the agenda later for discussion, evaluation. It could mean first speech, first amendment out there. But having that be either its own norm or part of effective communication. Go ahead.
I think you could maybe even put it in be present during meetings. Because if you're back here 3 meetings ago, you're not present in what we're doing right now.
Good point.
This is what we're doing right now.
And if you don't show up for the meetings, you can't bring it up 3 months later and be like, oh, I have this thing, right?
Yeah, if you didn't show up at the meeting that it was discussed, then you basically forfeited.
Yeah, when does purple thing come up?
I mean, it's my least favorite.
What is RFP, request for purple?
Yeah.
Request for purple.
That's good.
So some sort of way to say moving forward once decisions are made.
That respects.
Individual opinions, and it's public, but you still have that, but that we are, because the goal is to be productive and effective to reach our mission as a board. Okay.
Yep.
What a wonderful discussion. It's already showing me how well you communicate and that you are showing respect for one another and able to have dissent and hash out details. Because I made assumptions for it, right, when I read post-its. Fist to 5 about some sort of wordsmithing of moving forward.
That's not enough. What is that?
That's a men's amend.
What are you, Caesar?
I just want to say you've moved me a little because I was going to do 2 fists and I gave you 2 fingers. So
I appreciate what you're doing.
Well, that's something I think too will come back to me work. I'm going to propose a break, 10 to 15 minutes. Let's say 11:15 on that clock up there, and then I'm going to turn it over to Joe, and I'm going to amend my time, Joe, so I don't cut into yours.
That's fine.
Cool. Okay.
I do not.
Thank you. Just figure while we're here, while we're doing it. All right. So next on the agenda, Joe was going to talk with you about accomplishments so far, and just thinking about the snapshot and this great discussion we just had about this is all the work you've done so far, and maybe it will show up on your agenda again. Like it's some of these items are like, oh, we want to make sure with this new food service program we get that on our agenda later. Tying our threads together here. But Joe, I'm going to let you take this part forward.
Thanks.
Before we move into values.
Thank you. So, it was really actually kind of fun to look back and think about what we accomplished in our first, in our time before we became operational and everything. And, we've done a lot when you start thinking about it, and there may be things I've missed, and I'll certainly look for input after. But we've first and foremost successfully navigated the transition under Act 46, and there have been a lot of challenges that we've worked through, and we've done it. We have responded to community requests for choice in the district and implemented that, and we've seen that, move forward and be utilized. We've created a true middle school and are watching that happen. We've expanded pre-K to all the schools, not physically, but the access to that pre-K. We have implemented the universal food program, so we are feeding every child in every building, 2 meals a day. And I have heard good things about the food quality. I'm sure there are hiccups, but they'll work it out. We have a principals advisory committee in every building. We piloted it, and now we have it in every building. And I think we'll be hearing, that's one of those lines of communication that we've tried to open, and I think we'll build on that this year. as a member of the WCSU board, we were a positive voice for the director of operations. We've got one, and we are using that position heavily. Just asking. And lastly, and this sort of feeds into our next discussion, for me, this feeds into our next discussion as well. At our last retreat, we spent a lot of time developing our values, and I like to think that as we went through the things that we did, we looked back at those values. I know I did. They're posted at every meeting. They're actually in the packet here because we're going to look at them again a little bit. But, you know, that's that. I'm proud of the fact that we developed that, we thought about that, and then looked at that as we move forward. So, if there's anything else that we want to pat ourselves on the back for, now's the time. And congratulations and thank you to all of you. We have done a lot, and there's more to do, and I look forward to doing it. And I look forward to working with you to get it done. We did pass a budget.
Eventually.
That actually is part of the hiccup of Act 46, because there was confusion about how the budget, I mean, we passed a budget like nobody's ever done before. Two-piece, budget with all kinds of different things. And, that's just another one of the things that we've navigated through successfully.
Yeah. Well, thanks to the business office.
Yes.
Especially.
Oh, yeah.
Because that was really much smoother than I anticipated. It was. I thought it was pretty much worse. It was pretty tough.
It was. Did I miss anything? Bill, Jen, board?
I kind of feel like even if not everybody agrees with every decision, that we ought to be able as a board to be like feeling pretty good about the big picture of things there. That's a lot of stuff. You may not agree with every part of it, but overall, I think you got to say that's good work.
All right. So that's my piece.
Well then, effective organizations celebrate their successes just as much as they probably take a moment to come back and say, what else we've done so we keep moving forward. Especially volunteer boards who have, I don't know if you, I'm sure your monetary reward is just the incentive. I know that you, doing this work as volunteers, you put yourself in front of the community. You sometimes anger your neighbors. You feel like you are, if you're the dissenting vote or the supporting vote, sometimes it feels like you're put in this, can't win, can't lose kind of thing. And it's just really important that, what I've heard everything saying here too, is your organization is still focused, I took it down, your mission. Right? And you did that. So that's great. Thank you for sharing all that, John. Appreciate that.
My pleasure.
In your packets, you have, in your folders, you have a packet that is hopefully paper put together that has a group activity assessing our board values. And behind it are, Joe referred to your board values that you've established before. And there should be, we collated correctly, pre-K values, values K to 6, values 7 to 12, equity opportunities, and the second page for equity opportunities. So the activity we're going to do next, I'll modify the times a bit, are that we're going to look at those, take a few minutes and look at your values that you've established. I think you know them pretty well, but you'll have a packet there to refer to. And we're going to reshape those values into 3 different configurations. And because you are now West River, you have a pre-K to 5, a middle school, and high school. So those are the 3 configurations that I created. And you're going to take these values, and they may be the same, there may be some duplicates, there may be some more, and we're going to create our values under each of those grade configurations. So again, our work, the goal that we're doing today in this section is to, under the 3 configurations, pre-K to 5, which would be elementary, middle school, and high school, determine your values as a board for each of those. Make sense what our outcome is going to be? Okay. So as an activity, I have the directions in front of you. Make sense? So you get to share your work and your values. We'll put those up. Does that make sense in general what we're going to do? And I'm going to walk you through what that activity looks like. Okay, so that's our outcome. So the first thing we're going to do, you're in a small group. You have your packet of values. and from last time, and you're gonna brainstorm.
It's not gonna happen.
Still can't achieve it?
Just that one kid might not.
Right, because English 5 or English.
Oh, that I don't care about. No, I thought we were talking about.
I think we are all back. Thank you. Just to recap our directions at this point for what we're going to do next. I'm going to modify the times a little bit. So it looks like we have elementary, middle, and high school. So you are going to get together as your triad and decide who's going to be your presenter first, and the other two are visitors. So for my example, Al, Emily, and Mike were in a group, correct? And you were middle school? Is that correct?
We were K-8, 6th grade.
6th grade, okay, so middle school. So you would stay here, and let's say Al would be the first presenter. He would present. I'm going to modify it to have it be 6 minutes. I'll keep track and give you some warning. 4 people will be there asking questions, giving feedback. Al's going to take notes in some fashion, and then his group will come back. I'll say time's up or something. I don't know, exciting like that. And to bring back, then Al and his group might make some changes or clarify some things on their poster. And then either Mike or Emily will be the next presenter. Go back out to the groups, repeat the process, come back until you've had a chance to see every poster and you've had a chance to present your poster. And that's the step 2. And once we're finished with all of that, then we're going to present our posters to the whole group. So if you didn't get to see the high school poster since your first round, you'll get a chance to see it again. As a whole. Any questions about what the procedurally, what we're going to do, or steps? You ready?
Yep.
Go team. All right. Head to your poster and decide who's going to present, and then try to mix it up. Try to be with different people.
All right, Drew, Joe's going to present.
I'll present first, unless you really want to fight me for it.
Yeah. Just side here.
Good seeing you.
Super.
Okay, go ahead and start, please. We have about 6 minutes. So, from my perspective,
That's 3 more weeks.
I know that when everybody's done.
I mentioned that the bus routes, you know, it's not necessarily pre-K, you know, so it's like, you know, how to.
Okay, let's head back to our original group. Yes. Just to grab your attention for just a second. You're back in your original groups, and yes, you're gathering feedback from what you just learned, but now you're going to have a project. So you're going to have about 5 to 10 minutes where you're actually going to create this poster for your group based on all the feedback you've gathered, the discussions you've had. You're about to create that values for your elementary, middle, or high school to present to the group. You might have it. It might be just perfect the way it is, or you might want to make some changes. So when you're ready, I will know your group is ready when I see you peel off a poster off the wall and come in the middle. You're gonna be ready. Your own poster. Don't put it up there. We did by doing this because we were actually not having a questionable conversation around this. We were having it on this, but it was a similar conversation. And why it should be this, your choice and.
I can't make you understand. I know you can ask a question.
That is it's on there now.
So the direction is grab your poster when you're ready. Looks like you are. You know it. We're going to gather around in a circle. Do I mess you up if we're right here? Okay. We'll do a semicircle. Do you need people want to sit rather than stand for a little bit? What's this actually? I have an idea. Look at this. I was walking in and I lost my purse.
Okay, Bill.
Why don't we do this and we all gather around this side? You can see them all at once.
a screen? I don't need no whiteboard. All right. Okay, so if we're all on this side, our next step is we'll start on going right to left, and it's against everything. Your coordinator thinks. So right to left? I guess so.
I like to think outside the box.
Yeah, it's good. It's in order. So I'm going to have the values pre-K to 5, and then 6 to 8, and then high school values present their work, and give you a second if you haven't had a chance to see the final product. Again, remember these are going home with, well, not home to Liz's house, home to my house and Liz's, and we're going to type these up, our work home. And these will be the draft that you'll see as a poster. I'll bring those back to you as drafts and you can decide. So, pre-K to 5, if you want to, elementary, give a quick overview. And
Just do it from there.
after you give the overview, I'm going to just ask for thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways.
So those values incorporate values from both the pre-K and the K1, or the two values. We took all our feedback and put it on the poster there, and then tried to incorporate it in there. So we added some things. We added, outdoor play space for play-based education. We felt comfortable leaving the values as pre-K 5, while acknowledging that, it's very different worlds with early education versus, the older grades in there. But we didn't think we had to change the name necessarily of the document itself. We added some things about communication that we based on feedback, and we still have, we had some discussion in the presentations about foreign language, that we had valued that, and the question is, like, where does it fit and how does it look in there? I mean, does it start in 5th grade? Does it start in, very low? Or is that really more of a middle school value where we expose them to foreign language starting in 6th grade, and maybe they don't necessarily need foreign language added to the curriculum in pre-K 5? A question, just where is that actually, does that actually belong? And then the other question that we had on ours was about location of the pre-K programs, and that's still a question. Obviously, we still value that, but is it in all 3 buildings? Is it as it is now in 2 buildings with transportation? Is it centralized? I mean, we need to talk about location a little bit, but again, a question more, once we decide we value it, it's like, okay, do we value it everywhere, or how do we present it once we acknowledge we value it? So that's it.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Certainly.
So I see this poster up behind you at the board meeting, and I'm a community member, and I walk in, and one of our pre-K values is food. So I'm wondering what that actually means.
Obviously that would be fleshed out to, like, high quality, locally sourced, food. That would shorthand for us.
Okay.
Access to food for all. I mean, I think we're doing just that with our food program, and we continue to support that food program as it grows and changes.
And I'm being lighthearted.
Right, I understand. But we should probably put more words in. That's short.
Right. So I am being lighthearted, but I also, as someone who's going to print up the posters, I would like to understand more of what we're printing up.
High quality, healthy.
Without chocolate milk.
And chocolate milk.
And chocolate milk. And accessible to all.
Extra chocolate milk.
High quality food accessible to all. Is that on here?
There you go.
High quality food accessible to all. Is that
High quality.
Fresh. Throw some pink markers.
As much local as possible?
Yes, throw it at Bill.
Go for it.
Bill, what's up?
Local food.
Incoming? Oh, it's fun.
Healthy, high quality, local. Those are the 3 words I would put in there.
What?
Healthy,
Okay.
high quality,
I missed the
local.
first word.
So that was my clarifying. Do other people have clarifying thoughts or comments? So, please go ahead.
So you're all going to know that I'm going to continue to say this, and you guys can shoot me down as long as you want. But I'm going to continue to say that I don't object, because I recognize that the state is focused on pre-K, but I would still love to have us continue to think of our early grades, early ages of education as an early learning, which would be everything prior to first grade. So an early learning as opposed to pre-K. I'm not objecting to us keeping this because I recognize that the state says we have pre-K. But if we can change the way we think about the early learning for our students, including parents into the learning, making it more play-based, making it more nature-based, we overcome the stigma, I think, that public education has been facing around accusations that we can't provide the same quality programming that private home-based or small centers can provide. And I actually don't agree with that kind of a stigma. I believe that we can and should be doing exactly that. So I just want to put it out there, and I'm not asking you to change anything, but I'll continue to say that I still think early learning, and I don't want to limit to an age because I think there are different ages of children before first grade. They can be 3, 4, 5, and 6-year-olds, in fact, I'm sure. So I don't want to limit it to that, but anything prior to first grade should be an early learning cohort or group. Anyway, I'm just throwing that out there.
I'd like to even extend that beyond 3. What about 0 to 5?
That would be fantastic.
I mean, even if it 0 to 3 is more of a consultative thing, where WCSU has information for brand new parents.
So like birth to first?
Yeah.
Birth to first works for me. There's a different...
I know there are other resources
You're gonna get a onesie.
available, but eventually that child will be a student here,
Yeah.
so why not start the relationship as early as possible?
I know, but I'm trying to not stay with, I agree with that, but I'm trying to stay away from the children who, you're 6 now, you're in first grade, and I'm not sure that's always true. But I agree, birth to 5 is the category that, just like pre-K is a category that the state uses. I love that. There's a different, there are different supports and resources that we have available for 0 to 5. And I'd love to explore that more.
One of the questions I brought up was around foreign language when we were talking, and I just wanted to clarify that. I think the only reason that I questioned it was the question in my mind was how is it, not necessarily how will it be rolled out, but is it always Spanish? Is it, what is the offering, I guess? Because to me, I feel like that would be amazing. I think it would be wonderful to have a foreign language prior to some of these older grades, and it would be great to just be able to roll it in to continue it in the middle school on and through high school. That was the only reason that I brought it up. I think that's it.
Yeah, and the reason we put it under questions is because it was on a previous value sheet and we didn't do it.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a question, do we still value it? And the group that I got to talk to said, if we do value it, we need to have some information as a board of what it could look like.
That's great.
And so the question that I have for the group is, do you guys still value it? And if you do, is it a task to come at budget time on what it could possibly look like to fulfill that value?
To me personally, it's extremely valuable because we're looking at it, we, as the group that did the high school values, one of the big things we talked about was having multicultural experiences. Well, if you have no exposure prior to high school, or maybe we're talking middle school, but then that's not really full exposure. I think it would be wonderful.
Well, the best time for language immersion is when they're young, very young. And I think it's one of the things that has always fallen off in elementary schools because we just don't have the resources or the funding.
But it
should be evaluated.
It doesn't have to be a class either. There's ways to mix it into the curriculum without being like, okay, it's time for a Spanish lesson, Right.
Or Chinese.
Whatever.
In my kindergarten, they taught us the English and French alphabet all at the same time. And that's exactly, doesn't help me now, but that's on me.
But you probably remember it.
Yeah, I can remember the song, but I'll spare you.
Come on, prayers,
We can work So I'm asking, do you want to put foreign language here under high quality instruction, or is it another value separate from that one? Same.
I think it fits there.
It's there? Because you're talking about enrichment, right?
Yeah.
It's not a question of, I agree.
So it's moved
not a
for
question of
question?
value, so let's put it-
Okay.
What's the question about?
So, mixing it up a little bit. Yes, this is something I value and I stand behind this poster for my group. No, some of it. And I will watch your thumbs, because if I get any of these, we're back. We want to really tease that out, and even some of this.
Can I ask whether we're going to have a conversation or we're going to leave that as a question around the pre-K because we took off foreign language out of the question? Were you expecting an answer on that now, or were we going to just?
We'd love to have that conversation if it fits with the time period structure of what you're talking about.
About pre-K locations or value
Yeah,
of
I mean,
pre-K
we
itself?
got two questions
or-
down there, whether we're going to add those as
Okay.
follows. Are we going to add, we took off foreign language to say yes or no. Now there's a pre-K location thing.
You just moved it up.
Okay, so do we want to, as part of the values of pre-K, is it access to pre-K for all students? Is that the issue? Or is it the actual physical location?
They actually have access to it now, so it's location.
It's location.
Because we have one school that doesn't have it in the building.
So I would say, I don't know that pre-K location would actually be under the value, but it may be something we would think about as committee work.
So that should be a parking lot conversation.
Yes, that'd be great. Oh, yeah. And I can move that into
Okay.
our committee work when we start doing that too.
You got it?
I can write.
Okay, thank you.
We can also move, I'm gonna make an amendment too, we can also move in the idea of changing it to first to 5 elementary, middle, high. That's great.
Thank you for answering that.
Thank you, no, I appreciate that. Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways, accepting these values as our. Awesome. So I'm gonna. Awesome, we have all thumbs up. Fantastic. Woo! All right, middle school, 6 to 8.
All right, 6 to 8 values. I think this is going to be a common theme, high quality instruction. We also added to it personalized learning plan. Every kid is climbing their own ladder, so that's extremely important. Intervention for students based on needs. School support services, nurse, counselor, social worker, etc. Outdoor recreation space, nature, play-based learning. Think of the environment that we're in. We're in Vermont. We're not in inner city New York.
Yeah.
There's so much that we can do and use around us, so it's very important. Enrichment offerings, art, music, language, PE. I had PE, sorry.
It's totally yours.
Near and dear to my
It
heart.
is.
Capstone trips and co-curricular. So we had robust conversation around capstone trips and for not being prescriptive about what that means. I think that would come out in the committee discussions, exactly what that would mean. We talked about doing it in 6th grade, doing it in 8th grade. That could all be decided later. So, career exploration, trades versus college, your choice. There are we certainly don't want there to be this stigma of not being on the right track. So in 6th to 8th grade, as they're starting to learn about these things, make these decisions, not steering them in one direction or the other, but informing them and showing them what the options are. What does it mean to go to college? What does it mean to go into the trades? What do you need to know? If you don't go to college, there's not nearly as much for expenses, but there are trade-offs, no pun intended. Unique offerings, web-based learning. Boy, talk about the difference between when some of us went to school versus now. The web, what's the web? Spider over there. So that's huge and has added so much to the value of teaching and learning. So we might as well take advantage of it and seeing this. And this, I guess if we were going to rank them, funny how this got down to this portion of the list, but it was the first thing that came to our minds. Safety, culture, climate, very, very important. Now that we've added 6th grade to middle school, true middle school. This is when we help all of the parents realize it's okay. Your 6th grader's going to be all right. Everything is safe. We've created a nice culture for them, and the climate is right. And also, you can't see it there, but we've added that we need to have family and staff buy-in and involvement to make all of that work. And then transitions. We have lots of transitions. We noted 2. 5th to 6th grade, and then 8th to 9th grade. How do you help students make that transition? How do you help staff make that transition? And then also, on top of that, mentoring. How important is it to have somebody who's in 7th grade talking to that incoming 5th to 6th grade student on a one-to-one level about what the transition is about, making them feel comfortable in that, and being a partner as they make that transition. Safe, functional facilities with high-quality food and means of transportation. We had a little addendum to the transportation piece of that. And it did say late bus, but now we said late transportation for after-school activities, drama, etc. This all goes back to equity, right? So if the child is going to participate in something after school, we need to give them the opportunity to get home safely. And also having the bus routes, schedules accessible so that everybody knows where everybody's going, when, how, and why. And then finally we have communication. And the communication between high school and middle school and home, etc., making sure that everybody's on the same page, and then we have all that covered. And that is our 6th grade.
Thoughts?
There seems to be a theme here.
Yes, it's good. That's a good sign.
just throwing that out there.
What's the theme?
The theme is a lot of these things are so repetitive, just at different levels.
Yeah.
You have food, transportation, you have, so I'm wondering if some of these values should just be straight values all the way across the board, and then come down to your different education, your different levels of values.
How when I type them up, if I see the whatever is standard in all 3, I'll make sure they're at the top.
Yeah.
We can make that decision. Your thoughts for 6 to 8? We got thumbs going up. Okay, where are we? All right. Efficient group. Fantastic, you guys. Wonderful. All right, high school, you're up.
Who wants it? There you go.
Thank you. All right.
And put your shoes on.
I'm not going to shoes. It's not going to happen. Okay, so obviously we want a safe environment in all of these things. So in addition to that, effective communication between the administration and home, between teachers and home, both directions. It's not enough to have offered the information. If no one's getting it, there's got to be some connection here. Individual student growth. So every student, no matter where they're at, is climbing their own ladder. Everyone's getting better. We're not trying to measure how great everyone's doing by a line item. We want everyone to climb their ladder. Both academically, socially, and emotionally, etc. We want whole people growth. And also the career paths is part of that. Continued emphasis on new and or different experiences, including cultural experiences, things like Journey East. It does not have to be that, but things that are outside the box experiences, something that you wouldn't have had an opportunity to do otherwise. Real world experiences and knowledge put into the curriculum. It's cool to know how to grow your own food and then what you do with it after. It's great to have, you know, some of these life skill things. I know how to do this math and I can now do my taxes. Like whatever this thing is, real life skills environment that families are engaged in and buy into and are involved in. Co-curricular activities, not just sports, all these things. Also, outdoor time and experiences. Just because you're in high school doesn't mean you never get to go outside anymore. And then equitable access to those things. So that comes down to the transportation stuff. If we value co-curricular activities, we need to make sure everyone can get to and from them. And then also, speaking about transitions, post-graduation support and how that transition is supported. And also, after you've graduated, can you ask questions still? Can you still get that support? We talked about
wouldn't it be great if, you know, somebody decided to take a gap year and then 6 months in was like, I hate this. I hate doing this. I hate being an adult. I want to go back to college. How do I do that? And, you know, all of us, whether you have children in the school or not, you're paying taxes. So you should have access to be able to go back to the counselor and say, I graduated from here 2 years ago and I'm lost. I don't know what to do. Can you help me? Or at least be able to point them in the direction of a career center.
Yeah, what's the resource? Tell me where to go. Who do I talk to? What do I do? I started college. I decided this isn't for me. Maybe I want to do a trade instead, but I don't know who to talk to or what to do. How do I do that? So instead of like, you know, how is that supported? So those are our values.
Smart. Lindsay, can I point out?
Absolutely not.
Just, I don't know why it didn't come to me earlier, but the social and emotional well-being of the students, why we didn't have it as a value. I think it's important. It may tie into the safety culture and climate, but I think that's incredibly important with how kids, especially in high school, are feeling about themselves. And yeah, I'm glad to
I agree, it should be in the middle school there too.
Yep, I should be in all of them.
Yep. I totally agree with that.
I think that we should have a definition of high quality instruction that we keep saying, high quality instruction. And that's sort of a big term, right? But that could mean a lot of things to a lot of different people. And I think we keep saying high quality instruction, but then the things that means are whole student growth, academic, social, emotional growth, and if every student is growing, and you know, I think we should actually have a definition of what that means if we keep throwing the term out.
I think that's a great idea. I really do. The social emotional piece we didn't really get there because I think we're looking at it under climate, but I am so glad you teased it out, and we need to be talking about that across the board.
Yeah, that's across the board.
So you're kind of a friendly amendment to the social and
I
emotional
think
health?
everybody takes that as a given. That's
Which we should.
We should take it as a given, but it should be
part of our
part of our value, so it's there, so we don't forget that it sits on the back burner.
Because the social and emotional well-being helps to avoid many other things.
So many.
Right.
When we take high quality instruction, frankly, as a given too, and we didn't forget to leave that off. So I think this is really important to tease out. Thanks.
Could I ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
Going back to your high quality instruction, are you suggesting that maybe we ask our director of curriculum to offer a generalized description of what high quality instruction would look like?
That's exactly what I said.
Okay, thanks.
Across the board.
I thought I was clear.
Okay. Just
Wow, the great delegator.
And the answer to that question is it will reach every student on every level. To promote growth.
When I put my other hat on, I will get that out. For the high school values, adding social and emotional health and well-being of our students, and more clarification about what high quality instruction by definition could be. Are we ready to thumbs up, sideways or down about the high school values? Yeah, good, sure. Just roll in. All right. So you have your values at this point. That's fantastic. Well done. I will let you sit.
We're going to shift gears a little bit, and some of this has come out during our discussions today, which is fantastic. And that was the plan for these to come out, that we are talking both about our values, about our some of our challenges and accomplishments, So what I did was, I'm calling this a chalk talk, but we don't have a chalkboard, so we're going to do it a little bit differently on a whiteboard. I want to make sure through this process, I read through the survey that went out to all of you. I don't know if everyone participated or not, but I read through all of those, and that helped me design today around some things that might be norms we believe in, might be challenges we have as a school board. Well, Royal, it's all you. Challenges and things that you're facing, and it could be things about your own communication, and it could be things that I've heard about equity. I've heard about communication. I've heard about what's facing your district board, things from the AOE, things in our control and things that are out. So what I have, this is helping me here, finances, there's another one I heard. And then there might be other things that I haven't heard about. Pre-K location might come up somewhere in here. So what we're going to do, this is called a chalk talk. And all of you, if you don't have a marker from the last activity, if you make sure you grab one. Any color. And so this activity, you might be around the room a little bit so as long as it doesn't bleed through onto the wall. You can tell when it comes back. So these are some categories I came up with. And then I have, the last one that's going up is a question mark. So that's kind of our didn't get captured here. So the activity is this. So it's a silent activity. We'll do your best. I'm getting faces like silent. The first part's silent. So what you're going to do is you each have a marker. And at any of the bubbles around the rooms, why don't you grab over here? We'll go this way. So you're kind of new here. If you can think of a challenge that's either facing you as a board member, or challenges or things that you know you're going to have to deal with. Pre-K location is a great one, right? Like that's just something you know you're going to have to deal with. Maybe that falls under equity. But your job is to add, we do it just like this, the school system. So communication, I heard this today, a challenge that the board is facing doesn't have to be a negative thing. Communication goes like this. And I'm writing in a highlighter, which isn't that great, parents, staff, board. And I'm adding that as something that I know is a challenge I've heard today that you already mentioned. Don't use that. How's that? And if you're walking up out and you see that, you might just put a little check mark next to that, or a star because you agree with that. That's a big one for you. What you're not going to do is cross it off because you don't get to decide what other people's challenges are. So we're just going to take about 10 minutes for you to walk around, read what other people have written. Again, it's supposed to be signed, but you're just going to write out some challenges you know that you're going to face as a board this year. The purpose of doing this activity is not to dwell on the negative. The purpose is, our next step is we're going to be looking at committee work and creating topics for the school year of the big things you want to tackle this school year. So by establishing your values, by establishing what challenges you know you're facing, that's going to help you build your committees and help you build your topics and your agenda for the year. To make sure these big things that you want to deal with and these big values that matter to you, you want to make sure you're doing the work. And you don't want to build an agenda that you turn around and it's March and you haven't gotten to these things because you got mixed in the day-to-day. You know? Make sense? Any questions? Does anyone want to change out the color? Okay, when you are ready, come on up and add away. I'm going to move. We'll keep on this all. Take just another minute. I want to point out
how respectful everyone is being to letting other people. So I really appreciate how Mike is walking through and reading. Well, if you haven't had a chance to really look at what each of these are, we're not going to discuss them all in detail, but to look at each so you really gather what if you chuck them up for all did make it onto the board and see. So starting here when I see it, not that I'm going to start with this one. I purposely don't yet, but unified work of the board, middle school success, more community involvement and buy-in, respect First Amendment rights of members, district success, move forward, evaluate, repeat, respect and establish growth individual cultures. So I think a lot of this is coming out in the normal discussion we had today, but it's wonderful to see it recaptured. It's consistent with what has been said. Challenges, which challenges aren't necessarily a negative thing. They're things that we grow when we strive and we grow when we struggle. Speaking of struggle,
can I just ask for clarity, and I did get feedback on it, but I don't know who wrote it. Individual cultures, does that mean of the buildings? Specific building?
Yeah.
I checked it, that's what I was.
I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood, because that's how I interpreted it, but I wasn't sure that that was the intent.
I really appreciate that because that's how I interpreted it, and it's good to stop.
Thank you.
Okay. Speaking of challenges, unknowns, AOE changes, mergers, unknowns. Kind of hard to plan for what's coming next. We have some ideas. Act 46, then what?
The big change that's going to be coming out, which we already discussed at this district level, was the Committee of Six, which is the merger of districts, of supervisory unions as huge, which is probably going to be the big new thing to come up because they realize by us consolidating our governance at this level is a good thing, but we need to look at, we have too many administrators compared to the number of students we have now.
Challenge. It's a challenge. Whether we merge or whatever happens here, even if we're doing great communication, things happening, like whatever's happening here might impact this or vice versa. We know it will probably impact this. So one of the challenges boards face are the fiscal responsibility to your taxpayers, to your stakeholders. Balancing that with your values, what you believe in and how you make that balance in changing times, right? Diversity within equity, double knots on equity checks, transportation, double pre-K, check, 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 personalized learning, big check, Dr. Pump for all, I appreciate being aware of the group. Self-ended for you, a little bit here. So equity, and again, this all beauty and back, a couple of extra dots there, listening with purpose, and that could be, I'm thinking, communication from your community. Feedback, or with each other. Feedback and the star, respectful and sincere.
I'm fine. I mean, I really didn't want to put it on one of those because I'm not sure how if everybody feels the same way I do about public education being under attack, and if they do, then we should be talking about it in other ways. But for me, is it a problem for like it is?
And because of your yeah. So anytime we do work on a leadership team, we talk about, we do root cause analysis and think about the things that are the causes for the problems we're having. And then we build everything, we've done this work as a team, we build everything, all the challenges we're having. And then we go into actions and cross out the things that aren't in our control. Because it's just, why put our energy of banging our heads against something that we have no influence on. So you might have some influence on this, I'm not saying that. We make it as palatable as possible. But there's just going to be things that come up that because of the different things coming from AOE, you're going to be as nice as you can about it.
I don't know how much we've had a conversation, I don't think I've listened to board meetings, and maybe I've forgotten how much conversation we had around, setting up committees. No. But I guess what before we even talk about putting committees, do we actually as a board agree that committees are appropriate? And that's number one. And because in the past in other boards, we have actually said many committees and then said, actually they're not working for us. And so eliminating them became a much more functioning board. That's number one. Mm-hmm. Number two, if we're talking about, we agree that committees have a purpose for this board, then how are they going to operate, and will they be permanent standing committees, or will they be temporary committees, or what is the purpose of them? So I think
But the conversation around committees is really important to have before we say, is this a committee, is that a committee, is that a committee?
Great.
How about committees in general?
Great.
Because they can be really dysfunctional,
Yeah.
and we can't have that. We don't have time.
That's not the goal. That is not the goal. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's take a 5-minute break, and I'm going to start with Emily's topic when we get back to it. I did put out some chocolate. All right, we're going to do I moved the agenda around a little bit. Thank you for being flexible. We're going to do a quick team building exercise before we move into the next thing. You guys been. If you would please come form 2 lines of equal numbers facing each other right here.
That's the height that we go to, no higher. Everybody start to lower.
You have to be touching at all times. You've got to start again.
Okay,
All hands
hands
touching
on.
at all times.
Lower.
Down.
Lower.
Down.
Lower.
Down.
Lower.
Down.
Slowly lower.
It's right there.
I can feel that in my back. You guys are doing great. Keep going.
Come on,
Down.
keep going down.
Keep going down. Dropping it.
Come on, just let go.
Keep going. Keep going.
I think you're good. I think you're good. Communication. What did you find in the beginning? I saw a lot of this. Who's working it up? Who's doing that? How was that working for you or not working for you? Anybody get yelled at?
No, you know what's interesting? Is as soon as we said, don't look at the poll.
Everybody looked at the poll.
No.
At one point,
Mike looked at the poll.
people closed their eyes, all of them had their eyes closed. How did that happen? So then all of a sudden it went down. Ken was the only voice I heard. And then there was kind of some chanting. Down, down, down. In a rhythm. I didn't hear anyone.
And then a plan at the end.
You had a plan. And who contributed to that plan?
Pardon me?
Who contributed to that plan?
Everybody.
Could you have gotten that to the ground without communicating?
No. That was a heck of a lot harder.
It would be a heck of a lot harder. So I'm just going to make it real obvious here. When you work together and you communicate and you have a clear goal together, you get there faster and more effectively. Okay? So super. When I was putting this together, I thought this is where I start. I didn't start here, but this is really the outcome, right? This is you're making a work plan for the year. So these are your meeting dates for the year based on your current schedule. I know the February date is a holiday maybe. So I don't know if you meet or not. So it might change. But I looked at this and I thought, how, based on the survey and the challenges, and not the values, but the work that I know you have to do and what budget takes, that I made an assumption that you would have committees. This is not my work. If you don't have committees, I have no skin in that game. But what I thought about was if we had my thinking was if you had a clear topic, so budget, 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 is that kind of budget season or whatever. If committees had a charge, and you knew what that committee work was going to be, and you plug them in here, they would be on the agenda as reporting. So that was my thinking, so you know my thinking behind it. Let's talk about what Emily brought up right before we went into the transition to the break. Do you have committees? Do they function well? And do you want them? Let's just say this. Pick up the function well. Do you have committees? And is it something with the right scaffolding and parameters you want to have? Bill.
So I would just say we had an example of a high-functioning committee for the school choice policy. The board delegated a group. The group named a chairman. The chairman organized effective meetings. They delegated work to the central office that was necessary before meetings. We met 4 times, and by the end of the 4th time, the committee had a school choice policy, 2 to 3 pages long, very fleshed out, that they could then recommend to the board. The board could read it prior, and it was adopted and was very effective in deploying. And so when I think of committee work, I think of that group and that organization as a model for this board working. The other committee that has been established has been the Facilities Committee, and they did a lot of pre-work last year, getting our engineering studies together, getting a lot of data together. They've already met with our Director of Operations and are preparing for this type of work. So my two examples of the committees involved with this group have been highly successful. So I know that when we met as a planning, I was one of the voices that a well-organized committee could be highly beneficial to this board.
Let's have a policy.
Well, and that's true. And then the policy committee came through with the 17 or 18 recommended required policies in a very efficient manner as well.
So this is just all of my questions were about clarity so that we're all on the same page about committees. What Bill just described were three very different committees to me. And they all need a different charge and a different function, and we all have to agree with the project. So I'll just share my thoughts, and so other people can do whatever they want. Choice, that was a temporary, had a specific need. We asked them to come up with something very specific. We were very clear. I don't know as we told them how many meetings to have, although committees are often told you're only allowed to have 3 meetings or whatever, and get it done by such and such a date. I don't think we did either of those things, but that's one of the options that can happen with a temporary committee that's taking on just one topic. There's the policy committee, which I think, I think you're still chairing that. That's sort of an ongoing committee. It meets when it's needed, and we have been using them for a long time, so we're familiar with them, and I don't think anybody ever questioned about whether we should do that, and I think that has a very specific charge. We may ask them to take up a policy or come up with a policy for us, or they'll come to us. So we sort of give them a little more autonomy because it's a piece. And then there's the building committee, which actually was created by need. In fact, even, I wouldn't want to call it emergency, but we certainly are in a challenging time with our buildings. And so we really felt like we needed to have something like that. So there was a group who were ready to jump into it as needed. I think there's value to all of them. I just want to make absolutely sure that when we do them, we know which kind of committee we're entering into, and having a very specific charge and hopefully a timeline for results. And then the committee would disband. We also need to understand about the structure of committees because, if there's more than 5 people, then that's a quorum of the board. So all of that has to be considered as well. I know everybody already knows all that, but we just have to. So that was my thing. We have never talked about this as a board. So those were just some of my thoughts. Other people have different thoughts.
Right. So, as part of, I was in the organization and meeting talking about this, and, I was on the preliminary board with you when we got rid of the standing committees because they didn't seem to work.
Could you explain to everybody why they didn't work?
The biggest, I don't want to use the word problem, but the biggest thing with the challenge with the standing committees was that the committee would go off and do a bunch of work, and then they would come back and present it to the board, and the board would essentially decide that in order to really make this decision, they needed to redo all that work. So the committee spent a great deal of time doing work that was then repeated. And so, if that's what happens with committee work, then, then there's no point in having the committees because people are unhappy that they put in all that time. And it doesn't actually save the board any time. When we talked about forming committees, it was really driven by the fact that, again, we have a large amount, everything is new. In the past, a lot of boards run on, well, this is how we've always done it, and, there's momentum, and there's precedent, and there's things like that to fall back on. We don't have any momentum or precedent. This district has never been a district before. So as we go forward, we're making up the new normal for this district. And that's a lot of work. We're going to run 4 buildings. Nobody's ever run more than 1 before. We've got policy, and we'd like policy to be as minimal and, building adaptive. But if we set policy for, 4 buildings, we don't want to have 4 policies for this. We want to have a building use policy and then lay out procedures that work for each building. And on with things like, we were talking about one that Lori is kind of interested in having a budget committee, which is somebody that works with her through budget season, so that they could give the presentation she could give. You know, somebody who's really familiar with that budget, and spends some time meeting with her and you know, has a more intimate understanding than maybe the rest of us starting out, and can help her teach the rest of us as budget season goes on. We talked about a committee for communication, because that's, you know, in the work that we've done today, it's come out that that's clearly something we need to focus on. So if we have a committee look into ways that are effective and brainstorm and everything else, and then come back and say to the board, okay, here are all the things we've looked at, these are our recommendations. As long as the board then is willing to trust the committee work and say, okay, let's go with your recommendation, then we've actually saved time and energy. If the board then says, well, we want to look at all these ways of communication because we're not sure, we want to, well, did anybody think about this? Was this discussed? Then maybe we don't need a committee for that. We just need to start meeting twice a month and build bigger agendas and get through all that work ourselves. But that was the vision. I don't think any of these committees, when we were talking about kind of putting together committees to do this behind the scenes lifting, was envisioned as a, you know, standing permanent committee. It's more, you know, we have a lot of work to do right now. There's a lot of homework, there's a lot of stuff to get through, and if we can have 4 or 5 people meet, get to something, and then make a presentation to the board can ask questions, pass the committee with some more work, similar to what we do with Bill and his team. You know, we'd like to discuss this. Could you get these answers for us so we can have this discussion? You come back with those answers and we have this discussion. That's kind of what we were looking at in terms of committees.
A couple of things. I agree with pretty much everything you said. I think we need to be mindful of the time that we all already put in here, and as well as the rest of our lives and our other volunteer opportunities. And I think that's hard to ask. So to me, a permanent committee feels like a slog, just personally. But the idea of a committee with a deadline, a timeline that you know is, okay, well, we've only got X amount of meetings or weeks or days or whatever it might be, that feels like okay, yes, I feel like I can donate that time on top of this time. So for the example of the budget committee, I went and met with Lori when we met once or twice, when she was going through the budget, and it was like, I wrote budgets for a living. It's a very different thing than what she does. So that was hard. I don't think any of us would be interested or qualified to make the presentation that she makes. Personally, that's just my take on it, having sat there and been like, what? Say that one again, because I don't know. I completely missed what you're talking about. I'm trying to keep up, but I mean, she's built an entire career around that. But I also think I really agree with you that some of this is really necessary and maybe necessary to do outside, but as long as people, I really loved that you guys in the policy committee just took that up and you just came to meetings and said, here's what we came up with, and we were like, great, or hey, add that. That, I felt like took a lot of weight off of the group. So I think there's definitely pros and cons to both ways. Looking at a whole year and divvying it up seems a little overwhelming. But that's just I love the idea of, okay, I've got a deadline of November and April. Great, those are my committees. For me personally to go, oh God, now I'm on a committee that is lasting until the time of June, feels a little daunting, but that's just my take on it.
This is great. I'll go ahead and then I'll. Oh, sorry.
I like your point about the timing piece. I mean, we're all busy. So maybe it's have a committee meeting prior to our big meeting, right? You know, a half hour before, as opposed to in between or whatever. And so say maybe the committee meeting that you have, if it's a long-term thing, prior to that meeting is for the next meeting. Mm-hmm. Like you're talking about what you're going to work on, and maybe there's some outside work that you do, gather information, whatever, for the next meeting, but
if you keep it tight and to the regular meeting schedule just a little bit before, for at least for the standing committees, I think that'd be easier.
Go ahead.
So part of what I see the value of the committees, dividing the work. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I don't like communication. I have no interest in the font on the page of the flyer. And we spent board meetings, we spent hours talking about font. No, seriously.
Yeah.
Yep. And that, to me, that's not a board meeting discussion. It's a waste of valuable board time. Let somebody else deal with that. But we do a lot of information gathering. And how many times have we sat in board meetings and we're presented with something and we have questions and our administration is great. I'll get you the information. Wouldn't it be nice if we could have got to that before the meeting? If the committee met and we asked the same questions because we don't understand education, we don't understand this building problem, we don't understand the curriculum issue, and we asked 2 weeks before the meeting, we need more information, and now we can come to our board meetings and be more productive. I think that's really what this is about, and maybe the committee can sift through all of the information that is not necessary for everybody to read. You can certainly read it if you want to, but point to the information that is critical to the decisions that we're making. I think having a calendar that goes out for the year helps us focus on the important deadlines that we have. Like, for example, communication. Communication committee, probably, if we create one, should have a fair amount of work to do just before our annual meeting. But they probably don't have a whole lot of work to do tomorrow. Well, the building committee has a fair amount of work to do leading up to the budget preparation. We have to figure out what out of the millions of dollars in building repairs we want to include in the budget. So I think that's where the calendar helps, and asking the committee with a very specific, at our November meeting, you really have to have some idea as to what maintenance issues we're going to work on. And now we can then task the administration to get the information and have productive board meetings.
So I'm going to direct you to the right side of your folder. You'll see there's a packet of a committee template, and behind it is what you see here in a colored sheet. So what I did was I just did some research. I looked at what the purpose of committees are, what seem to be well-functioning teams, what that looked like in an organizational view, and listening to what the directors had given me for feedback for creating this agenda. And then I put those up on posters. So much of what's been said, it was the spirit of what I was putting together, was these are committees that have a specific purpose, with a scope, with frequency of dates. They may be dormant part of the time, but they may be very active part of the time. I think you gave such a simple example, Drew, of fonts. Like, I don't care about fonts, you're right, but someone else might. And someone else might care a lot about chocolate milk. So we want to make sure the person who cares about chocolate milk is getting their voice heard and can be part of that committee, and probably not do it live in front of your community for 3 hours on Monday night in order to be the most efficient and productive. Especially when you know other topics we don't even know about yet are going to come up. So on that sheet, I wrote down the purpose, and I took a liberty here. This is your work. I would be glad to change it. But what I wrote was the purpose of a committee is to make recommendations to bring back to the school board. And the purpose of that meaning, it's not the time to rehash everything that's happened. It's the time for them to come forward and say, here are my recommendations, here's all the information we came up with. So if a committee has a clear scope and a clear purpose, you are to go out and find out about ways we can better communicate with our stakeholders. Then that committee is going to come up with different ideas, they're going to do all the research, and they're going to come back to the board and present that. And there'll be times where there might be a vote or decisions to be made, or the board might say we need more information, but it won't be the time for that committee to come forward and then the board to say, well, what did you do this, did you do that, did you know? It's really to present information. So I put that as a purpose. This is your work. If you don't like this purpose, we can change it or clarify it. I was just trying to come up with some stuff. And then I also took a liberty about the reporting of the work. So I thought a lot about how busy you all are and the work that you have to do. And my thought was, rather than say you must take minutes or you have to post them as a committee, if you present that as part of the board, your synopsis, and then submit whatever paper research you have, then that becomes part of the minutes of the board, and then that takes care of the documentation and the clarity and transparency of your work. So these are the two liberties that the person sitting in front of you did. So if you do not like these, this is the time to amend. Yes?
So the recording, actually, we have to operate under open meeting rules, and any committee of the board actually has to take minutes.
Okay.
And they have to post their meetings as if you are a board meeting, and, you know, that there are very specific guidelines and rules around committee work. So we have no choice in that part.
I did look up and I couldn't find anything that clarified, so I really appreciate you trying that.
Right, but the depth of the minutes are
Well, that's true.
legally variable.
Okay.
That's true.
Right.
Discuss
like,
policy
exactly.
or
Like Peter is
create-
doing very, very detailed minutes, and I would expect the board to take
I'm the
minutes.
first one to tell you I am very opposed to detailed minutes.
Right,
I don't think we should do that. I don't think it's helpful, mostly because here we are being recorded anyway. If you want to know, go back, you should be talking to the people or looking at the recording to see what we actually said. Detailed minutes are often misinterpreted because, especially if there's quotes, you cannot do it well if you do that.
So I would suggest that I will come back with a different, I'll wordsmith this and come back with you. Am I on the right one? On the right
Yeah, I
one.
just want to make sure that we're following open meeting law.
Perfect. I can do that.
Includes posting and warning.
Warning?
Yeah, they need to be posting.
I would just say, if we choose to move forward this way, what I would propose is that we give sort of a template for each committee. Like, you know, here's how you warn it, here's how you do it, here's what you have to do for your minutes that can literally be fill in the blank. I mean, the committees aren't actually taking any action. So, you know, there's not going to be motions and votes. It's just going to be discussion. So, you know, what are you discussing? And then the committee, there may actually be a report that the committee makes to the board that's more informative than the minutes would be. You know, and presents at a meeting so that the board can then deliberate and take action. But, you know, I think we could make a pretty easy template for a committee so that they would follow the law.
I think some committees would have to take votes though, like policies, or like if you're gonna advance them, right? So if you have a committee of 4 people and you're not sure if the policy's gonna go to the rest of the board, you have to have a vote, right?
You would come to consensus as a committee. You can't vote as a committee because you're not a quorum of the board, but you would have to have a consensus as a committee to advance the work of the committee to the full board.
So I'm wondering, maybe it makes sense, Joe, like, have my scope, but maybe your scope, to maybe create that template?
Right.
Okay, perfect.
Right. I can. Sorry.
Cool. So what about the purpose? How are we feeling about, sorry, I'm gonna dive in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to talk about the recording of work and open meeting law, but the scope?
Well, I'm not there yet.
Pardon?
I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
We're not gonna do that.
We're not gonna.
We'll come to it. I'm back to purpose.
Gotcha. Hear that. Sometimes it's really hard to hear you in this room because it's echo.
Oh, I apologize.
No, it's
I
all
can
right.
enunciate.
It's hard. That's all.
How do you feel about the purpose, as a stated purpose?
That's what it should be.
Okay. Now, the scope was my word, we could call it something else, but that would be specific to the committee. So Emily, your thoughts on, and again, these are Jen's. Jen did research, but these are not hers. So policy committee is one where most boards have a
I have a
policy.
question.
So
Your scope for the policy committee. The policy committee does not handle procedures, ever. The procedures have to be brought up by the administration on how they're gonna be implemented, just so, you know, because everybody for some reason thinks policy and procedure go hand in hand. They do go hand in hand, but when they are worked, the policy committee does not deal with the procedures.
It's hand to hand, not hand.
Okay. So what I wrote here,
Yeah,
you
that's
have this in print in front of you? Yeah. In your packet? What I wrote here, good point, Ken, because I wrote reviews district policies, no procedures in there.
No procedures, that's.
Recommends changes to current policies, addition of new policies, and deletion of outdated policies.
based on changes in law and recommendations from the VSBA. Is this a committee? Yes.
I don't care about the policy committee or whatever. I just want to define what that area is.
What the scope will be.
So I just want to say that what we would normally say, and scope is fine with me, what we would say would be, it's a charge from the board to the committee saying, this is what your charge is, this is what we want you to do. So I think this is the area where I think is really important and will make committees effective and will create buy-in from the full board when the committee comes back. The charge is everything to this. So we need to be very specific, and that's where we would put a timeline in if we want it. And it's very specific to the charge, to the topic. So I think it's critically important that we are very clear, because you don't want a committee to go outside of the work that a board has asked them to do either. And that is something that happens quite often. They say, oh, take us down this tangent and go down that road when the board didn't ask us to do that. We shouldn't be doing that. So the more clear, concise, and simple the charge is, the more effective the committee work is, I think. And so I just think that this is a really important piece to the whole thing. The policy committee is a standing committee. I think we've created a standing committee with the policy committee that meets when needed. Most of these things that I think we're talking about, I'll ask you, Joe, to respond to Bill. Most of them will be one topic committees, not a standing committee that we can go back to all the time. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that makes it even more important that we're very clear. We want you to go and do research around choice, inter-district school choice, that kind of thing. We just need to be very specific about this.
Love it. So that, when I look at the template and the packet in front of you, I would change the scope to say charge. And like this to me is almost how you would develop all your committees, right? So you have a clear purpose, you have a charge to what that committee is. Recording of committee work will change that template, and then the plan of action. Like so, now your charge is to go review policies, blah blah blah, and scratch that out, right? But go do that, and then whoever the chair is would then come up from the board's recommendation, create a plan of action. Well, we're going to meet Monday, and we're going to review F16, G4, and whatever other policies you want to do, and bring a recommendation back. So it's really clear. And it may be that this would work for standing committees, but it might also be as new committees come up or charges come up, that this becomes very clear and becomes the template of the board to create those committees.
And part of the reason I said about not going outside of the charge is because we want to be very mindful that we're not micromanaging.
And
it's
also,
very easy to do that.
You're probably, if you go make a charge about communication and then come back with a field day, that may not be what you intended for that to happen, although it could fall under that big scope. So a purpose is much more clear. Sorry, charge. Love it. Thank you. Love it. Other thoughts? And the template itself? Yeah.
Regarding the charge, I would just say, there may be some things that we charge a committee with, and they go out and they do some research and have some findings, and then all of a sudden the charge changes.
Yeah.
So just to give them enough latitude to come back to the board to say, here's what we found, we need to rejigger the charge based on our initial findings. Something like that.
Good point.
I would encourage, again, if this moves forward, I would encourage committee chairs to, if that does arise in your work, is like, you know what, we found this other thing, we're not sure if this fits in our charge, come back to the board, ask for time on the agenda to talk about it, and we can fit in, a few minutes, we can fit in the time to, give you direction and help with the work, because, again, the committees are doing the board a huge favor by doing all that research and gathering of information so that we can have the discussion and make the decision.
So let me ask this as a board. So I guess I'm proposing a committee outline that has the topic, the members, the chair, a purpose, a charge, a recording, and a plan of action frequency as a template for you for this work. So before we make that decision, do you wish to go forward in creating committees, both standing and less frequent? Please.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to down it, but I have one other question about it, after you read all that. If it's a committee that is not just meeting, I'm not worried about policy, because that one meets on need, and we all have a report back, and we have a need for them to report back. But if there's a committee that's meeting 4 or 5 times, what is the expectation of the board for reporting back during the work process? Is that something that we don't ever ask, or is that something that we give a committee chair 5 minutes to say, here's what we've been working on, we've met twice, and just a quick summary? I mean, is that important to the board or not? The reason I bring it up is because I think it's really important that the full board stays connected to the work without slowing the work down that we've charged them with. So I don't know what the balance there is, but I think we all need to come to an agreement on how we're going to do reporting back. I don't care what we say, I just want us to all agree.
So on our last agenda, the officers had pre-imagined exactly what you're talking about. And so they have created a structure that would be included in every single agenda for the opportunity to do exactly what you're talking about. So the board would be able to stay.
Written questions, and then the board would charge the committee with additional work if they needed to. Is the hope.
Yeah.
Sort of like the administrative reports. Here's what you read it ahead of time. And then, if there has to be some sort of discussion, like the committee feels it needs an answer or more direction, but otherwise it would be like, here's where we are, do you have any questions?
And I think that's great. I think we just have to be really mindful of not opening a door to start micromanaging the work that we've charged the committee with too. So I'm fine with all that. But once we start to give and take partway through a process, the board can take over the work of a committee, and that could be a challenge too. So I'd limit that as much as we possibly could. That would be my hope, that as a board we do. If we've given them a charge and we need to change the charge, that should either come directly from us or directly from the committee, and not a part of the dialogue where, we didn't really like what you just said, so why don't you try doing this kind of thing. I just want to be careful that we work as effectively and efficiently as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Less is more, but I think we should be updated.
Okay.
And if we have a really clear charge, I think that is awesome.
So I haven't heard from everyone, so I'm hoping to hear some other voices about this, about committee work. I think there's been some really great thoughts and careful thoughtfulness about how you want this to work. And it sounds, again, going back to being a productive and effective board.
I think we should have a very limited number of standing committees, and I think we've already kind of mentioned most of those: building, policy, budget, just the things that we have to have those standing ones in place, and then having the more intermittent ones with a specific purpose and charge sprinkled in here and there.
Well, and of the four that you got, I think policy's standing, and maybe the only one. I mean, eventually we'll have our arms around the buildings, the facilities, and we may not need a committee to manage that. I think the budget ought to form every year, so that we get rotation on the committee. Maybe not totally reform, but I would think budget and maybe communications are standing. Develop a plan, the board will implement it. If the board wants to change the plan, we can form a new communications committee and direct them with a new charge. But those are all single event things. They may be in place for a year, but no, I don't think we're creating necessarily 4 standing committees. Was my vibe. Because I don't think we want to necessarily. I agree. We don't want to create a bunch of standing committees.
And also, a person shouldn't be alone on a standing committee. Trish. Poor Trish. A committee of one.
So let's just do a quick straw vote. We'll do the thumbs up, thumbs. How about
fist of five. Let's go back to that. Fist to five. Forming committees. Forming committees and structure.
I don't know.
You're on one.
I'm on one, so I guess we'll form, I'll go halfway, I'll agree.
Okay, with some reservations, but I think, okay, we are going to form committees. So I'm looking at the time right now, and we have 2 tasks ahead of us, and I'm open to suggestions. So one of the things that we have 3 tasks actually. One of the things is, in your paper packets in front of you, I did put together some different committees based on the feedback I had gotten. I don't know if this will be standard or not. So we have the option right now that we could try to plug in some dates and some chair people or members to those, and maybe tweak the purpose, the charge a little bit, and then plug them into the action work plan. Or the other option is we could say the board will work on committees later, and let's just look at our work plan for topics. The latter?
If we find ourselves with extra time, we can always go back to this process.
Well, what you could do was take the template, and then in September meeting, that could be part of the work you decide. Emily?
I don't know whether this is directed to you or to Joe. It's probably more to Joe, but I'm going to just say it. But I'm going to ask about, because it sounds like we're going to move on before we leave committees, the finance committee, which sounds like it's morphed into a budget committee. Am I right?
That was a committee that Lori had specifically asked for, so that she would have 2 or 3 board members who had a deeper dive into the budget with
Got
her.
it. So I think that we have to take the time, not today, to scope out what the work of that committee is. Because if that committee is representing the board to build a budget, that's a completely different thing than just to give feedback to the finance director who's developing the budget with the administration. I'm cautious about what that committee would be. And I just want to make sure we all understand.
Yep, I think we would want to talk to Lori about that, but my understanding of her request was not that the administration would continue to build the budget with the entire board. And that this was more, once the budget, there may be a little bit more like, sort of seeing how the sausage gets made behind, but also just being able to explain, being able to explain a little more in depth, being involved in the process a little bit more. It's not taking the building of the budget out of the entire thing.
Great. I really appreciate your clarification of that so that we all agree, because that's exactly what I think. And I do think that we all need to be able to stand up and explain the budget to our communities. Lori shouldn't be doing it. We should be doing it as a board, and it shouldn't just fall in the hands of the chair too. So I totally agree with that. We just have to be really careful, because we as a board in the past, or our boards in the past, have charged the administration with, as Ken had suggested earlier, I want to have it a 0% increase, I want to have no more than 3% increase, I want to see the budget go down 3%. We can do that as a board to give him direction, and my guess is you're going to come to us and have that conversation, maybe not, but it feels like I don't want this committee to get in the way of the work that the administration's doing and the board's doing. So thank you for the clarity.
Okay, so these are the 3rd Mondays of the month. If I'm wrong, I apologize. I did double check with Meg, but it's kind of that way, once a month. So you have the topics here, and what my suggestion is now is I am looking at our challenges and our values, and I feel like I can record your thoughts. Okay. About what we're going to put on here. I'm going to move it closer to you. I am hearing that on the September meeting that maybe taking some time, and I'll move it forward. The topic would be forming committees, and developing the charge of committees, and what that looks like. Might be something that you want to dedicate some time for, based on this.
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay. This will be helpful with the fire department. Much more whiteboard. Sorry, I did not mean to block out. Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. I also know these things are going to come up. Like, jury
you brought up communication before our vote. Felt like it was a big deal, right? So looking at, if you have one or two topics and one or two committee report outs at a meeting, you're probably pretty full.
Raise our hand.
Yeah, let's go. Let's make a proposal.
Before budget season, we need to talk about pre-K.
Okay? When our, let's do these. When do we know your meeting is just going to be budget? Or your big topic at least is going to be budget?
At the very latest, the 18th, the 16th, and the 20th.
So here, budget, and that will help us plan on each side, right? Okay. That's the very least.
Yeah, so that parking lot pre-K question is going to have to be soon.
Okay.
2 weeks.
Well, let the record show that I write this in the calendar.
Wow, that's impressive.
All right.
That gives you 2 weeks.
Okay, topic here. So it sounds like pre-K's got to be here or here, right?
Yep.
Both. Okay. Talk about it at one meeting.
Well, before we can say both, what information do we need to have in order to have that discussion? Because putting it on the agenda without information is a waste of our time.
But that's not.
The 16th is not very far away.
Well, I know, but I thought this, because we're talking about committees, so we're not there, what we're going to put it on. Maybe I'm confused about what that says, but it says committee. I mean, we may be setting up a committee to have that conversation.
Right, so maybe in this meeting you're setting up a committee that's charged to go look at pre-K and come up with that.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, well, so we can talk about the charges for the committees that we've talked about forming on the 16th. And if there's another committee, I mean, if we want to have a 1 month committee to go find some answers for pre-K, or, you know, we may just have a quick pre-K, we may have a pre-K discussion and come up with 5 things that we want to know by October 21st. Yes.
Could we make a decision? Do we have enough information right now today to make a decision on preschool?
That's what I was.
What's the question?
Location of preschool is moved to a parking lot. Do we want to run a preschool a new thing? A new development? Could we make that decision today, right now?
Do we have the space available?
And that's what I'm trying to get at. So what information do we need in order to make that decision? Because if we're telling ourselves we're going to make that decision on October 21st, then we need to task somebody, whether that be ourselves or the administration, with making sure that we have that information for the 21st.
Okay, so we need to know if we have the space. What else do we need to know?
The cost.
There's a desire. Will people use it? Does it exist?
Space, desire, cost.
Potential number of students.
I'm not sure that's known.
Getting that bill is. Making a list.
I'm not sure this requires a committee because we've already had the topic.
Okay.
We have already made the decision about pre-K.
Fair enough.
This is just about location.
Plus, I feel like everyone's really gonna wanna have a say in it, and I want to hear what everyone has to say, and so to have a committee say, okay, this is our suggestion, we're all still gonna have a say.
So we're
gonna have this conversation anyway, so one
Okay,
has to.
so we're figuring out right now what we need to know to have this conversation.
Yeah. This is good.
So we got 4
Space,
things, right? Space, cost,
desire. And what is desire?
Do you have students?
Is there, you know, are there parents asking for it?
Have you had
Are there people who want?
requests?
Have you had
Survey
requests for
monkey,
pre-K?
something.
Maybe reach out to the parent advisory committee and ask their opinion.
Because parents need to, I mean.
Space, cost, desire. Under desire, I have students, I have requests, I have PAC. What's the 4th thing you wanted?
That was it?
Did you say cost?
Space, cost, and desire. And under desire, students, requests, PAC.
And I guess feasibility, is it possible to pull together? Is it, I mean, is there a reason it's?
Wouldn't that information determine the feasibility?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Do you want a administrative recommendation?
Yes.
Sure.
So I could make the suggestion that go on as a topic for October 21st, because especially if there's a PAC that has to meet, it may have already met, but not necessarily going to be in the next 12 months.
Perfect.
Okay.
Done. And because these topics would probably be out to the community. Do you want to say pre-K location or pre-K expansion to Newbrook?
Yep.
We're
gonna discuss it.
And so I'm thinking of timeline. That still gives us the time to ask for feedback after that meeting for the public.
Yeah, because you can add it or subtract it from the budget
That's
up
what-
until
Right, so that'll be our first.
January 10th.
But we'll be able to give the administration guidance whether we want to include it or not.
Yes.
Right. My question was only making sure that the community had a chance to give us feedback at a board meeting.
No,
Does
you
this
guys-
give him enough time?
Yes, that's what I just asked
You
him.
had
He
an
said,
extra
great.
meeting already.
So,
Tom's like, keep me the information.
you're moving, so now you have these, which might be policy. I heard communication a lot, so I don't want to lose sight of that, because communication before the vote's very big, but also before and during the budget. So that may become a committee, but it might also be,
Lots of different scopes of committee up there, really. Like communication with the community about budget is a completely different thing than communicating with parents about, about the transition to preschool. This is a totally different communication needs and uses, so. Not sure how.
So just a suggestion, I think there are a lot of incredibly important topics that we have coming up and work that needs to be done. Maybe we flesh out topics and then attribute a committee if necessary. I think it's really important to, let's talk about the work and then the committee that might need to take it up.
great. You have a finite number of meetings, how do you want to spend them? Mike, put your hand up.
Well, I was just gonna mention that there was something that I put into the parking lot, which was school choice, and probably not I was wondering if we should survey the families who took advantage of that to find out why, right? So like, the natural inclination is to say, well, if everybody's leaving one school, maybe it's a school problem, but maybe it's not a school problem, maybe they just want to be closer to Lehman and Gray. You know, like, so, because the parents work in Brattleboro, like, so to know that, I wonder if that would, like, not a high priority, but it might affect how we build the budget if we had that information. So I just wanted to throw that out.
What's the timeline for best feedback?
Yeah, when would you want that info by?
Well, like, if we agreed to some questions, you could send out the survey to those families, and I guess it's a question to the board. Does the board feel like that information would be good to have before we build our budget? Or is it not gonna really change anything and we can kick that can down the road?
So clarifying question from my outsider's view. With Act 46 school choices happening, correct? So it's not like we would change school choice, correct?
Well, we have elementary school choice, which we didn't necessarily have to do, right?
Okay.
But I agree with elementary school choice, so.
I'm not stating, I'm asking because that makes a very big difference between whether we're just getting feedback about what they thought about how it worked, or if we're saying, should we go back to no choice? Like, those are really big.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just,
You're not talking about an evaluation of whether or not to continue.
No, not at all. I'm just wondering, like, was it the quality of the after-school programs at Townsend that made a lot of people come, or was it simply that, parents already had a kid at LNG and, they wanted to just be all in the same town for convenience,
Why did you make the choice?
Why did you make the choice? So we could, as a board, actually have some information as to why that happened,
Kind of back to equity.
Yeah,
Right, something here.
and just because, one of the things that people, like, I wonder, like, why did so many people leave mostly out of one school, right? So it just, something that I think the board should understand more. Doesn't necessarily have to be one of our first meetings, but could it potentially affect the budget? Possibly. We might learn some things that we could just, deploy in other schools and then make every school its best potential.
Okay. So the idea, thank you for clarifying that. I just want to make sure I wasn't leading down the wrong path. So I'm not sure where the survey, if that happens as a topic or if that's a committee.
Well, I think
or
just
if it's
as the board, we
information.
have to figure out what the questions we'd want to ask in the survey, and then let Bill and his team go do the survey.
Well, I agree, because we've also had questions come up. How do we make this program look more appealing now that there's less students in the building? Was one topic, if I remember correctly. So it was almost asking that question of what was lacking because you want to make it more appealing. After all those kids left that one building, and it does, for us, we can't make things better if we don't know if things are wrong. You know what I mean? I'm not saying there was anything wrong, because I don't know.
No, we don't. Okay, Lindsay, go ahead.
So,
No
just
information is worse than
piggybacking on what Al said earlier, maybe it would be helpful if we had a separate piece of paper and made a big long list of here's all the things, I just want to throw it out there, this is something that's important to me that we haven't brought up, that I want to bring up this year. And let's have a list, and then let's know what things we're going to talk about, and then we can all put our things out, and then we'll decide where they fit, and does this need to happen before budgeting or after budgeting, and we can go through the whole big list when we have, because one thing might inform another thing, and then there may be more than one thing that's connected, and maybe it's a good idea to just have the big picture before we start trying to fill things in. Let's know what the things we're going to put on there are.
Right, so I'm going to make an amendment to that because we could be here
Yeah.
a long, long time. So what I would suggest is right now, again, coming back to, so that kind of parking lot item, it sounds like that's a task that we're going to figure out when that's going to happen, that the board members want to know about that. Like, more
I was just asking if we wanted to put it on one of those agendas.
So that's one of the
Sooner
things.
rather than later.
And then we have all these big things, these big topics that we know. So maybe, we can scratch that out. This is perfect. So like, let's get some of those big topics out on here, and then we might find we have too many on one, we might have a survey, and we can move them around. So let's get those big topics like Al alluded to. Drew, go for it.
So I think a big important topic for budget season is unique needs of our schools. We need to hear from them as a topic. And if we hear from them after we've done the budget, that's not going to, we need to hear from them before we do the budget. The budget programming go together. So, well, I'm assuming that we'll hear from administration, we'll hear from our principals, we'll hear from our PACs. But we need to make sure that we make time in our agenda to hear from our schools before the budget's done. October.
So I'm seeing that in October, I'm going to throw it out there, and I'm going to say that that survey should probably be part of that work too, right? Like, why did you move to where you moved, and maybe looking at, don't know. I'm just going to put administrative reports or school reports.
That's fine, but I also caution us on evaluating our school choice program.
Okay.
That early, I think you know, Mike was saying when, I think evaluating our school choice program after.
People have taken advantage.
Yeah,
But Mike has a good point though, that what if everybody all right, we're gonna leave this school and go to this school because of this particular, because this school we came to has this thing. If we all know before budget season that this thing is the important thing that's drawing people, maybe we need that in more schools than one.
Yes.
Right.
That's the driving
And I wasn't
factor.
talking about evaluating the whole program, just the
Right.
reasons why.
So I'm wondering if we can narrow that down even and send out a survey just to the people who moved.
That's what I said.
Yeah, just those.
Just the
I think,
people who
30
took advantage.
And it could even be through the PACs that gets managed. We can, you know.
Because I do hear what you're saying, evaluate, because we don't want this to turn into an evaluation.
No.
Okay. Emily?
Yeah, because we probably, I mean, you know, parents are just barely beginning to take advantage of the choice, right? So they have very clear reasons, but those clear reasons could actually change in 6 months from now or in 3 months from now. Which means the value of feedback from them right now may not be the same as the value from feedback from them in March, right? So I guess, and I'll just expand my comments to, in general, that when we are going to survey, we need to be very clear about what it is we're trying to find. What is the answers? What are the answers going to inform us on? So if we're not considering a change at this point in time, and we just want to look at, we need to know ahead of time. That's all I'm saying. I'm very cautious about opening up.
So let me try it right now. Can I put that on as a topic for September to talk about that school choice survey and think about what it is that it would be? Or is this something you want to discuss now? Because we keep coming back to this kind of small thing and I want to get bigger.
Yeah, I feel like it's too.
Well, and I guess my reason for wanting to see it sooner is like, if we somehow found out that, hey, it was really the quality of the after-school programs, that's something that we could offer in other schools, and that would be good for us to know before we build a budget. It could be not have anything to do with that, but we don't know.
We don't know.
Was that part of the questions when people asked? I mean, I know there was a process that we went through.
Some people answered the
That's what I'm trying to
why,
say.
some
Do we
people did
have,
not.
okay, so, but do we have a?
We don't have the quality yet.
And the program was more successful than we thought, right? So like a lot of people took advantage of it. So, you know, there'd be new voices potentially answering now than before.
What's the timeline for new people for next year?
March.
So March seems like a big timeline. If people are going to be doing school choice, we should probably evaluate March.
The other thing is impact on budget. We need to understand, that's the other thing I'm trying to figure out. We can change things, right? We pass a budget, but there are shifts we make.
Yeah, you guys pass a bottom line budget.
Right, exactly. So it doesn't mean we can't make shifts after the budget. I'm a little mindful and worried about us sending a message that we're questioning already something that we've only just barely started. We haven't even allowed parents.
But it's not questioning the effectiveness of the system, it's questioning what can we do to, is the system we currently have, do we have feedback about what's currently
And I
happening?
get that, but we have to be very careful that we have to be very deliberate in that. So I agree, put it on the agenda so that if we're going to go forward with that, we have to be very clear that we're not questioning it.
Okay.
You know, this is what we're doing it for.
We need to agree. And I hear unintended consequences. That's what I'm hearing. Like, unintended consequences of putting out a survey this early makes people think that there's something wrong with choice.
But it wouldn't go out to everybody, it would only be those people who took advantage.
So let's put it on the agenda so that we can say it to everybody and deal with it as an entity. At the same time that we're looking at the administration reports and what's happening in all the schools. And if a school if one of the reasons, say, is an after-school program, everybody left because we don't have as good of an after-school program, then the PAC should be telling us that. That's the job of the PAC. And so if those things come in anyway, that can be incorporated in that. And
So make it one of the topics of the
So that's
tax
part of that.
to report to us in October. What are you hearing? What's the rumble on the street?
Right, that's the point, right?
Bill, would it be appropriate to say between now and then, could you put out a survey to the people that elected school choice and ask them if they would please share why? If we were very clear about the purpose. Why did you make the choice you did? The purpose of this is to help the board understand programming.
I can do whatever the board.
I'm not
wants
giving
me
you
to
a
do.
charge.
I think the information is valuable. I don't think it will affect dramatically the budget preparation. I think Mike makes a good point that if we talk to 21 people, 19 people say the same thing, that would be good to know before you do a budget. I worry about unintended consequences. I worry about it being viewed as an evaluation of the program. And then, quite frankly, I kind of want to know a little later as to how they feel about their school choice choice.
So,
I'd kind of like to know that.
Mike, do you?
You know, because I want to.
But I'm gonna let, okay, so Joe and then Lindsay, go ahead.
Can we,
And then Karen, sorry.
as a board, reach out to our administrators, the principals, to go back to their PACs and get the information that way as to why the choice was made? Much less informal than a survey, just as informative. Maybe a dialogue with the parents and the PAC about, why did you make the choice you made? That comes back this way.
Why'd you come?
It probably has less of the unintended consequence because of how it's coming, and we still get essentially the information that we want, especially where, Bill's saying it has minimal budget impact. And it minimizes the unintended consequence.
So I'm going to stop.
No, it's not bad, 'cause
I'm going to norm bust you right now. I'm going to norm bust. I'm going to side conversations. We've had a couple interruptions and people not going in order. So I'm going to stop you right now. I'm going to let Joe finish, and then I'm going to go Lindsay, Ken, and then Bill, if you have more to add.
That's actually exactly what I was going to say, was that if the PACs can be in charge of this, it could just as easily come from the PAC saying, hey, why did you come here? What is it about us that you love? And then that's just as easy of a way to gather the information in a much more positive way instead of what do you hate? It's what did you love? And then also we'll know without having any of those unintended consequences.
Great. And then Ken?
No, I was just trying to figure out where the work would wind up being easily done, and that makes sense to do it with the pack. But there's the biggest shift of it's going to be, okay, all you people came, because the biggest shift was to Townsend. So the town, we're all asking the Townsend pack to do most of the work right now.
Welcome to your job.
No, I'm just, and it's just pointing out that it's like, okay, so all of a sudden you have, what is it, 20 new kids, 18 new kids coming?
25, right?
20, how many?
20.
What was the final number?
I think it's 22.
Okay, so 22. So you have to find out from 22 people, or approximately 22 people, why they chose to come, and, because you don't have to find out who chose to leave, but what drew you to this school.
Right.
What drew you to this school, and what drew you to this school.
So
I just find it interesting.
I'm just going to make a point of clarification. Every student made a choice. Every family made a choice.
Yes.
Right.
So like going through the pack, and you're talking to your whole school community, you're saying, why did you choose Newbrook? Why did you choose Townsend? Why did you choose Jamaica? So we don't necessarily, it doesn't sound like from what you're saying, you don't have to necessarily target those 22. You're going to ask every student because they've made a choice. Their family made a choice to do that.
Well, what's interesting is, let me piggyback off that. What you're saying is then you can go to a family that chose to stay in their own town and say, why did you choose to stay instead of not go?
Yeah, absolutely. So Bill and then Mike. Bill, did you have comments?
Not now.
Okay, Mike.
Well, I just wonder about the quality of the data we get when we introduce a pack and an administrator into that equation, right? Like you might get more direct or truthful answers to a somewhat blind survey than, like if hypothetically, if there was an administrator that you didn't like and you don't want to say, well, it's because of you, and your kid still goes to that school, right, or whatever. So, the quality of the data might not be the same if you go through intermediaries as if you just task the SU and our administrator with putting out some questions and finding the data that way.
So can I offer compliments? If you don't mind just standing for the pack work going forward, like I've heard here, getting feedback about why did you choose your school and getting the information. And then the compromise or consensus, I heard March is when school choice is going to come again. Maybe that's the time to put out that survey to get that blind information as well. That maybe that's the board develops that survey, but what that looks like. So you have that quantitative data actually that you can look at, and it's not causing any unintended consequences of making people think that you're reversing the decision. Would that work?
I'm good with it.
You can always change it.
I just want to say one thing. I think we need to be thinking about whether we are making decisions today in a retreat about whether we're going to survey about school choice when we're just at a retreat. I think this needs to be a topic that we have at a board meeting. We discuss whether we're going to survey, whether we're going to, I'm fine with the timeline and all that. I just am mindful of what we're here today to do, and that's not board work. It's board work. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
We're not supposed to be doing the work. So we're
definitely
cautious
right
about
now.
it.
I'm trying not to overstep my goal, but we're definitely in the leads. I'm trying to respect that. So. Drew.
Can we move on to another?
Yes, please.
I know we've talked a lot about building issues, and I would suggest that we have to have a discussion at a topic budget meeting board for the building, and I would say later because our director of operations is currently digging and buried in many, many building issues. So if we could squeak it down in our budget process, knowing that it's going to be a big number, but maybe not put it first because there's a ton of work that needs to be done. So maybe a December meeting.
Like building or facilities building, report out.
On the building needs, is that some idea, but I want to give them as much time as we can to get the information we need.
So just to clarify, what I think I hear you saying is you would like to hear a recommendation from the Director of Operations on the facilities in which this board is responsible at a December 16th meeting.
Gives him time to do an audit.
Is that
a good time. That's a reasonable time. Yes.
I saw some faces kind of go, Is December too soon, too late?
when would we have to have the final budget? I think that informs the.
January 20th.
Okay, so only 1 month out.
I mean, you can
Maybe.
shoot for November 18th, but
Too early? Yeah.
We could
Even
schedule a
prelim?
meeting in between.
Maybe we could have some of the information
So we can have an update.
and then make a final decision in December for the final budget in January.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
so what, how about this? What if the information was provided to you all December 1st? Allowing absorption, collection, you know what I mean?
Well, think about ahead of the board meeting, and that's what we've agreed,
Right.
part of our norms, we're gonna.
That would give you, because it's gonna be a lot of info to digest.
Yeah.
And that still gives 3 full months of collection.
Yeah.
So the committee will meet.
And we'll establish a committee that will be meeting in between.
Got it.
But the board will get to have a recommendation December 1st from the Director of Operations.
Great.
I think that gives us enough time for you guys to be full, because it's big, this is big. That's good. Exactly.
Okay. What other big topics do we have?
Another thing that we should have. This is the time. Facilities. I just wanted our schedule.
Okay. You're probably right. So we should also add facilities to September 16th, just to talk about the timeline and that it's big and that it's coming.
What was surprising?
And the building committee, I think, will be meeting probably in September and October and November. Not necessarily will we have anything to report back, but building committee and director of operations will be working for those 3 months. And, may very well come to the board and say, okay, here's where we are now, what do you think?
So,
Sorry,
was I next? I apologize. I think, and I don't know where it should fall, but we should do some kind of a gap analysis, like we come up with these values, what we value. Is there anything in any of our facilities that we're missing? So based on what we value, do we need to plug in X here or Y there? Go ahead, Lindsay.
To go with that, let's make sure that we're putting those evaluations that Drew talked about earlier in all these things. So all of the big changes that we've made this year that Joe went through, all the big things that we've done, we should have some sort of time span and then an evaluation of those decisions. So how is the 6th grade working? Do we wait till the end of the year to have that conversation? I think we should have some sort of conversation before the end of the year, but how did all of these things go?
So to clarify, that work, is that a topic that the board would work on together? Like, you said gap analysis, but I'm almost saying like alignment of values in the work you're doing, or is that?
Yeah, so as you're putting together everything that we talked about as our values, is there anything specifically within a building or in general that we're just missing? Like, so here's something that we want, do we not have it? And then bring it back to the board and see, is it feasible? Can we even manage it budget-wise? Yes, no?
So I think that is going to absolutely be what that budget process is. Because, for example, the foreign language that was evaluated, that was not put in this budget.
Right.
We didn't do a gap analysis when we were building the budget based on those values. So I see that as integral to, you have your values up, you guys are building a budget. Are you including the things you say you value or not?
Makes sense. Yeah.
Would it make sense to put values down, board values on the 18th, just to make sure that we bring that
Value alignment.
value to the applicant?
Yes, that's really. And then did anybody else have their hand up? I don't want to be, you did, go ahead.
Can I get back to Lindsay real quick? Are you changing topics?
No, I was going to follow up on
Okay,
that.
okay, good. Go for it. Go for it, Bill, then. If you're on the same topic.
I didn't know if you were tasking yourself with coming up with that gap analysis for the meeting.
Yes, let's do that.
because we need to have the information. So you're going to have that for us?
On November 4th.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
So Lindsay
Thank
talked
you.
about
Oh,
food
yeah,
service, grade 6, and school choice being some of the major things that have changed that I heard as accomplishments of this board. And you were looking at when do we come back to talk about and give feedback about how that's going. Okay.
So I was going to suggest February is the perfect time for that because you guys have already locked down a budget. It's halfway through the year. It gives you an opportunity to reflect back on the execution of what you guys have put in place while the budget has already been put to bed.
All right, so
That's just a suggestion.
the suggestion we made that,
There's no way to possibly get the information, enough information before budget season to make an educated decision about whether or not it was super successful or not. So, might as well wait till all the way after.
so I would write, the topic I would put down is reflection on board accomplishments, and I'll parenthetically write food program grade 6.
And that may end up, depending on what that evaluation is, how,
It's a progress report, right? If you guys need info, so that you guys can, because you're not going to change the budget.
right, but I feel like it should, it should be more than just progress though. There should be some sort of evaluation of success. I don't know what that looks like, but I feel like the food program is, I mean, you can say, okay, well, we fed this many mouths, and that's
A year-over-year comparison.
and that's good, but is there a further evaluation possible? Especially for things like, maybe not for the food program, but for the 6th grade, I feel like there's probably more evaluation necessary. I don't know what it is yet, but yes.
And I just wanted to tack on to that. Is it really just reflection on moving to 6th grade, or is it reflection on creating middle school?
Correct.
Or is it both? Like, if it's not, what do you do?
Did it? Well, we did. We did. Does it feel like more of a middle school now? What is
That's why
like?
really evaluate.
What if it is that you're asking, Chris is coming to talk about the food program and you're getting information, you're inviting community to give their feedback as well. And then middle school would be Pam and Bob, I'm assuming, or others. And then choice might be part of, I don't know if choice belongs there if you're going to talk about it anymore.
Right.
So I hear you.
I want measurable. That's, I guess, something measurable. You know, other than just like it feels nice. I just want something measurable.
Maybe some of those things are hard because there's nothing to measure against. We're creating the bar.
I'm wondering too, if the school climate surveys that come out in May, if that might be something to think about, because that's going to show you information definitely about your middle school program in here. This might be the report out, but this will be the, is it working?
Right.
At least for
That
that
would be
one.
real
Yes.
bad.
That's better. I'm in. I'm hooked.
Whatever.
That happened.
Okay.
Yeah, there's progress report and then reflection.
Okay.
Perfect. I like it.
The survey, yeah.
Done.
Bill?
So,
Sorry.
just to clarify, school surveys go to parents, they go to staff, and to, so parents and community, staff, and to students. So there's 3 pieces to that, it's not just one. Go for it.
Annual report? We have to have that out, goes out with their budget, all that stuff. We got heavily criticized last year about the work that we did with that. January.
That has to be published January.
So should we, the board, put that as a topic to review at our January meeting?
Probably December. I think it's too late in January.
Well, we can't put the annual report out if we're going to finalize the budget, because the budget means we need a report, so.
But we can talk about timeline, what we want in it, and all that. We could say, because I was just looking at it, there's no warning in it.
Right.
And you know, I just think that maybe we can improve on this, and so I hear what you're saying.
So really what you want prior to any of that is, and this would be reasonable, is October 21st to see an entire budget development timeline, including annual report.
Love it.
Okay.
That's great.
Do you need to put annual report here or no?
Yes, put it down. Can't hurt.
We're voting in the end of March again?
I think it's March 27th.
It was last year, March 27th.
Oh,
It's the same
pretty
time-
good.
Yeah, it's the same timeline is what I'm trying to get at.
It'll be whatever that Wednesday.
It was March 27th.
Okay. Whatever that equivalent Wednesday.
There's some voting happening here. Do you need to do anything here about communication or anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're communicating probably in February.
February
March.
and March.
I'm just gonna put it in the garbage.
Yep.
You can have it.
I was gonna say the same.
You're doing really well down there. Better than me.
What do we call it?
So by April, we'll have to deal with whatever
Policy.
new laws that Emily passes that are affecting.
Exactly. Policy.
Whatever new legislation is, by April, we'll know. Well,
But that's actually a really, I mean, safety on the laws, but, if there are new things coming down from the AOE to enact in 2021, when will you know?
Well, it's going to tell us in the beginning of June what we're going to do for last year's budget, so I don't know. It's a good question. So, anything that happens in the legislature, we may know ahead of time, but by the time we adjourn, which is beginning to mid-May, it's election year, so it'll be earlier rather than later probably. And so before the committee around of May, we're lucky. That's when we'll know whether there have been any significant changes. I know pre-K is on a topic that is going to
Come hard and heavy now.
Yeah, that's probably the highest level of education things that I can identify.
That's the
Who
only
knows?
one I have.
Something always surprises us, but pre-K is going to be tough.
So if we know pre-K is there's gonna have to be discussion at the fourth level. Do you wanna try to plug in some time just so you have that on your dates now, or are you gonna wait to see what happens first?
Because it's after our budget anyway, I don't see how it really matters until we adjourn. Or you'll be updating us, you always do.
Yeah.
Update us on the work that's being done. Because the only thing that I will bring up, and I put it on the question, no, I put it on one of those things there, was the special ed piece, which got delayed a year, but
Right.
being delayed a year, being delayed a year only means that we have to discuss it during budget. It's potentially a significant change in special ed funding, and this is the memos that we talked about as a board. All I'm saying is for timeline, that may or may not need to be discussed during budget, but those things can pop up. We just never know.
Yeah, I don't think
That
you
was
can
the-
pre-plan.
That was the area, I don't know how to plan it.
So think about your values, think about the challenges, and then you've got the conservative board go out. Think about some of the topics that your board dealt with in the last year in different configurations. Are there things are you looking at this saying, oh, we better leave time for this thing? Drew, go ahead, I can tell.
So we have surveys. Is there a point where we're going to get student data? When does that come out?
You guys will get that in October.
So we should probably leave room for our student data on our agenda.
Yeah, October 21st, you're going to get the student data reports.
Do you want it here as part of the admin reports? Yeah. Make sure we have SBAC on there? You're talking about the side of the data, correct?
Yep.
We got a long way to go.
They're practicing it on they're practicing on the 25th at the WCSU, very efficient. 2 slides per principal, per building. You'll get the information 3 weeks in advance.
What about that stuff about the high quality instruction definition, et cetera? Is that a September thing? Or is that not till after that?
Depends what you want to do with it.
I thought you were going to take a stab at it. Is that what we talked about? You talking about what we put up for values?
A definition for high quality instruction
Discussing high
from the, well,
16, we're doing that earlier.
Yeah. This is what we expect of everybody. What does it mean? This is what we're valuing. What does it mean? And how do we measure it?
And I thought we were going to have Jen come up with a working definition. For that.
Yeah. So what I understand is I'll come up with something for you to work from, and then you can discuss that at your.
That's exactly right.
Cool.
Trying to see that far over. No, to the values. Sorry. All of it is values.
Are you running that steam?
No, not at all.
well, and I think it's like Katie
There's
Harris
hope.
necessarily filled in on a couple of dates. It's like, stuff will come up.
I feel like stuff's gonna come up. I feel like you're gonna.
Yeah, we don't have to fill
Always.
it.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that the administration anticipate, like the school climate survey? I had forgotten all about that. Are there any other things that are regular reporting?
Well, I'm definitely not putting it on October 21st. November 18th, we do have to, well, that'll be committee work, the proficiency based. So that's good. That'll be a good committee work.
Is there anything to do with
That'll be a policy.
the union negotiations that we would have to?
Again, that'll be a subcommittee that
Okay.
and that'll be WCSU wide. So that'll just be an update in executive session based on what's going on. And that won't get rolling until after budget time because they have to go through mediation. We won't know until December 15th what it looks like.
And is there anything left over from any of the disbanding boards that we will have to absorb or
December is the date.
discuss?
Oh, because December 31st, they go out of business.
Is everybody, yeah, because they're officially done at the end.
They will be done with all their money stuff next month. I mean, really, they're just finishing up any of that stuff, and then
When the audits come back.
and the audits will come back. No, I don't foresee any. All the finances have already taken care of.
Somehow my husband seems to think that there's so much work when he goes away.
No.
Oh, he embellishes.
Do you think?
I think you're going to be fine.
Anything with transportation? I've heard that come up a lot today. Mr. Values. Is there anything that would need to be on here?
You could add that to the December 1st. Yeah. That gives us enough time.
Report on transportation.
Well, because we're going to need to have that for the budget.
We talked about, right, we talked about communicating it and all that, so that's good.
I heard things about after-school programs, enrichment, athletics. Is that something that needs to show up here as a topic somewhere? It might be part of administrative report. It might just be part of that. Just
Well,
check the
and
list.
I would just remind the board that you'll see on the agenda that you'll have an opportunity at each board meeting to task the administration with specific things that you want for upcoming meetings. So you don't have to pre-think everything. Everything comes up. There's a lot.
This is helpful.
I'd like to suggest, as a board, as a healthy organization, you spend time in June looking back and talking about what you did really well and the work you've done, and sharing your successes. I like that. That'd be a huge thing. It's not more work. Reflection.
One reflection.
I'm gonna write it, like you guys don't have to do it.
Do it.
That's great.
March. Yeah, March is when we have the reorganization, board reorganization.
Oh, yeah, that was gonna be, yeah, you're voting.
So that's that. That was Drew.
Oh, we will do board reorg. Well. We won't do board reorg then, because we'll have an at-large vote on March 22nd.
Oh, really?
So it'll be April.
This goes here.
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry. That's okay.
Which one are you guys are?
This was just saying, we're gonna wait till you write it out.
Well, you might still brief new board members anyway.
We should have
You
3
won't
up
completely
every year from this way.
Some of them get elected in March. Some get elected.
Right.
Right. Town meeting will be
For-
non, what do you call it?
At large.
At large, yes.
Town representative.
We should have a Townsend person, we should have a Newfane person. I have to check on the window.
Do we have to do that stuff?
Any other,
Yes,
so any other topics?
you have to be voted on. I'll tell you in a second. You want me to tell
Try to
you?
keep this out of the weeds if we can, for a little bit here. At large.
Because you have to do a Australian ballot vote. And since we're doing
So
the
does not
budget
do
on March
So I'm just coming from a new thing perspective, we're already electing Australian.
22nd. You are, but not every other town.
Well, they are.
So I'm gonna ask us to get back on topic a little bit, just so we don't go too far in the weeds, because I know Bill has a topic to bring up with you as well. I think we're at a good stopping point. This is a great first start, or I think it's pretty good. Looks like you've got your majors on here, and as you establish your committees and your sub-work here, that may change what happens. And I wrote committees on here with the idea that that might be report outs or things that you need them to do, but it doesn't have to show up. Good?
Thank you.
All right. Awesome. Okay. Hang in there.
Right.
So, I had last on the agenda was school visitation by school board members, and Bill was gonna facilitate that part. And then, I'll just, back to the item at 5 minutes. Wrap up. We're close.
So I think that we have 30 minutes slotted, but I just wanted to bring this up because you guys are a new board and you all have developed relationships with your original boards if you were on the original board, and now you're on a new board, and I thought it was important for us to have the discussion about board visitation to schools so that we're all on the same page, because I got to see every board work and every board did it differently, and I think you all should do it uniformly. So I looked at the VSBA policy. You guys don't have a policy on it, but I like the model policy, which is simply that the board's role and responsibility is to support the schools, and if you have information that you want to gather, for example, if you want to come and have a tour of the school and the principal walks you around because you're really interested in the investment that you're making in the pre-K expansion, well, that is an interest that you have that you want to know more about. That makes sense. But I don't want board members going in and telling principals what to do. That's my job. And I want to make sure that everybody is comfortable with that, and also everybody acts in that same way. But I also don't want it to be unwelcoming, because you guys are responsible for 600 students, and I want you to know what investments you're making. So the suggestion from the VSBA is simply to encourage visitation by school board members. It's done through the superintendent. You tell me what you're interested in doing. It could be as simple as, I've never been in all 5 of the buildings that I'm responsible for, and I would like to visit them. And then it would be my responsibility to take your request and figure out how to facilitate.
You could adopt a policy on that. I don't have a model for you now. We could go through our policy committee to do that. But as school was starting, and you guys are a new board, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to at least hear my opinion and recommendation and see if you guys had any feedback. Because I know it's new and formal.
So if we follow that, you potentially have 11 times you could take board members to a school.
Well, I would.
Well, I mean,
I would
I'm
take
just
a
saying.
request and I would delegate that responsibility. If it was particular to curriculum, I might ask my director of curriculum to do that.
But it doesn't really matter. I'm just saying 11 potential visits. Is there a better way we could handle that? And should those be at the direction of the board, not the individual board member? We don't operate as individual board members. We operate as a board. Other than that, I mean, parents can go in all the time whenever their principal says it's okay. But if you're going in as a West River board member, operating as a West River board member, I don't think that's appropriate unless the board has directed that. Or that's how my perspective.
Right, I was going to say that is a board decision.
Board members entering a building, even with the principal saying, yay, that's fine. I think if we're going as a West River board member, maybe we should consider, because I agree that it would be wonderful to be able to get into the schools at some point. Maybe we should have a couple of opportunities when there could be a tour for board members to be able to go in. And then anybody who had time to take advantage of it, we could have a couple of opportunities and do it that way.
I'm game for whatever. I just want to set myself up as the gatekeeper.
Bill, I believe we actually had opportunities from, well, I know Newbrook and Townsend, there was something going on up there that they sent out, and also Jamaica. That, the board members are welcome to come and.
Are you talking
At
about
an
a
event
specific
or something? Yeah.
event? That's a different thing, because I think if we're invited to an event, and I'm sure it's run
Absolutely.
that by you, and that's a different thing
Yeah.
completely. And I think that's wonderful. I know Newbrook was always wonderful about inviting people to come to their field day thing and that sort of thing, because they have our workings and all that. That's different. I think, that goes through the.
And I don't want to discourage that. I'm just talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
Here's what I don't want.
Board
Let me just be
member.
frank. Yes. I don't want any 11 of you showing up at one of the buildings unannounced. I just don't want that. I don't want to put the people that I am supervising in that position. That's what I'm saying.
And I go further.
And I don't think you guys would do that.
We would also have to.
But I just wanted to make it clear for everyone.
I would just take it a step further and say, I think it's inappropriate for a board member to go in even, I don't know why you would give permission for individual board members to go in. For what purpose, as a board member to go in? If we're going in to review a school, we should have a reason for going in, not just because I'm curious. We can do the I'm curious, and then we have a time frame for it. I mean, those schools are busy and they're educating kids. I don't want that to be that random. That's all I'm saying.
I just want the board
We
to
should
make
go
the
in.
decision.
Just do it.
This is your call.
I'm not giving an opinion of the board. I'm giving my opinion. And I would be very cautious about that.
So I think a good example of when it would be appropriate is, so say for example, the building committee, we should be going to, with the director of operations to an individual building to say, to kind of flesh out the report, here's what it says in the report, here's what it physically looks like, and then just to kind of help us better understand. So that's just an example of a purpose.
Mike.
I'm fine with Bill being the gatekeeper, and I'm actually fine with what Emily said about, like, maybe we just set up a date for the board members to whatever. I'm just a little cautious about having the whole rest of the board be the gatekeeper, right? So I'm fine with Bill doing it, or I'm fine with having it open at certain times for that reason, but, I mean, we are responsible, so we should be able to do that in the appropriate way.
Okay. Thoughts? Thank you.
I don't think what.
Well, Bill obviously said he wants to be the gatekeeper, and then Emily said, well, maybe, she had reservations about us going in at all as board members, but then she also said individually. But then she also said the field trips invite to the whole board is, I think, a happy medium, right? That way, You know, but I would just like, if somebody says, hey, I really think we should get into this building and see this construction project, and then for whatever reason the rest of the board says, no, I don't think you need to, well, then how are you making a fully informed decision? That's all. But that we have the solution.
I trust Bill to be the gatekeeper. I don't
Yeah,
feel
I
like we
do
need to
too.
micromanage things. I think if you start to feel overwhelmed by it, then maybe we could reevaluate it, but that.
So my purpose for saying it was exactly that. We shouldn't be micromanaging, and individual board members don't have any authority whatsoever on their own. So what's the purpose of them going in? I love the idea of committees and of invitations and real purposes, but when we are only acting individually just because we're curious about something, that's a change, is what I say, from anything we've ever done before. What's the purpose?
So is it okay to say visitation through Bill with veto power?
Yes. And are we going to ask for feedback from individuals who go in? I mean, so that we all have the same information that that person got, because I think that that would be very important. If a board member is going in acting as a board member to review something going on in a building, the full board would need to have feedback on that, right? Sure.
I think this is a dangerous discussion. So, November, we're gonna have a discussion about budget, and I don't really like the widget program at the high school, so I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna evaluate the widget program by sitting in the widget program for the next 45 minutes and decide that I don't like the teacher, I don't like the widget machine, I don't like the program, I don't like the number of students, and I'm gonna base a decision on what? I think this is a very dangerous discussion when we're having board members access what? For what? I completely agree with Al that there's going to be a time, there's a building project where there's a, let's go take a look at the new boiler that we just spent $400,000 on. There's going to be times, but when it comes to looking at, I want to go watch the principal work. It's completely, or the teacher work, it's completely inappropriate for a board member. That's the superintendent's responsibility. I would hope that nobody would ever ask to enter a school building to sit in a classroom and watch. In the capacity of a board member, I think that's inappropriate.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess I never assumed somebody would ask that.
I don't think anybody would.
Hopefully Bill will be like, no.
Yeah.
I'm very comfortable saying that.
But
Let's make that a radar. No. Active classroom. No.
How about this? What if we start this way? Why don't I set up a couple field trip opportunities that are amenable to when the principals would be available? I'll publicize them to you over the next couple of months. And in general, committee work all makes sense about any kind of things, but everything still flows through me. And let's see how that goes, and I'll report back to the board. That's my mid-year.
And you may be able to connect that with some of the wonderful things going on in schools, like Newburgh has their field day or something like that.
But the original point that Ken said, when it's a school event, that is a community event, board members are encouraged to attend, just like I went to the soccer game yesterday, right? I'm not intimidating any of the sixth graders sitting there throwing peanuts at me.
But that's an invitation, right?
That's not
all.
true.
No, I showed up.
No.
No, that's not true. I heard you did intimidate someone.
I'm talking about board members coming to an event at school. We don't necessarily know about that unless we're parents, that it's going on. So every board member should be invited to those at once.
We will keep you informed of those opportunities.
And I think that's great.
Yes.
I was
So-
only talking about individual.
So here's how I'm operating. Is I'm going to be the gatekeeper. I'm going to set up a couple field trip opportunities. I'm going to inform you of events, and the expectation is your committee work is probably going to lead you to the most opportunities. Everybody cool?
Cool.
Rocking it.
Can you tie in the field trips with promotion?
Was it? And here's
The West River Board just.
What do you do if you get 6 members?
To see the brand new boiler.
Then you have to go.
I will know.
You'll have to.
I'm only going to let 5 of you go at a time.
multiple trips.
Oh, let 5 go to
You're not meeting.
There's some flexibility.
I don't know if you're all going at the
some
same
things,
time.
But not a tour. And we could all show up at an event that we were invited to,
Mm-hmm.
because we're not doing board business, but actually a tour that's more than 5 people would have to be.
Right.
You can borrow.
It's open meeting days if you want.
That's good.
We just have to.
It's just like, well, how many times, like, as New Brooks had said to the board, you know, we're having this going on, and you're all welcome to come, and it was like, well, if you and you were going, then I can't go, because that'll make 5, and
There's a distinction around that. Like, we can all show up at a basketball game, but we shouldn't be sitting together talking about board business.
Right.
Well, 5 of you can, not 6.
right, no.
Well, I'm just saying, 6 people could be at a New Brook ball game, but without warning it.
All right, I feel good. You guys are
We're
good.
No worries.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay, so we made it back on our agenda time, which is amazing. So we are wrapping up. We went through the parking lot. We've gone through a lot. Does anyone have anything burning that they came in? Maybe last night you thought the one thing I want to talk about is this, and I think if you haven't gotten a chance to say what that is, we're not going to talk about it now. But we're any pressing? Fantastic day. I'm going to go around and we do something we call sharing successes. So it is a fast, I'll give you a moment to think, because it's your first time doing it. At the end of our meetings, we take a moment to share a success, and that can be personal or professional. And we can go in any order, but almost always people are going around a certain order. So sharing personal or professional success and celebration that you want to share with the group.
Nothing to do with this.
If you do it, any brave volunteers to go?
Oh, I'll start.
Bill will start.
So I sent you all the cabinet report for the month. I encourage you to click on the link that says Base Camp. This is year 4 for 11 out of the 13 people on our leadership team. Only 2 people existed that's principals and cabinet members, or director of finance, director of curriculum, prior to 2016. 80% of our students are in new school districts. They may be in the same school building, but they're governed by a different governing board. We did an activity on our opening day where we divided into 5 areas of Dutton Gym. Were you pre-2016, hired in 16, hired in 17, hired in 18, and hired in 19, and it was almost 20% for everything. So we've got 80% of all of our people were hired in the last 3 years. And it's a nice slideshow just to look through, but it's kind of our opening day of our connecting our work to where we are as a group, kind of acclimating to what we call base camp after this long, arduous 3-year climb where we're setting up systems, where we're creating curriculum, where we're creating intervention systems, where we have new people to deliver on the promise of all the values you guys talked about. And it was a really uplifting morning and day, followed by 3 very successful professional development days. So I just really encourage you to check that out. That was a huge success for our team, and I wanted you guys to be able to experience a little bit of that.
Success. Personal, professional.
Just force them to do it.
I'm taking a pass.
Personal, I can go personal. I'll go personal. I did my first PT yesterday for my back. How's that?
That's good.
Right. So I can't move today. No.
Al, go ahead.
So I successfully got into the Boston Marathon.
After the knee injury?
Yeah. So, and right after I did the Vermont Marathon, I proceeded to tear or sprain my MCL, so I've been on PT for the last 6 weeks, but finally starting to recover, and yeah, I'm excited about doing that on April 20th.
Nice. Very exciting day.
Yeah.
Get your gun out, get you ready. Okay. Sure. All right.
So, somewhat related, personal, professional, and board. We're kicking off a CPR initiative, which hopefully our superintendent will support. And we're offering free CPR education to all students, educators, paraeducators in this district starting the 1st of October.
How young?
As young as we can get them. So we're targeting 1,000 students and educators over the next 12 months.
Awesome. Great.
Awesome.
That's wonderful.
Mike?
Filed a continuation on my patent, get new claims, hopefully will get approved, but expanding that intellectual property and hopefully it'll pay off someday.
Awesome. Very good. Celebrating each other personally is also a great keep a healthy organization. It's kind of fascinating. You also did this stuff. Emily.
I'm going to say two things. One is that my husband and I successfully navigated another, and Rick's the only one who's going to get this, another Sunapee for our business. It's an art show that goes 9 days and it just about kills us every summer. And so we did that. I'm feeling so good about that being behind me. The other thing I'll just say is I felt pretty good about being able to advocate very hard on behalf of all of our students in the state of Vermont to get them to delay that special ed memo. And it wasn't just me, but it was really important that we took that off the table for now so that we can actually do good work moving forward, informed decision making, including our students and our administrators. So I'm feeling really good about that. I'm happy with it.
You knew it sounded. You want to talk about my bus?
I'm so excited about her bus.
I'm working on my bus. I'm really excited about that. I don't know if that's quite a success. It's a success. All right, it's a success. We're my family, my husband, myself, and my kids are building a schoolie, and it is so close to system ready. We can drive it. We can get it going. I'm pretty psyched. We're going to have adventures, and I love it.
Can we ask her a question? Can you drive it with yours?
Oh my God, yes.
Can we use it for board field trips?
I mean, yes.
I've been so excited about it ever since she told me about it. I think it's wonderful.
That's how we get to all the schools.
All right, you know who you are. It's coming. Trish?
Yeah. I successfully navigated a summer where I only had to move the hay in my loft and not actually throw it on the back of the truck with Joe Littering.
All right. You don't count that as your success, so this one's true.
My back only hurt this summer for 3 days instead of 2
Well, that would be a failure on my part because I had to throw all the hay and Trish didn't help me. The one we just did was like 100.
We only did 107.
The first cut that you didn't get all of was 400 or 500.
Yeah.
I'll do that one.
Okay, Joe, bring us on home with a positive success you'd like to share.
Okay, so I'm like running through all these professional things and I'm going, you guys would be so bored. So I'll give you a personal success. I learned how to remove all the bones from a pig.
That's right. You did teach that.
Because then you can take it and stuff it and roll it up and cook it whole and then slice it. And he's got pictures. I have pictures.
And it was delicious.
And it was delicious. It was a really cool cooking weirdness that I learned over the weekend.
We still miss your bacon. Cool. Just so you know.
We might have to get the bacon back.
Thank you.
The bacon can come back. Jen, thank you very much. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. We're going to do some cleanup after this while Rick is here. Clean up? Anything? Okay. These people go back into the grade and see what else.
All right.
All right, so is this meeting adjourned?
I can come up.
Oh, I didn't do that.
No. Did we call it to order?
Oh, yeah, we did. Oh, we need a motion to adjourn.
Oh, sorry.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you. We are adjourned.
start right on time this morning. Good morning. I'm Jerry Manick, interim chair of the Vermont Committee for the Employer Support of Guard and Reserve. Welcome to the signing ceremony for Governor Scott's proclamation supporting ESGR in Vermont. Before I introduce Dave Wheel, our executive director, I'd like to announce that Mr. Charles Martin, Government Affairs Director for the Vermont Chamber of Commerce, has officially accepted the chair position for our committee. Charles could not be with us today, but we'd like to publicly thank him for his commitment. Dave?
Thank you, Jerry. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for making time for us. Governor, thanks for making time for us. This week, our nation honors the civilian employers of Guard and Reserve members who, in doing so, contribute greatly to our national defense. Since 1972, ESGR, with its strategic partners, has worked to assist employers in understanding the value of employing a member of the Guard and Reserve and recognizing the support these employers provide. In Vermont, we are very fortunate that we have so many employers of our citizen warriors who not only do what's required, but also provide extraordinary support above and beyond what is required by law. National Life Group, represented by Director of Benefits Michelle Granitz, is such an organization and has done so over many years. And it's also very appropriate to recognize that National Life Group was one of the earliest recipients of the Freedom Award, the Secretary of Defense Freedom Award, the highest award that a civilian employer can receive. This year, Dr. Pepper was our nominee for the Freedom Award, and unfortunately no one from that organization could join us. I do want to recognize, though, Jason Patnoe from Alliance Group Incorporated, who is president and owner, and is representing the company today. And thank you, Jason, for making the trip down. I'd like to recognize a few other folks who are here today with us. Mr. Dan Pipes, who is representing Adjutant General Greg Knight, and Dan is the Executive Director for the Vermont Military Department. He'll speak briefly in a few minutes. Senior Chief Petty Officer Richard Baumert, Senior Enlisted Advisor from the Naval Operations Support Center in White River Junction. We're also very fortunate to have several of our strategic members here today. From the U.S. Small Business Administration, Chris Harriman, who's the Veterans Business Development Officer, who we work very closely with, and Brian DeClue, Loan Relations Specialist, and also Vermont Department of Labor, Commissioner Lindsay Curley. Thank you for joining us today, Commissioner. And Veteran Services Coordinator Larry Forsyth. Also present are a number of our Vermont ESGR volunteers. Unfortunately, my colleague Linda Fowler, who works full-time, is under the weather and couldn't make it today. This week, the President signed the National Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve Week proclamation. On Friday, the top 15 employers nationwide will be recognized as the national finalists for the prestigious Secretary of Defense Freedom Award. So today we have asked Governor Scott to sign a similar document proclaiming this to be Vermont Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve Week and thanking and reaffirming how critical our supportive employers are to our citizen soldiers, airmen, sailors, and Marines. Before he signs that, Dan Pipes, I'd invite you to say a few words.
Thanks, Dave. I appreciate it, Governor. Good morning. Thanks for your taking the time to be here and for your support. On behalf of General Knight, who just returned from the Republic of Northern Macedonia, I want to just emphasize and reiterate that we could not do this without you. At the end of the day, the employers that support our guardsmen and everything that we understand it's a big ask, but we ask of you. And we do appreciate your ongoing support. It comes down to communication. So if you have questions or concerns, and these things do arise, please let us know early and often, and we'll address them head on. So that's pretty much all I have for you. Thanks again for your time. Sir?
All yours, sir.
All right. So I'm going to ask everyone to come up because you deserve a lot of credit for everything you've done, and everyone who's here. If you could come up and be a part of this. as well, if you'd like to come up as Representative Leclerc. So thank you all for being here today, and thank you, David and Jerry, for the introduction. We all owe so much to those who serve our state as well as our country. Those who put themselves on the line so we can live safely here at home deserve nothing but our respect and our gratitude. I believe it's our responsibility as civilians, government, and businesses to do whatever we can to ensure our service members can thrive in the workforce. And the fact is, we benefit tremendously by employing these men and women. I talk a lot about workforce issues. It's one of the greatest challenges we face here in the state because there are still about 13,000 fewer people working today than we had in 2009. It's the #1 concern I hear from employers across the state. What I also hear is veterans and members of the Guard and Reserves are some of the most reliable and most productive employees in the workforce. That's why my administration has worked with the Guard, the legislature, and others on initiatives like licensing, reciprocity. So when members of the military and veterans apply for civilian licenses, they're recognized for the experience and skills gained while serving. Vermont is a leader on that front, so it can be used as a recruiting tool for our Guard and for vets looking toward a second career. I've also proposed eliminating the tax on military retirement pay, another critical recruitment tool. Although the legislature hasn't gone along with this as of yet, we'll continue to work on this in the next legislative session. But probably the most important thing for our reserve component service members is knowing they have an employer who is understanding, eager to accommodate their needs, and get the most of their experience. That's why I can't thank the ESRG committee members, the employers, and others enough for being here and supporting the fine men and women who serve our nation. And with that, I'd like to read today's proclamation before signing it. Whereas National Guard and Reserve forces comprise nearly half of our nation's military strength and are essential to America's national security. And whereas Reserve component forces stand ready to answer the call to serve, whether serving alongside active duty counterparts all across the globe or responding to humanitarian crises at home and abroad. Whereas employers provide critical support to members of the National Guard and Reserve forces, allowing our citizen warriors to serve whenever the nation calls, often foregoing financial gain, being separated from loved ones, and making other personal sacrifices in the process. And whereas employer support is stronger than ever, more than 47 years after President Nixon authorized the Secretary of Defense to establish the National Committee for Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve, and whereas our nation is in debt to the citizen warriors departing the comforts of home to ensure our freedoms remain intact. And whereas America pays special tribute to the commitment of dedicated and supportive employers who continue to make service in the reserve component possible. Now therefore, I, Philip B. Scott, Governor, hereby proclaim August 19th to 23rd, 2019 as Vermont Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve Week. And with that, I'll sign the proclamation. And the support of the Guard.
We're also asking the governor to sign the employee statement of support.
Absolutely. So, if you want to come around this part, makes for a great picture.
Shoes on today, so. Come on in. Sure. Come right on in.
Come on in. Yeah, squeeze on in.
As we say, make your buddy smile.
It's a big family.
Jerry, you should be right back here.
Oh, we're good.
Come on over.
I need a stool.
First. There you go.
Thank you
very much.
Thanks very much for your commitment. It means a lot to all of us, as well as those who you employ. So, thank you. Thank you for your service. Appreciate it. See you. Thanks again, sir.
What is it, 7 after 7, 9 to 9, so we're in good shape. So,
It is 7:07. This is the Jamaica Select Board agenda for Monday, the 9th of 9 of 19. So somebody should buy us a lottery ticket using 19. First order of business is to call for any late additions to the agenda. I have one. Anybody else have any? Hearing none, seeing none, good, we'll move on.
So what is the one?
The one is, I spent, okay, I was at a emergency management conference, preparation conference over the weekend. And something came up then, so I didn't have time to put it on the agenda, but it's something we'll put on, because I want to brief the citizens on. Number 2, approve the minutes of the August 26th Select Board meeting. They're all set out electronically, and you have them in front of you. Are there any questions, gripes, or complaints?
I move we accept the minutes as written.
Second.
Any further discussion? Yes, one thing. Number 11, so Joel said they would be meeting at the Wilmington Memorial Hall on September 11th. I thought it was the 13th, but it was 11th, but then I got an email today saying they moved it from the 13th to the 11th. Did you get that email?
I didn't, but I always thought it was the 11th.
He said the 11th. I
Did
remember
he say
saying
the 11th?
that. Yeah.
Okay, because anyhow, I got an email today moving it from the 13th to the 11th. I assume it's the same.
It may have been an email yesterday moving it to the 13th, so they could move it back to the 11th.
Anything's possible. Anyhow, I did have that down just to make sure. The email I got this afternoon is the 11th.
Confirms to it.
Okay, good. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The minutes are accepted as written. Thank you, ma'am. Next item of business is the timesheets for the town office solicitors, highway, and transfer station. As usual, sign in the select board orders is number 4. We will do that at the end of the session, and this is our practice. Number 5 is to sign and publish the warning for the October 15th town meeting and vote on the water project. No, I'm sorry, meeting and vote, not meeting, comma, and vote. We're not voting tonight, just meeting. The warning says the legal voters of the town of Jamaica in the county of Windham in the state of Vermont are hereby notified and warned to meet at 7 p.m. at the town hall in said town of Jamaica on Tuesday, October 15th, 2019, to transact the following business and act upon the following articles. Article 1, shall the voters of Jamaica encourage the select board to continue pursuit of a public water system by contracting for exploration of a water source with VHB for approximately $203,990 plus site permitting. Approved as the legal warning for the town of Jamaica for October 15th, 2019. On this 9th day of September 2019, the following select board will sign this if we all approve. I would accept the motion to approve this warning.
Make a motion to approve the warning as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, I do. One of the problems I'm having, and I know we've talked about this way back when we start using initials, we really need to state what that initial is. And what brought it up in my head was, what is VHB?
Yes, you brought that up once before. VHB, and I talked to the company and myself and asked them, and they said that is the name of their company. This doesn't stand for anything except somebody's initials. So VHB is the name of the company as we described back in whenever it was we talked about it.
Okay.
And I asked about that because I felt the same way you do. We should have the word written out. She said, no, it's VHB.
Yeah, because I noticed, I was reading over our notes, our minutes, and you will use the initials, but when you write about it, you write the whole word out, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, she's very good at that. Yep.
So.
But in this case, we're trapped.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. We're good.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the warning will be published tomorrow. And this puts us into the vote on, the information on the vote on the 15th of October. Excellent. The next item is item number 6, discuss a change in the town's policy of open Wi-Fi in light of a recent municipal ransomware attacks. We had actually talked about this before I went to this conference, but the conference had a lot of stuff on cybersecurity, and I'm sure this is right down your bailiwick. When we first had Wi-Fi here, I was of a mind that we ought to provide it to the citizens of Jamaica who lived in the boondocks and couldn't get Wi-Fi. They could come down here, park in the parking lot, and use our Wi-Fi. There was some kickback from a number of people, which I took and I listened and I respected their opinion, but wanted to do this because I thought that was reasonable. Subsequent to that, and as echoed by the courses I took this weekend, and what we'd already started thinking about, because I wrote this Thursday before I went to courses, there's been so many ransom attacks in recent months, especially some aimed specifically at small towns, because they only ask for like $50,000 or $60,000, and it costs you, it could take $1 million or $2 million to get it cleaned up. So I've been beaten into submission. So what I'm proposing to the select board is that we change our policy that said the Wi-Fi was open and go to a password protected Wi-Fi.
You can implement a guest account.
Well, what we're thinking about doing that, I'm going to talk with you about how to do that. We want to make it possible for people who are coming in to work. If somebody comes in, they can get the password from
It's all too, and I talked to Lou about this a while ago, but I don't remember. I mean, it's all how your network is segmented up. If you have, if your servers and such are segmented away from the internet, people can't get to the machines, then, or if they're standalone machines just on the wireless, it's not really an issue. Not a big issue, but I do recommend that we password protect it. I think that's
Is that something you can help us with?
Yes, I can tell you.
And you can help me with that, good. Because I know that I would prefer somebody knows what they're doing to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a wise thing to do, but we probably should just, what I can do is work with Lou, because I know he's the most knowledgeable to kind of figure out what's here, and I know I went over with it when I first joined the select board years ago, a couple years ago, so I don't remember offhand. But we can take a look at it and, you know, make any other changes that we might want to make, and we can bring that to the board.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So we should do that soon before they catch up to us.
Yep.
And it was emphasized, anybody who is sensitive to that, this is something that will cover this meeting over the weekend. The cybersecurity people are really saying this, if you have not paid attention to this before now, start paying attention to it now. Especially anybody in the municipal or public corporations, anything that has potentially deep pockets is where they're going.
Do we need a motion on that?
I don't know that we do. Just a consensus of the group, I think, is we're all nodding in approval. Yeah, I don't think we used the motion to do it before. We just did it as a, administrative thing. So we're all nodding in agreement, so that will take place as soon as you two can figure out how best to do it.
I'll leave it up to her if she needs my help.
She's in charge of everything.
Yeah, I mean, like things like the website are posted up online, so we don't have to worry about
Yeah,
that.
they
But we're not
can't get
posting
that.
all, I don't know about the financial system. Is that if she has a Quicken or QuickBooks or something that she
Limerick,
uses?
we use Limerick for everything.
Limerick, is it local or is
It's-
it in the cloud?
It's on our X server.
So it
I
is
shouldn't
on-
say that on TV.
No, it's, it is on the server, then okay, well, we should look at that then.
The Q server.
Okay. Okay, yeah, okay.
Okay, so we're gonna get that fixed. Thank you very much. The next item of business, we have a guest member of the family. We talked about discussing a ditch blower for the road department. We talked about this some time ago, and we budgeted for it, and Keith, who's going to identify himself to the camera, so you'll see that out of a huge crowd, you'll recognize who Keith is, and discuss it for us.
Yeah, at the budget meetings, we budgeted for a debris blower. And I think we budgeted $7,500. The real price is $7,600. I guess why I'm here before I go ahead and purchase this is that what I found is that there's only one source for this. There's hundreds of blowers you can find out there, but they're either to blow your driveway off or an airport runway. And I think this was probably made for like roadsides and golf courses. And I think other towns have run into this because every other town that I find out has one has this particular brand. So it's new enough where no one else has jumped in on it yet. So this is all I can get for a price.
What does it specifically do? Just cleans out ditches?
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's like as big as one of these tables. It sits on a small trailer, and it literally blows the debris out of the ditches. Fairly big wood.
Oh, I was wondering.
That's
Pieces
my
of
question
wood.
too, what kind of, there's a lot of debris in the ditches that
Oh yeah, I mean,
doesn't
I think
appear to
it'll.
be blowable.
I think it'll take your feet out from under if you walk. You know.
Oh,
near it.
Really? Okay.
But it's also, it's not the single use. You use it like when you do fall grading, blow the leaves off the road before you grade so you don't have a mess with the leaves. And the late fall, get the leaves off the edge of the road so the entire road freezes. So we don't end up, like this past winter, we plowed our gravel into the ditches. You know, that strip where the leaves are on the edge of the road is always, it's never frozen. So that was kind of the point of my.
Can we use that to blow snow?
I don't know.
No?
I guess you could.
No, I just
You
thought.
could blow it up next to your house.
Right. I hadn't thought of where we would do it, I just thought we were talking about airport.
So you anticipate using it more than just a few weeks in the fall?
Oh yeah, use it in the spring, you know, the packed down leaves that made their way back into the road. You blow that out before you pull that into the road. They're pretty helpful. Because once you get leaves in with the gravel, it doesn't flow off the moldboard, and you end up with like pockets of leaves that get buried, which dry out, which turns into a big pothole. Or which breeds more mud in the spring.
Yeah, I was just saying, looking at the costs per
Yeah.
usage, and if
I mean,
it
I
was used 2 weeks out of
tried
the
to
year.
split it with another town.
But that was one of my next questions too, and then who are the other towns that have one?
Yeah, I tried with 3 other, neighboring towns, so we weren't getting too far away. And they were either definitely don't have money for it, or, we're gonna buy our own so we don't have to share. Or one of them, what if it breaks, who fixes it? So.
Have you used one before?
I've not used one, I've seen it on YouTube.
Yeah. Are there towns, local towns that have them, that have, endorsed them versus the U2 endorsement?
The only town that I've seen, I think Dummerston and Brattleboro have them. Brattleboro has them mounted on, I think theirs is mounted on the tractor that mows the road. So they mow the road and blow the stuff they mow, as well as doing the ditches.
Well, I know the 8-degree hill that we have right near our home, you're constantly putting in new ditches.
Yeah.
All the time, because it gets out in the road. Just last week, I think, when we had some heavy rains, we had a whole bunch of new streams coming down the center. And it's simply because the ditches fill up.
They do, it's a narrow spot through there, and it's not a lot you can do, but.
That's the other question I have too. I mean, there seems to be a lot of narrow spots and a lot of roads that there's really nowhere to blow stuff, and a lot of times it just means you gotta get out of the truck and pull a branch out of it. I mean, I see stuff.
No, I know. No, there's spots where you really have to clean it with a loader before you even grade it. We have a lot of those in the spring where you just have to pick up the stuff that's carried into these kind of like bobsled runs. That there's no.
So the old roads are definitely got into that one.
And I mean, there's those sections are disappearing slowly, but not. No, they're not disappearing quick enough. So that's.
Is there a way to demo the thing? I mean, I just
I'm sure the guy put it down.
To make a commitment for $7,600 and just say, well, geez, I don't know.
I'm sure he'd bring it down. I mean, I could call him and ask him. I don't know what we blow now. It'd be the kind of thing where you'd have to wait till there's.
Yeah, well, you can get some idea of whether it's gonna move a stick or a branch or a log or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give the guy a call, definitely.
Well, the way I think, having lived on my road for over 35 years, 36 years now, it's a good investment. Because we do have continuous problems where the water keeps running into the road in different areas.
Right.
That's gonna help, I think we should just go for it.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the leaves, the idea is fantastic. I'm just not so sure,
Right.
Is it really is it as practical as it seems that it is? That's where my concern, I think getting leaves off the road, out of the ditches, all that is wonderful, needed.
I'm thinking in terms of the rocks that are put down, I'm saying this goes back to the Clean Water Act, ultimately.
Yeah.
The rocks that are put down is supposed to allow the water to flow to where it's supposed to go. Once they get clogged with leaves, then those rocks down there are useless.
Yeah.
So now the gravel we put down becomes useless, it's all covered with leaves, so that pretty much obviates any of the work they had done to make that work.
Yeah.
And so we're back with pushing water into the wrong place.
Yeah, well, I'm seeing the gravel's in the ditch already, and it's gonna be blowing gravel off the road at the same time as blowing leaves off the road. If it truly can move a stick off the road, it's gonna be blowing gravel into the ditch too at the same time. That's what I'm just not sure.
I hear you saying. Well, the stuff that they put in the ditches are pretty good.
No, it's gonna be road surface gravel, it's gonna be then blown off into the ditch.
It's like a vectoring system, it's like a big elbow.
Yeah.
So you see it in your mirror of the vehicle you're driving it in, and it's wireless, this like tube, so you pull up to, you're only blowing what you want to blow. It's not like just this general blast of air. It's like an exhaust pipe that goes down that you can see and you can lift, and so that, as far as like sitting out in the road and just blowing, unless you wanted to blow the gravel off the road, I don't think you have to.
No, don't.
So yeah, as far as that goes, I'll call the guy and see if he'll let us demo one before.
Yeah, or certainly talk to some of the other towns. I think it's great. It's probably going to be something that's going to be super helpful. But is it going to be as, the godsend kind of thing to clean up every ditch? Sometimes you're going to have to get out. And there's gravel in the ditch already that's getting in there.
You're still going to have to ditch it with a machine. There's still going to be a ton of that. There still is, but.
Because there's gravel filling up the brickwork already.
Right.
Even after a year, and it's supposed to be a 10-year thing or whatever.
Or it's just what gets plowed in there, or spun in there. The other portion was, we're currently working on Warden Road right now. We got a grant, for grants and aid for just bringing roads up to standards, and that was the road that Wyndham Regional chose for us. So that's, I think we got 17,800 for it. So we're doing all the culverts, stone line ditches, we're cutting a lot of trees and getting rid of some berms.
What road is that again?
Warden Road. It wasn't, this particular road it wasn't chosen because it's hydrologically connected. It was just chosen from a maintenance standpoint. Something that goes to heck all the time. So they let us do that one, which is good. There's not a lot of people who live up there, but it's summer downpours, you have to go up there a lot. It's the kind of thing that just jumps out of the ditch, and the culverts are undersized and old. So if there's any question about that, there's wood on the side of the road up there as well. We've had to cut a lot of trees, so there's wood in one of the pull-offs. It's the landowner's wood. But if he doesn't want it, I know there's people that run the circuit for firewood.
We should check with the landowner first before we take it from him.
That's sort of all I have, unless someone's got some questions.
So do we want to wait until he gets a chance to test drive it before we approve the amount, or should we approve it and let him do that and then veto it as he sees fit?
I would go for the second.
give them the money, and then if it doesn't, if it's not something you can use, you can say, sorry, it didn't work. That'll
We'll prove him to spend the money, but if he doesn't want to spend the money.
Yeah,
exactly. That just facilitates movement, because it's September.
right,
And I'd rather, because we have to wait another couple of weeks, that's another couple of weeks.
right.
Yeah, well, maybe it's the kind of thing, if there's a rainy day or something, I can scoot up there, and if they have one up there, they can.
Where's up there?
Run through, or,
Where are they?
myself, Morrisville.
Morrisville?
All right, well, I'll look into that either way.
Sure.
And there's a salesman down here, maybe he will just tell me that.
So,
I make a motion. I move that we invest in the,
what's the official term?
Debris.
Debris blower.
at $7,600 with the provision that if it appears that it's not workable, then it will be returned.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes, and you will let us know what you decide.
All right, I'll get in touch with someone this week.
Okay. The next item of business is a review of a possible change. By this sentence, I am saying we can discuss whether we wish to review and possibly change the cemetery fees. It turns out that after some research by people, our cemetery fees are around $25. Adjacent communities are closer to 300.
Wow.
Yeah.
Meaning for maintenance.
Well, that fee for the plot, that covers for in perpetuity. And so, and some private cemeteries up to about 1,000. So there are some provisions on how to make this work, you know, X number of vases for cremated remains can go in a plot versus maybe one or two, if it's a double plot. You know, that needs to be worked out in detail. But the $25 versus $300 seems to me a little bit, because we're still having to pay for maintenance, we're still mowing it, we're still paying for stone repair, and there's no money for that. So unless people start dying in droves.
Where does it come from that we pay those bills?
Well, we've been, there's a cemetery fund that I'm not exactly sure how we fund it. I have to go back and research that, but it's getting pretty. When we repaired the trees, remember the trees that were down over in Rossendale? That came out of the general fund. So those kinds of one or two time things comes out of the general fund, unbudgeted for. I mean, this is, you can't predict a crashing tree,
Right.
or some of those broken stones. So it makes sense, I think, to at least review our policy and make some adjustments.
If there was enough money in the cemetery fund, would that cleanup have come out of the cemetery fund versus the general?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, logically, you'd think so, but
Exactly. Yeah, so
if we didn't have it,
both for
needed to be
making sure
done.
there's enough money in there.
Yeah. So I don't know the exact thing, because I just don't have the answers to that. But one of the sections was asking about this, that we should start rethinking that policy.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
What were you proposing?
Well, I would propose that I hate to say this because it sounds ridiculous, but we need a committee or some people to take the time to look into what it is logically going to cost us to take care of this stuff and how much the municipality ought to charge compared to similar organizations.
Right. Get a base.
And then come back with a recommendation.
Exactly,
That
right,
makes sense.
recommendation. Just parenthetically, I'd like to throw something else in there. When I was talking to one of the sextons about how this is working on a regular basis, there is very little documentation about where things are. It looks to me, as somebody who doesn't know anything about this, there ought to be some sort of a map saying which plots are available, which ones are taken. apparently there's an exercise where someone bought a plot that actually had somebody already in it. Did not work out well. So we probably ought to invest in having our cemeteries mapped, which is going to, it's going to be fairly expensive, I'm afraid. But I think the first thing we need to do is, before we spend money that we don't have, get some money, so that we now have a fund that we can get that sort of thing done. So the mapping may be a long-term thing down the road, but I think we should keep that in mind as something that ought to be done. Because there's not that many, we should know what we have in the ground.
Right. That makes sense.
So, because it involves spending money, I'd accept a motion to form a committee to look into this for a review of the funding and come back with a recommendation for the new fees.
Motion.
Did you get that?
Very good.
I'll second.
Do you have a motion written down?
Get the motion written down, what I'm supposed to be saying.
I'm writing it down now.
Motion to create a cemetery commission, or cemetery study group.
Study to.
Cemetery.
To determine market value. Subject.
And
by 60.
So all in favor of the motion to form a committee to study, say aye. Aye. Any further discussion? I would only like to add that I would like to see at least one of the Sextons on that committee.
For certain.
Because they're the
They know it.
Right, they're the ones who know it.
And, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, let's move forward with that. Do we have anybody who'd like to chair that committee? I saw your hand go up, I thought for a second. Yes, you do, you wear a hat, get your hand up there.
We haven't made our
Chair
share.
the committee, I'll do that.
You'll chair the committee? Okay, so Tom will chair the committee and pick a couple of other people and.
Yeah, I'll find some, I'll talk to some of the Sextons first or somebody, because.
I suppose the people who know it best are the people who are already in it, but they won't be completing.
Not really in it.
Not in it.
Well, and some of the work is comparing other towns around and doing, calling around the cemeteries, I wanna buy a plot, how much you charge?
Yeah, I think that's probably.
Figure out what Bratt will charge.
Is that $25 forever?
I don't think so.
One time?
So.
Yeah, it's for your plot.
That's
One
what-
time.
$25.
So buy plots.
That's thousands and thousands of dollars in other places.
Yeah, in New York or wherever, I mean, you're in thousands.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be in the
A
red.
lot of cemeteries have switched over because people are using Vermont cemeteries like as a body dump.
Oh, really?
Because it is so inexpensive.
So let's erase everything we put on the camera about how much it costs now. Suspense sales, nobody dies early just to make the discount. Okay, anyway, thank you very much.
Moving on.
Moving on. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, see you.
Thanks,
Good
Steve.
touch. Okay, the next order of business, did you all bring your survey? The survey that Alexa filled out for us, the local regional input questionnaire. Remember we passed them out to everybody so they could look them over and what we need to do is, my thinking on this one is to just go through each item. Sarah will write down what we decide to put in there and we will put it together tomorrow and mail it the heck out.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Go.
Does anybody need a copy of it?
I don't have a copy.
You have your copy?
I don't, if I do.
Oh, that's it right there. That looks like.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right, the first question is, are there any regularly scheduled public events in the community that generate increased traffic, vehicular, bicycles, pedestrians, or may be difficult to stage? And question number one. The answer she wrote was no public events. Jamaica State Park is open May to October, and there are 4 permanent full-time residents.
I disagree that the dam release would increase traffic over that bridge.
It certainly would.
Yes, so twice a year we have, in fact, the fall dam release is quite a bit of traffic.
Yeah.
Increase over there.
So the dam releases, that's a good point.
Yeah.
And they're in
October, sorry, September and May.
May and September?
Or April?
It's April.
April and September.
April and September.
Coming up in 2 weeks, yes.
All right, so-
And it's quite, I mean, the spring one tends to be less, but the fall is quite busy at the state park.
Well, the spring one, that water's about 32.5 degrees.
Right, it's high water level.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, they did